catch a mockery. Boriac Pentila, Boriac Snake, equals a cocktail bread for unleashing the beast. He wore a mock for night at least. Dreadjella, he's beating some fella down. Are you seeing Sean? It's for sure straight to Silla. Fucked into the back of the Jeep, he falls asleep. He does it every week. Chucky or la, get the Brits out, lad. A one-way ticket, please. I've lost my bus pass. It's Jackson up, he's looking some pins, man. A Kylie fucking Freakin-ish, man. Keep her at the fucker, fucking fuck off. Jesus said on the cross. 2 pins of bush, 20 figs, and the dog is still lost. Who's next? Me, miss. I'm with you like a bag. While you're shopping at your nose, I see your ankle tag. Fuck you, curfew, dislocated eye socket. Overnight cop shop with 2 rounds in his pocket. Loves his reputation, now he's known for being a rocket. In his dreams, 9mm loaded. I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me. Cause I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me.
A dog with a job, what the fuck is that? When Harper Mickey's just sitting in the flat, sipping on his cans and smoking rollies. Cause all the best jobs are taken by the doggies.
Squidgy black and crack and must blur for hand lobby. The fast and assess, got that note on bank cash. I can niche, hit the stash, want to persons and arch. I got goose, Coquelino, Solomirian, Jaw Ash.
It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Throw a hook, a jab and a boot. I sneak a quick toot, then I fire another boot. For calling me a fruit, for trying to take the loot. But Billy won't be bothering any more hoots.
Niche couple of cash, do you want it in your chest or your knees or your head? DJ Provey has the lead. You can beg, you can plead, you can tell us what we need. You can change your name,
but they're all the fucking same.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right. It's Newsday, Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. That was Kneecap HOOD. We're live, and I am unbanned. That's right. A cause for celebration. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, I'm unbanned. That's right. I'm back. And less radical than ever before, of course. I'm certainly going to be incredibly apolitical. Hold on. Let me be apolitical real quick because I'm very political right now. Hold on. There it is. That's right. Folks, don't worry, okay? This is a new dawn, a new day, okay? This is a new dawn, a new day, an apolitical day, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what it is. Let's go.
There's a man on TV at a desk in a suit. He lies through his teeth and they still call it the news.
Hell yeah, baby. Let me tell you, folks, I think the reason why the egg prices are so high is because transgenders. I don't think it's your landlord that raised the price of rent. I think it's transgenders. I don't think the cost of living crisis had anything to do with inflation born out of the greed of corporate consolidated autocrats that run the government. I think it's transgenders. I also think undocumented migrants. That's right. Sometimes it's undocumented migrants. Other times it's transgenders. Undocumented migrants also are responsible for the egg prices being so goddamn high, though. Let me tell you. Woo! That's right. All queer people might burn in hell. Let me be a little bit more. May or may not. Okay. Let me be as apolitical as possible. Okay. That's right. I'm just being apolitical, baby. You already know it. And most importantly of all, let me tell you. Okay. let me tell you. You know who's responsible for Medicare fraud? You know, people stealing money from the federal government. That's right, transgenders. Okay, it is certainly not Rick Scott. Certainly not people like Rick Scott who are responsible for unimaginable amounts of fraud at the provider side of things. It's actually, that's right, it's undocumented migrants. They're the ones who are actually responsible for the Medicare fraud, despite the fact that undocumented immigrants actually contribute more to the American coffers that they take out and have no way of taking advantage of the limited amount of social safety nets that we already have. That is the reality. But of course, I'm apolitical now, which means transgender time. Okay, that's right. It's the transgender Guatemalans, baby. They're taking our Medicare. That's right. And we're going to stop it. We're going to stop it. Has it stopped yet? No. Has it stopped yet? No. Have things gotten better for you as an average American? Fuck no. And that's only because we just haven't been violent enough. Okay, we have not been violent enough. That's the reason. As the Republican Party, okay, we need to do more deportations, which are inherently violent. But of course, when you talk about it from the perspective of the state, it's not considered violent. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, 24 hours of not being on camera. 24 hours. Well, that's not even true. I actually was on camera. I did a YouTube video, a sit-down YouTube video, like a standalone YouTube video. And god damn, you guys love that shit. Oh my god. Is that like 800,000 views, bro? It's about to be my highest performing YouTube video. Like why I got banned. Like I did the Asmongold and said I got canceled. I did the I got canceled meta. Okay, 13 hours, 800,000 views. What the hell's going on? Y'all don't care about nothing. You just want drama. Y'all, I don't know if it's because this was like a high profile case, considering that I was banned and everyone was celebrating and stuff, or if it's because it was also partially clickbait. Is it because it's also a sit down video? And is it because it came off the heels of me like playing basketball and not being live on Sunday and then subsequently getting banned on Monday? I don't know. Or maybe a combination of all of this. But when it's not a rerun, turns out we got a lot of people invested in the no rerun videos. You know? Philip DeFranco talked about it. I didn't appreciate his coverage. Let me guess. Some were referring to the video as an apology. She was weird. I mean, wait, hold on. Let me also say this. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Let me also say this. I didn't use the best choice of words. I think fair is fair. I think eating that ban is valid. Would it have happened under normal circumstances? Do people say a bunch of infinitely more unhinged things on a regular basis in terms of like entire populations being desecrated, destroyed, neo-Nazi sentiment, things of that nature? Absolutely. They do that all the time. But come on, fair is fair. Like you can't. No, it's not even I should have used in a Minecraft defense. Like I didn't. It's very obvious. It's very, very obvious what I was saying, which was not to do a call for action to assassinate a sitting U.S. senator, but instead to, talk about the hypocrisy of the matter. But using the embellished language that I use all the time, being hyperbolic, and, people, they got me. As fair is fair. Game recognized game, okay? Why is he wearing that hat, chat? What? I mean, because I'm apolitical. Like, yeah, I'm a longtime community member. I didn't bat an eye when you said it because I knew it was a Hasanism, typical hyperbole. You didn't mean literally kill. You were just using it as a placeholder, like nuke, for example. Yeah, I can see how it could be dangerous to say that. Yeah, like any other word instead of kill in that moment as a substitute, and it's fine. No drama, nothing like that. Like, that's it. Everybody and virtually everyone that saw virtually everyone that saw the clip, I think, that wasn't like instantly on the fuck Hasan tip, most likely was like, yeah, I get what he was saying. You know? Got to dial it down. No, yeah, but to be fair, fair recognized fair, game recognized game. I got. That's it. And if you are a leftist content creator, especially one as prominent as I am, especially one with a variety of different haters from all different backgrounds, all different political ideologies, I have to be more careful. That's true. But you know, it is what it is. It happens. It is pretty funny. Everyone was like fantasizing about how much like how much I got owned or whatever. Like they were like, "Oh, he's so sad." I was like, "No, man, I just spent the whole day playing Kingdom Come." I mean, it was boring. I shot this video. I shot the sit down video. I urge you guys to go watch it because I once again used the drama opportunity when I was in the center of the drama this time to make it as educational as possible. You will probably quickly recognize if you watch my cancellation video that it's not actually about my cancellation at all. It's actually about Rick Scott, who is, make no mistake, responsible for award-winning, record-breaking Medicare fraud. This is a fact that people should not forget. This is the major point of contention. This was my point initially. This was what I was talking about. But hey, ultimately, Asmongold, you got me on your side, big dog. There's never really been a moment like where I have actively advocated for Asmongold to be banned or deplatformed. And to be fair, Asmongold didn't do that for me either, but he certainly leaned into it pretty hard, huh? And Libs of TikTok, Asmongold, Ethan Klein. Well, Ethan Klein didn't really play a role in this. Let's be real. But all of the communities that have united on perhaps the most significant issue of all, the most significant political issue of all, getting this fucking piece of shit out of here. Okay, you did it. You got me. But you know, I think all my losses are lessons. I've learned a very important, very, very important lesson from all of this, which is that I will be apolitical going forward. That's right. Donald Trump is fixing America. Your enemies are saying that the fraud was a long time ago, so it doesn't matter, Lamau. That's crazy. Speaking of award-winning, more future Oscar contenders should come on your stream before the awards. Seems like a good luck charm. Yeah, I'm not going to take credit for that, but you know, the boys, they did it. I'm so proud of them. I'm so excited. That's what I've been doing, by the way. Sunday was supposed to be kind of my day off. I was supposed to hoop. I got absolutely destroyed, by the way. I got absolutely destroyed while I was hooping. I was terrible. Bad performance. The Zoomers no longer think I'm W-Unk, which is sad. God damn, what's happening with the freaking... I take one goddamn day off, okay? I take one goddamn day off, and my camera's autofocus is busted. What is this? What happened? Interest for Rick Scott has skyrocketed in the past 7 days, seemingly. But I'm sure it's not that significant. Let's look at the past 12 months. Yeah, see, there's a 2024 November 10th, like it was significantly higher. But if we look at like, let's see, past 90 days. Let's look at the past 90 days. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Oh, you guys can't see it. Sorry, I'm hiding it. Here it is. Oops. When Elon tweeted his support, got the game VOD from Sunday for your commentary and analysis with timestamp when you get dunked on. Yeah, I mean, that dunk doesn't count. But yeah, I got cooked. I got absolutely cooked. On Sunday, I got absolutely cooked. I mean, I had 6 points in the first game, and I think like 2 points or 0 points in this. I mean, I got 0 points in the second game. We got skunked. They really abused our one weakness there, which was Jason, who was not weakness at all, but simply he was just simply injured. You know, it is what it is. Emma, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. But yeah, let's blast off. Let's get started. I mean, look, you already know all the VODs are gone. Any idea if they'll be back? Probably. I don't know. It probably takes a while for things to like work again. You know what I mean? When you get banned. Did you enjoy making edited YouTube content in this instance? No, I did not. I just kind of ripped it. I'll be 100% real with you guys. That was not a breakdown style video. Like that was not scripted at all. I basically one take Jaked it, Ludwig style, where I just kind of talked straight to the camera, sent a bunch of links to Austinox about like different aspects that I wanted to cover, and he just like spliced it in, and that's it. Like it wasn't anything else. It wasn't anything serious. You know, but Austinox, yeah, made a return. Yeah, but one take Jaked it. It was like 30 minutes. It took like 30 minutes mostly. And then, you know, the results are pretty spectacular. So I think I'll try to do more of this. And by that, I mean, not get banned, but instead, mean, you know, more straight to YouTube videos in general. As a follower, my take is that you can't talk like a right wing while being leftist. The pussy left will act and say you're too hostile. No, it's not even the left that says that. It's that right wingers love crying. They love crying. They love crying all the time. It's their favorite thing to do. And they do the same exact neurodivergent ass like SJW thing that Radlibs do all the time, which is like, oh, were you saying something that was hyperbolic? I'm going to take it seriously. They hate that when the left does it to them, but then they love using it. And it's fine. Look, I'm not mad. I understand. Like, you can't do that. You know, I can't do that. I can't. I need to be more careful with the way I talk about this stuff. It is what it is. I have a million haters, chat. Are we being real right now? Are we being serious? I have a lot of people who spend an insane amount of time and an insane amount of their everyday existence basically dehumanizing themselves aggressively and actively in a way to try to explain away how devastating of a person I am, how awful of a person I am. And that's it. Was the you directed at Mike the Republican guy or you the viewer? No, of course it was directed at Mike Johnson. Why would I? It's very obvious. Anyway, it's fine. There is no reason for the semantics. Like there's no reason for the back and forth. Everybody, I think, understands exactly what's going on. It is what it is. I got owned. And in the process, though, I played a lot of Kingdom Come. And god damn it, it's a beautiful game. Holy moly, it's a beautiful game. But it's also deeply addicting, but it's also difficult. It's a difficult ass game, bro. It seriously is. It seriously is. Other than that, why did you skip the first one? I just never played it. I never played the first one. Tim Pool linked this skate video under your tweet. These people have no shame. Oh yeah. I mean, look, let these people have their fun. Okay. Let these people do their victory laps. And then they're probably going to get mad again because they're going to be like, he didn't get banned permanently. I hate it. Like, why didn't he get banned permanently? But yeah. I'll say people like Tim Pool, you crying, lol. Yeah, dude, I was devastated. I was really sad. Tim Pool, I said, It's a suspension. They called it ban because he'll be back out shortly. It'll be like, it'll likely due to his calling on people to kill a U.S. senator. He didn't even know Rick Scott was a senator. What the fuck? I did. I don't know why they keep saying that. No, I didn't know what Rick Scott's position was within the Republican Party, not as a senator, but as like his active role in the Republican Party beyond being a senator. But and also I didn't call on people to kill him, but it's fine. I mean, if people think that, then they think that. That is what it is. Did you see the searches for the senator skyrocketed since your ban? I did. Yeah, I've definitely talked about Rick Scott before. I've talked about Rick Scott quite a bit. The entire point of this is not about Rick Scott anyway. The point of this is more so that Republicans are hypocrites and they don't actually care about like real Medicare fraud or anything like that. They just simply want to melt the poor. They want to actively undermine these social safety nets, which will end up harming a lot of people when those social safety nets go away. Lol, you absolutely said someone needed to kill him. Okay, well, if that's what you think, then that's what you think. There's not really anything I can do about it, but it is what it is. Fox News wrote about you. Nice. Again? Yeah, if Mike Johnson listened to me make this argument and went, wow, that's compelling. I'm going to now as the I am now as the House of as the House of Representatives Speaker of the House. I am now going to bleep Rick Scott. If he said that, yeah, I would feel a little weird about it. I'd be like, damn. See, actual news outlets are covering it normally, which is Twitch streamer Hasan Piker suspended after saying Republicans would kill Rick Scott if they really cared about Medicare fraud. Rick Scott is a former governor of Florida and current senator from the state. Like the people that are covering this with a little bit of seriousness are covering it with the full context. Not that it matters, because the reality is, I think the ban was totally appropriate. Okay, I got baby. Left wing streamer walks back comment about killing Rick Scott following tweet suspension. Walks back comment. Oh, this is amazing. During the stream, Parker insisted that fraud primarily comes from providers, not recipients of government programs. Well, I like that they're putting this in the article. That's good. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after false billing. They're trying to cut recipients. Fraud is not happening at the point of the recipient. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would bleep Rick Scott, he said. The streamer noted that Columbia HCA was fined over $1.7 billion when Scott was the CEO of the healthcare company following an investigation into its Medicare billing. Read the subheader. YouTuber Hasan Piker proves to call Hamas a lesser evil than Israel and claimed the U.S. deserved 9/11. Okay, why are they putting my hits back to back, dude? What the hell's going on? Oh, that's amazing. Anyway. We're back, baby. Let's go. Let's blast off. Let's do it. Let's post and bring the people in, and let's get it going. Let's get it twisted. Okay. Okay. But yeah, it was a totally reasonable suspension. Okay. I'm not even going to act like it was not a totally reasonable suspension. Okay. It's just the truth. Like, My favorite part about Hasan being banned from Twitch isn't that anyone reporting on it has to admit that a sitting Republican senator oversaw perhaps the biggest Medicare fraud in history. It's so beautiful. It's probably an inside job. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, you know? It's just like, it's a perfectly valid, it was a perfectly valid banning. Call Lolo, he's crying. Yo, he sent me a voice note immediately and was like flexing on me saying, I can help you prepare your unemployment documents. This man is my biggest hater. Okay. Alexander Lol Overruled is my biggest hater. Do you understand? This guy straight up, this dude, my Insta hater. Also, I'm joking. That's my friend, for those of you who don't know. But yeah. The ban was also worthy because now a lot more people know of the fraud that bullfuck did. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. All right. It is what it is. We got a lot to talk about today, aside from my fake ban, phony ban. I'm acquitted. We're back. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me, we're back. We are so back. I'm apolitical now. I think Donald Trump is great. He's the best. We got so much to talk about with respect to tariffs. We have, like, there's so much that I was going to talk about yesterday in terms of what happened, like how excited I was about the Northernland winning the Oscars. Me and Noah were sitting around waiting for this. Not even until the last moment. I just did not think. I did not think that they would win. Like I just don't think that at all. I just didn't have any hope that they would win, and I was so excited that they did. But yeah. Here, we'll look at this Fox News article because it's amazing. Left-wing streamer walks back comment about killing Rick Scott following Twitch suspension. At least he's saying, like, urging Republicans to kill Senator Rick Scott. Like, even Fox News is, like, more honest than my freaking dumbass haters on Reddit. Anyway, after getting suspended from Twitch, a popular video live streaming service, Piker's statement came during the stream, in which he reacted to the interview for House Speaker Mike Johnson, who discussed measures to carve out waste, fraud, and abuse within Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. I'm sorry. It was worth. It's worth. That right there. Getting Fox News to write Piker's statements came during a stream in which he reacted to an interview with House Speaker Mike Johnson, who discussed measures to carve out waste, fraud, and abuse within Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. During the stream, Piker insisted that fraud primarily comes from providers, not recipients of government programs. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. Fraud is not happening at the point of the recipient. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would bleep Rick Scott, he said. That is cinema. The streamer noted that Columbia HCA was fined over $1.7 billion when Scott was the CEO of the healthcare company following an investigation into its Medicare billing. This is Fox News. This is on Fox News. I'll take it. I'll take the ban, baby. I'll eat it. Whew. On Fox News. Twitch did not provide a specific reason for the suspension, although the timing of the violation and Piker's ensuing expose suggests that the above comments pushed the platform to act. This is Piker's fifth Twitch suspension. On Monday afternoon, Piker apologized, telling his social media followers, "I'm sorry. I'll choose my words carefully next time and say if Mike Johnson cares about Medicare fraud, since he wants to cut $800 million from Medicare Medicaid, which was $800 billion, by the way, he'd call for max punishment for current Florida GOP Senator, former Governor Rick Scott, who has done the most Medicare fraud in U.S. history," he continued. 5 minutes later, Piker addressed his critics. Big shout out to the right-wing free speech lovers who took time out of their day to screaming about DEI and immigrants to cry about this, he wrote on X. Hasan on Twitch didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. Senator Ed Markey, AOC, and other Democrats have sat down Piker, who was praised in December by Kamala Harris's former deputy campaign manager, Rob Flaherty. We need a whole thriving ecosystem, Flaherty told 7-4 following Harris's election loss. It's not just Pod Save America, although I think we should have more of them. It's not just Hasan Piker. We should have more Hasan Pikers. It's also the cultural creators, the folks who are one rung out, who influence the nonpartisan audience. Piker was a following of Twitch over 2.8 million and previously raised more than 1 million for Palestinian aid, has used his platform millions of followers to downplay and justify terrorist attacks such as October 7 and 9/11 as acts of resistance in recent years. I've never said 9/11 was an act of resistance. Okay, that inappropriate, but you know, I'll let it slide. It's Fox News. Come on. During a 2019 live stream, Piker praised the brave effing soldier who wounded conservative Representative Dan Crenshaw while he was deployed to Afghanistan as a Navy SEAL, asking, didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some bleep, bleep, bleep, bleep? I was banned for that, so we're going to move on. He went on to say, America deserved 9/11. I'm saying it before later walking it back and saying it was inappropriate. Piker raised $100K for charity on Saturday alongside the creators of No Other Land, a film co-directed by Palestinian and Israeli filmmakers. The film won the Oscar for the best documentary the following day. One note, we'd have almost no violence if the libs would just leave. Yeah. By the way, liberals on there, I will point to this as well. Liberals like Ethan Klein, Sex Pestany, and their fucking weirdo audiences and Asmongold's audience will regularly say Rashid al-Haddad is a Houthi, but even Fox News, because it's still a news outlet, will be like, it's just, they won't say he's a Houthi. They'll say he's a Houthi sympathizer, but they won't say he's a Houthi. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because, you know, there are still in the absolute worst news outlet, like Fox News, especially on their objective news reporting side, which can still be very biased, there is still a quality assurance that they have to abide by. They still have standards that they have to abide by versus a dumbass online content creator, myself included, can say whatever the hell they want and actively lie about things. And then their idiotic fan base will also chirp about it over and over again. But yeah, considering that Fox is constantly under tremendous scrutiny and targeted with lawsuits, they obviously have to be a little bit more careful about the way that they cover stuff. And also, they want to maintain some kind of standards so they can look like an objective news outlet. There's a singular difference. Fox News wants to scandalize their audience by reminding them of you interacting with liberals in Congress. These YouTubers want to permanently get rid of you and deplatform you. Yeah. Did Fox ask you for a response? No. But they might have reached out to my management and I just didn't see it. But it's all good. Can you make some predictions about Trump's incoming speech? I mean, yeah, easy peasy. I'm the greatest president of all time. I saved America. It's actually good that egg prices are so high because it's patriotic. And measles outbreaks seemingly just happen. And the planes are actually falling because the planes are actually falling out of the sky. And that's a good thing because the more planes fall, the less likelihood 9/11 can happen again. Think. I'm making the planes fall because if they don't fall, what if they do a 9/11? But this time they do it on a different month. We don't want it. We don't want to do it, folks. Also, 9/11 DEI, 17 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi. None of them were white men. DEI is the reason why 9/11 happened. DEI equals die, folks. Think. Dude, I'm so good at being apolitical. It's crazy. I'm so good at being apolitical. It's crazy. I love being apolitical, dog. Yeah, vaccines make you gay. They make you gay and autistic. They make you the most autistic anyone's ever seen before. New York City, so flat, the only thing that can stop a plane is a tower. New York City, so flatland, just like Ukraine. Only thing that can stop a bullet is a body, is a human body. New York, so flat. Anyway, bro, you trying to get banned again? I mean, I'm not. It's like very obviously I'm joking, okay? It's clearly a joke, okay? Stop. Stop worrying about me getting banned, okay? Please. Guys. Elon Musk made comedy legal. Okay? Elon Musk made comedy legal, folks. You can say the R word again. Dark MAGA. Dark MAGA, USA. I got to put the fucking Trump hat on. Hold on. Sorry. I can't. I keep forgetting that I can't be saying these things as without the MAGA hat on. USA. You're feeling pretty goofy today? I am. Hasan Piker banned from Twitch after threatening Rick Scott. Come on, Newsweek. That's crazy. That's crazy that Newsweek did me like this. I thought we were cool, Newsweek. Can you wear it like Elon does? No one can wear it like Elon does, okay? The hat is a free pass for racism and misogyny. No, if you put this hat on, you can literally be like, I think Russia is awesome. You can say whatever you want, and people will be like, oh, that's a patriot. You know how like sometimes people will say stuff on Twitter that is like very clearly reactionary, but they'll say it in like a woke way. Like the wokely arguing against like miscegenation, for example. You know what I mean? Or wokely saying something like, I saw a tweet about this earlier. Actually, I'm gonna point to this because it's relevant. It's Oscars related. Hold on. I'll give it to you exactly what I mean here. Hold on one second. Yeah. This is like when people say stuff like, poor things in Enora winning are signs of conservatism and misogyny making a comeback, by the way. Okay? Like people saying like Enora is a male gaze and misogynistic, actually. It's like, what are you talking about? What are you saying? Please stop. Okay? This is like wokely being like, you can't have any, you literally cannot cover sex workers from the perspective of sex workers, right? Like, so leftists do this as well. They do like unironically reactionary commentary, but with like woke language. And right-wingers also do this in the opposite direction all the dang time, okay? They get to say whatever they want. They can say like unironically anti-imperialist speech, and people will turn around. Biggest relevant dig under Enora is the director's subs to Libs of TikTok. No, I don't think they sub to Libs of TikTok. I think they follow Libs of TikTok. But like Republicans will come out and be like, Republicans will come out and unironically be like pro BRICS and stuff. You know what I mean? Like some of them will turn around and say stuff like they love BRICS, but also simultaneously will be like patriotic about it. And it's always so funny to me. Like, I don't understand how they get to do that. Like, why is that allowed? Why can't I be like, hey, I think that a ceasefire should happen in Ukraine, and people will be like, you're Adolf Hitler. I hate you. You should kill yourself. And then Tucker Carlson gets to literally be like, Stalin built incredible metro stations, and also Russia has never done anything wrong. And then every Republican turns around and eats it up. And they're like, that's a brave patriot right there. He is patriotically defending Russia. It pisses me off, man. I'm jealous. I'm actually jealous. Like, why can't I offer any bit of nuance in terms of American foreign policy being, kind of bad and kind of mean to people. Okay. But they get to say whatever they want and they're still on board. What is this? Finally changing your mind? I don't think you understand. Honora being conservative is a golden reach? Yeah, no. I don't care that Sean Baker follows questionable Hosmer accounts. Sean Baker also probably is like kind of into the Red Scare style dime square shit, but Honora was good. It banged. I liked it a lot. Also, Mikey Madison is what a babe. Okay, I'm sorry. That was, I mean, it was good. It was good. You got to have a movie like that. You got to have some movies like that. It was a good movie. I felt like I said this at the time when I watched it. It was one of the few Oscars awards nominated movies that I actually watched. But it was good. It was a good. I can't wear this fucking hat like Elon Musk, dude. It's so embarrassing. I don't know how he does that. Asman Malding so hard right now because of your unban. Wait, I thought he was a Mr. Free Speech. I don't understand. What? So banned because gay? Yeah. Yeah, follows mean nothing, chat. I follow a bunch of people as well, okay? A German film critique said Honora is a movie Marx would have liked a lot. Why? Because he's also a gooner. Is that what it is? Okay, we're not going to talk about Sean Baker and the Honora controversy. Okay, that's not. There's so much to cover, chat. I'm sorry. There was a lot of funny memes I saw as well. W homies from Crash Dummies Pod. Oh yeah. Yeah, Crash Dummies Pod is I love them. It was amazing. I did an episode with them as well. That's supposed to come out, and the Fear End episode came out with the Crash Dummies podcast. It was hilarious. That's right, baby. Can you cover the bad empanada situation? I don't know what happened. Dune was robbed. I really like Dune, but a lot of people whose opinion I respect in terms of movies, because I'm not like a big movie guy, they didn't like Dune as much. But also, simultaneously, Will and I watched it together, and we were nutting the entire time. Like, we literally, it was me, Nandre, and Will at the movie theater, just going crazy every time. Every time it went, we would also go, like, we would be also losing our minds and making those noises as well. You can't nut in a theater. That's what you think. Oh, also, Noah Colwin and I sat together. We sat our white asses down and we watched The Order, which I thought was pretty good. I don't know if it was up for any Oscars or anything like that, but I thought it was pretty good. And also, holy moly, Slime and B, thank you for the one hundo gifted. Yeah, I lost a lot of subscribers. Holy moly, Jesus Christ. One day. I don't know why. I don't know why it works like that. You just, because it's back-to-back 2 days in a row where I wasn't streaming. When is Noah coming on the stream? Noah is for yesterday and today. Noah's doing a guest lecture at UCLA, and then after that, he's going to be here. So he'll be here every single day after that, and and I'm very stoked. Resubs can't happen if the channel doesn't exist during a ban. Yeah, that's probably what it is, right? I got cleaned out, dude. What's the story with the hat, brother? It's because I'm apolitical. No, not NOAA, the weather agency. Have you seen this clip of the Crash Dummies pod? Yeah, I mean, this is an old clip from back when I first collabed with them and people were trying to brigade against them. But yeah, I think this is the coolest way to deal with losers who are like, Hasan is a bad person, like, fuck you.
Y'all really did a podcast. I used to like y'all. Y'all did a podcast with Hasan. Yeah. I always forget that he's really popular, so he has a lot of like haters too.
Yeah, whoever said that died slow. But man, you diss Hasan, you diss me.
Those are my goals, dude. Yeah. Promote the Fear End episode. You and Bad Empanada duked it out on his community post a little before you went live. I don't think it was a duking it out. I think it's just a difference of agreement, which is fine. We can have a difference in opinion. Chatters, it's normal and healthy to have disagreements with people who you align with on so many things. I think it's healthy. Where is it? Link me the Bad Empanada take. Where was it? Because I saw it. His community post showed up. Bad Empanada's community post showed up on my timeline, and he said, he's so fucking stupid. Look at this guy. I really respect the work he puts in for all of his videos. So I'm not gonna, I'm ribbing when I make fun of him for saying stuff like this, but I will fucking puke if I see a soundpiker say, I invite Israelis onto my broadcast all the time, or tell us how we need to empathize with and humanize Israelis who are victims of propaganda themselves again. Jewish exceptionalist, liberal, Zionist drivel. Validating the idea that we need approval from tokens among the enemy to oppose them just because they're Jewish, and painting Zionists as being misled victims rather than the reality when they're enthusiastically and willingly pursuing their own interests for material gain at the cost of Palestinians. Sickening. P.S. Make excuses for this, permabanned on site. To which I responded with, the struggle is multifaceted. Internal pressure plays a role. I will not back away from contextualizing the role militant resistance plays in emancipation, but I also won't immediately discard those who have disagreements with me on that, especially when I've relied on their investigative reporting. I've used Yuval's work at +972 in the past. It's important not to take honest reporting in the bodies that Israeli Jewish allies put forth to protect Palestinians for granted, even if we have disagreements. He apparently replied to me, no, it's not important at all to even mention or notice that someone is Israeli or Jewish in the context of Israel colonialism in the name of Jewish ethnic supremacy. If you wouldn't do it for the Nazis, you shouldn't be doing it here. If you're critique, no, I don't think he understands. I guess we're talking past one another because that's not the point I was making at all. What the hell? The way I see it is like this, okay? I live in a settler colonial enterprise that is also known as the United States of America. I'm an American citizen. I take advantage of the bounty of this settler colonial enterprise and the untold amount of pain that it cost, the untold amount of pain that it dished out upon the indigenous population here and even chattel slavery. I also understand that this settler colonial enterprise, the United States of America, churns out a metric ton of propaganda to make people understand or make people feel like that is normal. That kind of violence is necessary. Okay? So if I am trying to actively talk to people in the United States of America, then I'm obviously going to explain to them that this is just programming so I can engage in deprogramming, right? And that is the exact same way. That is the exact same way that I approach Israel and every other country. If you critiqued on the basis of not considering the perspective of Israelis and your responses, but I've literally talked to Israelis on my stream and not the perspective of Israelis on an ethno-state run by and for them means nothing, then you're pleading people to liberal Zionism. It's nauseating and brainless that Yuval is even given a platform to spout free to hostage bullshit is a travesty. He's only there because of an accident of birth, because of a token Israeli stamp of approval is required on anything that Palestinians do. If not for that, he would have never been included. Instead of challenging this by questioning it, you reinforce his continuation by pointing to it as legitimizing and special. I think that, interestingly enough, we both recognize that Israel is a supremacist state. Okay? Israel is an ethno-religious supremacist state, and therefore Israelis, in the eyes of that ethno-supremacist Israeli state, specifically Israeli Jews, are definitely treated by this state as a higher priority. We both recognize that, and I say it's important that the emancipatory struggle is multifaceted, multi-pronged, and that it's important when Israelis put their bodies on the line as well, okay? Because ultimately, even if someone is, look, the way I see it is this, okay? I can disagree with someone who is, constantly talking about how devastating October 7 was. Like Bernie Sanders is a great example of this. Like I disagree with Bernie Sanders in the way that he has approached the issue of Israel, right? But he has so much more work that he has done that I think was incredibly important, and I will always give him props for that, right? This argument is so silly. Yes, if there were German civilian resistors during World War II, that would be a good thing. In Israel, we also have a few people like Ofer Kasif, Yuval Abraham, Gideon Levy, who are resistance and is good. Exactly. Yeah. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate to paint every Israeli with the same brush. But also, I take it one step further. Like I've said, there are 100% plenty of Israelis who think what is going on in the West Bank is unconscionable to a degree where they will literally go out and stand in front of the settlers, okay? If you're doing that, I'm never going to shit on you. If you're doing that, then that's good, okay? That's a good thing. I think, given my Turkish background, and also my American background as well, have an understanding of what it's like to constantly be cast aside by your own peers. Having said that, that is nothing in terms of the violence and ritualistic humiliation that Palestinians are subjected to by a rabid settler colonial genocidal apartheid state that is doing terror on a daily basis. You do not need to cede ground to bad faith actors, but you can understand that there are so many different approaches that people engage with. And in terms of the No Other Land, this is actually something I was going to talk about right now because it dovetails perfectly into the Israeli-Palestinian documentary No Other Land wins the Oscar. So let's start there, and then we'll get to Trump's tariffs, we'll get to the American economy, and we'll get to what Donald Trump is going to be saying later. There's a lot going on in the world, and we must cover it all, of course. You are covering the news from an American progressive perspective. He's more extreme in his views because he's covering the news from the perspective of a dude who's living in a third world country. He's in a transigent. Having said that, it ultimately, it is, at the end of the day, there are multiple perspectives in any conflict, in any involvement. For the MLKs of the world, there was always the Malcolm X's of the world, and the civil rights struggle would not have been successful without both of these parties. Nonviolent political resistance is incredibly important. When it comes to the apartheid state, it's the exact same thing. Whether it be South Africa or whether it be Israel, you are going to have internal pressure that plays a very significant role, okay? And those guys are not going to be like-minded, okay? They're not going to agree on everything because there's a metric ton of social conditioning that plays a role here. And I will continue advocating for the things that I believe in, even if those people consider me to be a terrorist, even if those people consider me to be lesser than them because of my background, okay? And plenty of them do. A lot of people shut me out of this conversation. So brave of you to paint yourself as MLK in this comparison. What led you to believe that I was doing that? Okay? I'm not putting myself in this equation at all. I'm simply saying that as someone who is an onlooker, okay, as someone who is looking from the outside, who is trying to actively educate people on these matters, I'm saying that I would be someone who says, look, the Black Panther militancy is valid and plays a formative role in the civil rights struggle, just like MLK's peaceful civil disobedience played a very formative role in the civil rights struggle. It's not one or the other. It's both. Okay? That's how this works. At least throughout history, that is how it has always worked. Especially when, like, militancy is virtually, militancy and wars of attrition are unimaginably taxing on the civilian population, right? And when you are going up against an opponent, okay, when you're going up against an opponent that is backed by the largest state on the planet, the largest military on the planet, it's going to take a lot more than simply militant struggle, militant emancipatory movements. It's just not going to work that way. That's just not how it goes. Sorry for spam. Would you be able to log into FOSSA quickly so we can get all the functionality back? Yeah, I'll do that right now. Hold on. All right, let me log in. Okay, we're good. All right. There's a bunch of stuff that I get logged out of automatically. Has there always been a clip button on Twitch's user interface? I swear I haven't seen it before. I don't know. Please watch Trudeau's response to the tariffs. Yeah, we'll get there. All right. Your subs might have been canceled, by the way. So resubscribe because I was banned. When that happens, if your resub button was supposed to come out yesterday, then you weren't able to, and it just like auto cancels, I think. That's how it works. We can't clip at the moment, presumably because of the ban. No, you can't clip if you're not subscribed. Subscribers obviously get a bunch of different things. You can clip stuff if you're a subscriber. You can send me links if you're a subscriber, things of that nature. All right. But let's get to No Other Land, the boys, okay? The boys that won an Oscar.
Oscar goes to No Other Land. This is the first Oscar and
Okay, but people say, where's the Nelson Mandela or the peace guy for Gaza? The answer is that he's dead or shot by Israeli missile. What to do? No, there is first of all, Nelson Mandela is not the peace guy for South Africa. He was literally in jail and refused to denounce violence as a formative part of his emancipatory struggle, and his jail sentence was extended time and time again for that. So Nelson Mandela was on the terrorist watch list, the American terrorist watch list, until 2008, okay, far after he had actually been released from prison and became the leader of South Africa. So that's number one. And he has always stood up and actively talked about the formative role that militancy plays in resistance, and defended it, and literally has stayed in prison, extended his prison stay for that reason, for his defense of that. And the other argument is that it's Marwan Barghouti, which Hamas, even though they are supposed to be at odds with Marwan Barghouti, want Marwan Barghouti to be released from Israeli prison. So the Palestinian emancipatory movement, the Palestinian resistance, is united on bringing about an end to this occupation for understandable reasons. That is what their goal is. Okay?
Nomination for Bassel Adra, Rachel Shore, Hamdan Bilal, and
Hamdan Bilal.
Abraham.
Thank you to the Academy for the award.
Also, I'm very stoked and I'm very proud of you guys. This community raised $130,000. This community raised $131,000 for No Other Land Rebuilding Alliance fundraiser. We raised $100K when we had We raised $100,000 just while these guys were on the stream, you know? Amazing. Fantastic. I love this community. That is why at the end of the day, no matter what people say, no matter what, like, oh, you're a terrorist, this or that, you're a bad person, this or that, none of that matters. Okay? None of that matters. We go ban for ban. All of these vice signalers out there who try to fucking smear me and smear you as well, they got nothing. They got no motion. They have horrible, sad, pathetic lives. And all they do is try to actively take down a community that is doing good. They hate that we do good here. And that's why they just try to smear as best to the best of their ability. Okay? Did you hear that they found this white supremacist dude? Oh, they unmasked this guy? Nice. Captive Dreamer. Yeah, he used to be my biggest reply guy, my biggest Nazi reply guy. All right. I saw some Palestinians on TikTok saying this speech was really bad and kind of aligning with Israel, especially the October 7 comments. Yes, I know. I'm going to get to it. Hold on. I have some controversial takes that is going to make nobody happy.
It's such a big honor for the four of us and everybody supported us for this documentary. About 2 months ago, I became a father, and my hope to my daughter that she will not have to live the same life I'm living now, always fearing settlers' violence, home demolitions, and forced spill displacements that my community, Masafir Yatta, is living and facing every day under the Israeli occupation. No other land reflect the harsh reality that we have been enduring for decades and still persist as we call on the world to take serious actions to stop the injustice and to stop the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people.
So make no mistake. So this is Yuval Abraham, okay? He was supposed to come on the broadcast as well, but he was traveling on the day that I had Basel and Hamdan on. So unfortunately, he couldn't make it. I've asked Noah to hit up the 972 people to get Yuval on as well. I'm working on, if he's still in Los Angeles, because he's, you know, probably very busy, considering he just won a fucking Oscar. But I'm going to try to see if I can get him on as well. I've relied on his work in the past. I think he's a great investigative reporter. I don't fully agree with everything, and I don't agree with the framing that he engages with here, but it doesn't matter, okay? Because ultimately, he plays a very important role in this. Now, the reason why I think he plays a very important role in this is because I'm not so silly to think that this documentary would have ever been produced or ever even, you know, gotten out and gotten this much public appraisal or, you know, even though there are still obviously very serious setbacks, it was the highest grossing documentary in 2024, and yet it still has not gotten a U.S. distributor, which is crazy, right? Unprecedented. And that shows you that there are still so many hurdles to overcome in terms of getting the word out, right? But this documentary in and of itself would not get to this, would never get this level of attention if it was not attached to an Israeli, okay? That is the reality. That is the sad reality, okay? If you don't recognize that, I don't know what to tell you. There is no way. It just would not happen. Because, unfortunately, the way that Palestinians are treated by the Western world is like they are not real human beings, okay? They are actively dehumanized by those in positions of power, okay? But because of that reason, I think it's important that there are people within Israel, within the ethno-supremacist state, that do put their names out there and their bodies out there alongside Palestinians to help give a voice to this struggle. Okay? I think this is ultimately a good thing. I hate this framing that Israelis are intertwined with Palestinians. They're settlers and they need to face this reality instead of whitewashing the position of privilege he holds. Very narcissistic stuff. What is this? How are Twitter accounts with Palestine flag in their name falling for this Hasbro about your cancellation? Okay, stop, chatter. Come on. We're being serious right now. Yeah, the whole Berlin fiasco too, but Germany is obviously on another level. Exactly.
We made this film, Palestinians and Israelis, because together our voices are stronger. We see each other. The atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end. The Israeli hostages brutally taken in the crime of October 7th, which must be freed. When I look at Bassel, I see my brother, but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Bassel is under military laws that destroy his life and he cannot control. There is a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. And I have to say, as I am here, the foreign policy in this country is helping to block this path. And, you know, why? Can't you see that we are intertwined? That my people can be truly safe if Bassel's people are truly free and safe. There is another way.
So people got very upset at this. People got very upset at this, right? They were like, what do you mean? My people are only safe. Like, factoring Israeli security concerns into this conversation about, apartheid and genocide is inappropriate, was the initial reaction. But I think what Yuval is saying there, okay, and I don't fully agree with him because I know he's like said, I mean, he has said a bunch of things about October 7th in the past as well. But I think everybody received this in the way that they wanted to. Like, some people really liked it because this gives them permission to feel good. This gives white liberals permission to feel good, right? But yeah, what he's saying basically is, yeah, nobody is free until everybody is free. Okay? Having said that, however, this is, of course, not the end-all, be-all, okay? He's not going to, I don't think Yuval is ever going to come out and be like, Hamas is bullets are guided by Allah. They are doing a moral thing or whatever. He's not going to say that, okay? It's ridiculous. The expectation here is that he is not speaking to the Palestinians in general. He's not speaking to those who understand the dynamic very well. He's speaking to those who don't understand this dynamic at all. That's the entire purpose of this fucking documentary. That's it. So when he says, like, we will never be free until Palestinians are free, you can either interpret that as, well, Israel has security concerns and he just only cares about the Israeli security concerns, or you can interpret it as no one is free until everyone is free, and that, I think he should have just said this, there should be an end to this occupation. Like that would have wrapped it up much nicer, I think. This is like what you say when trans black chatters get mad at you and talking about them. He's not talking to you. His job is to be the bridge to the Western Israeli audience, and that's what he's doing. Using your privilege for good is a good thing, and all the hate Yuval is getting is unwarranted. Be mad that Palestinians need Israelis to help them tell stories. Don't be mad at the Israeli guy who's doing the job he should be doing. Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that this is a. I don't think that this is a bad thing at all. I think this is a good thing. He clearly doesn't want the occupation to end. I don't think that that's the case. I don't know.
It's not too late for life, for the living. There is no other way. Thank you.
Like, even his invocation of October 7, I think, can be interpreted within the context of like October 7 happened because of the occupation. Yeah, there's a crime for undermining the crimes of October 7, classic fascist shit. He just can't, and it's okay for now. Like, I think that this documentary winning an Oscar is a good thing. Okay? I will stand by that. Because this documentary winning an Oscar is like, I don't think people understand what the issue of Palestine was like, especially in circles like fucking Hollywood, okay? Like, I know that a lot of you got really woke on this post October 7, and you have these opinions, right? And you have these strong opinions, and that's understandable because you've seen incredible amounts of cruelty. Like, you've seen a direct genocide in real time take place. And that's like mind-boggling that other people don't see the reality that you see. But as someone who is 33 fucking years old, I'm telling you, when I explain to you that as someone who has seen this play out in the Western world for the past 10 years, as someone who has been outspoken about Palestinian liberation, I cannot comprehend how we even got to this point. Hollywood is the number one foreign policy defenders, okay? Hollywood loves the State Department. They booed Michael Moore. They booed him off stage, famously. And Michael Moore is like a social democrat who's like, maybe we shouldn't be so violent. Like, that's all he said. And they were like, boo, yeah, kill yourself, you know? Yeah, 5 Broken Cameras is the last Palestinian doc that was nominated. It lost in 2013 to Searching for Sugar Man, and the director was detained on entry into the U.S. Like, I cannot comprehend how far this movement has gotten in terms of especially like broad public appeal, but even institutional recognition. Okay? I am never going to disparage that. I'm never going to disparage that because everything that I do, everything that I advocate for, I advocate while also taking a serious look at the material realities. I also advocate, or everything that I advocate for, I obviously factor in public, collective consciousness on these issues. Okay? It's a massive, massive, and very significant moment. And yes, the sad reality of it is that this would have never happened if it was not attached to an Israeli investigative reporter. Okay? And even if I have my disagreements with some of the things that Yuval has said apparently on his Twitter and whatnot, it still doesn't matter. 972 Magazine and LOLcow are fantastic investigative reporters inside of Israel. And if you are serious about covering the many different crimes that the Israeli state engages in, okay, you need guys like him. That's it. You don't have to agree with everything that they say. You don't have to agree with their entire worldview, but they're doing an incredibly important job, okay? In the face of untold amounts of cruelty that the Palestinians are subjected to, yes, they're using their position of privilege, okay? And they're like, Yuval can go anywhere he wants. He can go anywhere in the United States of America. He can go anywhere he wants in the West Bank. His freedom of travel is not restricted in the same way that Basil and Hamdan's freedom of travel is restricted. Okay? Their families are constantly under threat. You should remind Chad that Basil's village also was reported on by Shireen Abu Akleh, bringing attention to the plight of Palestinians is a net good. Yeah. Shireen Abu Akleh reporting from the village featured in No Other Land. Sadly, just as the occupation forces killed the residents of the village, they eventually killed her too. Yeah. Just as I will not stand down whenever people tell me that I am pro-terrorism, that I'm an Islamist fundamentalist who loves Hamas or whatever, just as I will not stand down from helping Americans, the Western audiences, understand how violent militant resistance occurs when a population is subjected to untold amounts of cruelty and violence themselves, and how that violence and the standard of that violence is set by the occupying entity, the more powerful force, the Israeli state in this process. And a reaction to that violence is always going to try to match the level of violence that Israel is subjecting the Palestinians to. Just like I will not back away from that commentary, I am not going to immediately cast aside people who might not agree with me every step of the way. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. That's how it goes. Anyway, let's continue. My job and the role I see myself playing in the issues that I speak on is to actively bring more allies, is to actively convince more people to have an empathetic approach to those who are struggling. And a part of that, a big part of that, revolves around understanding that most people are victim to social conditioning. Okay? Social conditioning plays a major role in their lives and the way that they approach the world. And it's no different whether you live in Israel and you take for granted everything that the Israeli state has told you, everything that Israeli education has taught you, or if you live in the United States of America and you learn that, you know, our founding fathers were good guys ultimately, but, you know, maybe some of them hunt slaves. It's not a big deal, whatever, you know. Maybe there was a little bit of genocide, or that America does a lot of violence, but it's actually ultimately at the behest of a greater good, right? Like, I understand that if that is so many people's starting position, that I have to work to actively deprogram these people. And I can't do that by constantly yelling at them and saying that they're bad or problematic or evil. Okay? No one is evil. There is no such thing. No one is good or bad. Everyone is, at the end of the day, victim to their material circumstances. Okay? Victim to social conditioning. And they can do evil things in the process, or they can do good things in the process, but we are still responding to shapes and colors. Okay? That's it. Peter Beinart says, this is what must scare AIPAC and its allies. They are winning politically but losing culturally. Their attack ads can't stop Blue America's shift in collective consciousness on the question of Palestinian freedom. If politics really is downstream from culture, they're in trouble. Okay? Here's completely unhinged piece on the leading Israeli site, Channel 12's Mako, claims that Yuval Avraham spoke in such an offensive manner about the state of Israel without understanding the consequence of the damage he causes, but that his body language shows he was lying. Analysis of body language leads to the hypothesis that there are strong interests driving Abraham's behavior. These guys in Israel cannot even comprehend how someone can see the Israeli state as ultimately doing a lot of evil, okay? They can't even comprehend it. They think like, oh, we must bring in a behavioral analysis. Analysis of body language leads to the hypothesis that there are strong interests driving Abraham's behavior. He wanted to say terror babies, but he stopped himself. Yes. He is being mind controlled by a puppet. It seems the puppet is Hamas and Iran. He must have been given the drug that Hamas has that makes you dap. Ultimately, all I'm saying is I would be a unimaginable hypocrite if I were to speak out against those who are like Ofer Kasif or Tal or numerous other anti-Zionist Israelis as someone who is an anti-imperialist American. Okay? The fuck? I live in America. I like America. I want America to reach its potential. I want America to take advantage of its bounty, its endless bounty, and actually do good for the world. Okay? That's why I endlessly critique it. It's ridiculous. I think a lot of people get washed away in all of the Hasan says America bad all the time nonsense. Okay? Silly. Yes. One might even say, I want to make America great again. Except I don't think that there was any moment where America truly was living up to its standard, its potential. I will get to the Stalker stuff with Emaru, Valkyrie, Cinna, and Emily later. I'm not going to talk about that right now, but the one note that I will give you on that, obviously, I'm sure many of you saw this already. It was massive news. Valkyrie and Cinna were doing a cis-a-thon for the past week, and in the process, they went to the Santa Monica Pier while they were doing an IRL stream, and a stalker came up to them and actively threatened to kill them. All I'm going to say for now, before because I will get back to that in a little bit, but all I will say on that note for now is that if it happens to them, think about how much that kind of stuff happens to just average regular women on a daily basis, okay? Men not being able to handle rejection and instantly hitting a violent note is very commonplace. Women talk about it all the time, okay? Women talk about it all the time. And regular women, not just like content creators, not just influencers. It happens all the goddamn time. This industry is unimaginably misogynistic. Everything is unimaginably misogynistic, obviously. And this is a byproduct of that. And it's going to get worse, I think, because there are people like Andrew Tate out there, the Keemstars of the world, all these fucking assholes who spend every waking moment talking about how women ain't shit. And they're normalizing this kind of rhetoric. They're normalizing this kind of behavior. It's obviously multifaceted because they're also content creators themselves. So there's like obviously a lot of content creators, myself included, that, you know, have always had stalkers. Like, this is the untold reality of Twitch streaming in general, okay? Every single content creator, no matter what size they're at, has a lot of people that are just not well. And they can't get the medical help that's necessary for obvious reasons. And that paired up with unrestricted misogyny creates a really, really dangerous situation. Yeah. And if you don't believe me, if you don't want to take my word for it, if you think, you know, I'm some douchebag, then go ask your mother, go ask your sister, go ask any woman in your life that has ever had a similar altercation in a workplace or a bar. Like, this is the reality that women have to live with on a daily basis. I've seen some people instantly try to victim blame, which is a very common tactic, also utilized by the likes of the Andrew Tates of the world as well. And those people are just psychotic. I can't say what I truly think about what must be done in that process because I just got back from a ban. That's all I'm saying. Okay? but holy moly, okay? We'll get to that later, and I'll talk more about that later, okay? Now we're going to talk about President Trump addressing Congress as new tariffs take effect on Mexico, Canada, and China.
We've got two major developing stories for you today, not just one, but two. First, the Trump administration's new tariffs on three major trading partners, Mexico, Canada, and China, went into effect at midnight last night, and some of those countries have already retaliated. And second, the White House paused all U.S. military aid to Ukraine after that very explosive showdown between President Trump and President Zelensky. Now, that's the backdrop for the president's speech tonight in Congress, and Tony is there in Washington getting ready to bring us all the latest. Tony, good morning to you. Everybody's saying how dapper you look today. Good morning, Mr. DeCopo.
Well, Gail, thank you very much. You're back from the Oscars, Hollywood's biggest night.
Oh, there it is. Double circ, Tony. Double circed up Tony, baby. Tony Two-Tone, my guy. I will never stop thinking about his penis anytime he comes on screen, okay? Forever tarnished. I'm sorry. It's just... Will I get banned for saying that you champion terrorist militants? No. You'll just be screaming into a void alongside a bunch of other dumbasses as well. But keep up the good work, brave soldier. You know?
Nate's been on a beach vacation, and here I am in Washington, D.C., and it's not even a State of the Union, so I'm questioning my life choices just a little bit. But look, it is going to be a big night, a potentially historic night in what has already been a fast-moving and consequential presidency. In less than 100 days, you got to keep that in mind. We've been told by the Speaker of the House to expect fireworks tonight, so while a typical joint address might be a somewhat boring, somewhat somber list of goals from a new president, you can expect President Trump to instead tout action, accomplishments. And there's been a lot of that, to be honest with you. I mean, maybe no president since FDR has attempted so much so quickly. There is, for example, the at times chaotic effort by Elon Musk and Doge to shrink the size of the federal government. Also on the list, working toward a ceasefire in Ukraine by, it would seem, whatever means necessary. Also, the hefty new tariffs on imported goods from Canada, Mexico, and China. And this morning, by the way, China has said it will retaliate, and Canada also already hitting back. And that is just one of many moves this White House has made to expand the power of the executive branch. So much has happened, really, that even folks here in Washington, D.C. struggle at times to process it all. But that's why we have Nancy Cordes, our chief White House correspondent, to stay on top of everything. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. I have had my struggles, but today is a day that the president will be front and center. And you know that this is a president who cares a lot about the stock market, but yet...
Yeah, no, he cares so much. That's why he's destroying it. That's my king. That's J.D. Pondom, baby. That's my goat right there. He said, the Treatlerites must suffer. Permanent first. He said... Hold on, let me put this on. J.D. Pondon said, permanent first world genocide. The Treatlerites in the suburbs will scream bloody murder. I will take away their treats. Have fun. Enjoy the treats while you can. You will never enjoy them again. The Chinese century of prosperity is upon us. I will make our allies scream, and in the process, I will cripple the America economy. It's Trumponomics.
Yesterday, after he announced that there was no way...
Last night, I realized I was a Treatlerite when I took out a Trader Joe's lasagna, and it said product of Canada, and I realized it would go up 25% time next time I buy it. That's right. Trader Joe's lasagna from Canada, which is a settler colonial entity in and of itself under the banner of the Commonwealth, still holding up loyalty to the British Empire. Canada will also suffer.
Out for Canada and Mexico, the Dow fell 650 points. Still, 25% tariffs on their goods went into effect overnight, with President Trump.
He said, the labor aristocracy. I love doing JD Pondon. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop. I'm going to dial it back a little bit.
Trump calling it a punishment, though it's unclear in the case of Canada in particular what that punishment exactly is for.
No room left for Mexico or for Canada.
President Trump is calling today's tariffs a powerful weapon, a weapon that will now be wielded on food, lumber, electronics, cars, anything that comes into the US
so I can
from
say
Canada and Mexico.
It's a very powerful weapon that politicians haven't used because they were either dishonest, stupid, or paid off in some other form. And now we're using them.
The move could wound American consumers, too, as producers pass along that new 25% tax, driving up the cost of a small car.
I still genuinely do not understand what, like, Trump's internal purpose for this is. Like, I don't know. I've said this already. I've tried to make sense of this. I've talked about how maybe it's because he wants to, like, bully key sectors into submission. But having said that, this is across the board tariffs. So it's not even divided evenly by sector. There is no. It just does not make sense. It truly feels like he is trying to. It truly feels like he is just trying to break everything. This, like USAID, I understand a little bit more, right? He's not doing it because he's not undermining and crippling USAID because he is trying to eradicate American soft power at the global stage. He's doing it because he personally thinks USAID is just libtard shit, right? He thinks USAID and all the NGOs and civil society organizations that it funds is a money sink for numerous Democratic Party goals and organizations. There's some truth to that. However, it plays a broader role in doing the bidding of American empire at the end of the day. Trump might not have the foresight to recognize that, right? He might not have the foresight to recognize that. He might be more interested in changing the approach that America has had in terms of focusing on soft power initiatives and hyper-focusing exclusively and entirely on permanent war. Not to be a hater, but why do you think Trump unilaterally decides any of this? I mean, I think when I say Trump, I'm not just talking about Trump. I'm talking about like his advisors as well. I'm not simply referencing Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump operates on his own, obviously. I guess the other point for the tariffs is that it's a regressive tax, and he will use the additional money that they get from tariffs as a way to say, we filled up the government coffers, now it's time to cut the only progressive tax that exists, which is income tax. And even then, there's a million different loopholes. I mean, we've talked about all of this stuff already, but it still does not make a whole lot of sense.
By an estimated $6,200, or an SUV by $9,000. So many car components are built across the border.
Because of the arbitrary nature of the emergency use of tariffs that are being done, we don't know how long they're going to be in effect. At the end of the day, there is little doubt that consumers will feel the pain of this, but it will also impact consumer demand as well.
Economic uncertainty already pushed consumer confidence down in February.
This will help Tesla, right? No, it won't. No, it will help zero car manufacturers, because even the cars that are manufactured in the United States of America, because of previous trade agreements, whether it be NAFTA or, ironically enough, the trade agreement that Donald Trump did, NAFTA 2, right, has created this network of back and forth between Canada and Mexico, where they pass the American border into Mexico and pass the border into Canada and vice versa a million times until the car is assembled in the United States of America. That actually ends up, yes, USMCA is what I'm talking about. That actually ends up greatly increasing the cost of the car if they have to pay for all of the different parts that are being manufactured in Mexico or Canada before it makes its way into the United States of America, when every single car manufacturer is paying an entry fee numerous times over. Like, yes, United States, Mexico, Canada agreement, which was signed on July 1st, 2020, okay, drafted in the 30th of September 2018, is an agreement that Donald Trump put forth, okay, which was a substitution for NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, which Donald Trump was very much against. But then he basically did the exact same thing. For the people who still don't understand how tariffs work, it is an entry fee that Americans pay for, okay? American importers pay for, just so you understand. It's not paid by the Mexican government, and it's not paid by the Canadian government. The negative consequences for trade for the Canadian or the Mexican side will obviously be that people will look for domestic manufacturers instead, or they will go to other foreign nations that provide the same exact resources, same exact materials, or same exact parts at a cheaper price, because now they don't have an additional 25% that they have to pay at the point of bringing it into the United States of America. So it will lower trade, and it will restrict. I mean, it has the capacity to restrict trade. That is why it's often used. I am not anti-tariff across the board. I've said this many times over. I'm not, I'm not against trade protectionist. I'm not against trade protectionism across the board. I do think that there needs to be, obviously, a competitive manufacturing industry. And the irony here is that for many of the things that, if you're doing, across the board tariffs, there is no competitive domestic manufacturing on some of the raw materials, for example, that you need. Like, what are you going to do if it just doesn't exist here? But let's get back.
A new CBS News poll, just 24% of Americans say the economy is getting better.
This is bad, because normally it's the 30% that are like the Trump loyalists that will always say, "No, it's getting better. It's so sick now. I love the economy." And even that number has like diminished. He's sub 30 in his super base. Okay, that's not good.
Better. 49% said it's getting worse. But President Trump says that tariffs are needed to punish Mexico and Canada for allowing migrants and the deadly drug fentanyl into the U.S.
Less than 1% of all fentanyl that comes into the U.S. is apprehended at the Canadian border. So why use fentanyl as a reason?
They're only apprehending 1%. You're right about that. It's a little more than that. But they should be apprehending much more, because a lot comes through Canada.
Again, all the data that we have indicates that that is simply not the case. But what does come in through Canada is about a third of the softwood lumber that this nation uses, which has led analysts to predict that home building prices will be going up. President Trump says that if companies don't like these new tariffs, they can simply move production to the United States. But, Tony, when it comes to things like...
What are you going to do? What do you mean? What do you mean? Like... Okay, you don't like the tariffs? It's time to destroy our our forests? Is that what it is? Oh, you don't like the tariffs? Okay, well, sorry. Time to destroy American forests. Canada just has a lot of trees, man. They have a lot of allocation for this. What are you supposed to do? I mean, we got forests too. Don't misunderstand me. We got forests out here. It's just that, like, I guess he just wants to destroy the remainder of the American forests. You know?
Lumber or fruits and vegetables from Mexico, moving it here, not that easy.
No, it takes time, and there are benefits that the president is touting, but there could be sacrifices in the short term. Sacrifice is not a word he typically would want to use with the American people. We'll see if it comes up tonight.
More on President Trump's tariffs and what they could mean for consumers. Elizabeth Schulze joins us to break down the potential.
They announced it yesterday, going to clear 280 million acres of national forest trees. Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, I suspect that it'll be much easier to do these sorts of things when you can't do an impact study because you fired every researcher and you think impact studies are woke and gay. I wonder what the long-term consequences will look like when you're just gutting the remainder of the American forests now. Oh, great. I love having people control the wheel that have no interest in being even remotely reasonable. Just doing absolute death and destruction. Great stuff.
Impact. And Elizabeth, what kind of products?
You can't ramp up production that quickly. There's also that side of it too, but I'm not even going to get into that. Okay. There's also obviously the fact that you can't just like materialize out of nowhere all of these businesses that seemingly did not exist. You know, you just can't do that.
Are going to be affected by these tariffs on Americans' top trading partners?
Hey, good morning, Robin. Well, the short answer here is that a lot of products that we buy day to day could get more expensive. Groceries, gas, shoes, clothes, electronics. Mexico, Canada, and China, they accounted for almost half of all of the goods that were shipped into the U.S. last year. And the way that these tariffs work is that American businesses that are importing goods from those countries will now have to pay the U.S. government a higher fee for their products to cross the border. A key goal there is to incentivize companies to rely on domestic manufacturers to boost jobs here. But in the short term, those American businesses will have to decide if they absorb higher costs from the tariffs or if they pass them down to their customers, Robin.
Okay, so if companies do pass down the costs, how soon could consumers pay higher prices?
Okay, so if these tariffs stay in place, economists expect you could start to see price hikes by Memorial Day. For groceries, it could be within weeks or even days, Robin. So take fresh produce, for example. About 63% of U.S. vegetable imports come from Mexico. Think bell peppers, cucumbers, strawberries, tomatoes, limes, avocados, a lot of that fresh produce. And grocers, they can't really stockpile those foods in advance. So if they decide to pass down the entire 25% tariff, that means your $3 avocado could end up costing $3.75 pretty quickly. Liquor, like tequila and Canadian whiskey, could also get more expensive. And then the auto sector, really another big one at risk here. Automakers rely on thousands of different car parts that are traded between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. If they are paying more to get those parts, you could end up paying $3,000 more for a new car. And some of the dealers that we've talked to say that they might raise those prices within months, Robin.
And many are wondering about gas prices, Elizabeth. Could they go up too?
They could. So about 60% of the crude oil that the U.S. imports comes from Canada. Our refineries are actually uniquely built to process Canadian oil. The national average right now for a gallon of gas about $3. Gas Buddy expects that the tariffs mean prices could go up by 15 cents a gallon in the Midwest.
That's right. My goat, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's fixing the cost of living crisis by making it so that by making it so expensive that you just die. It's so sick. He's doing it, man. This goes back to the thing that I was talking about initially, the resentment and the jealousy that I have, the envy that I have for Trump getting to do whatever he wants and his fan base just eating it up like it's the most brilliant thing that's ever happened. Like it's the most brilliant thing that's ever taken place. He's doing it again. He could just be like, yep, that's right. You're going to suffer, but it's okay because you deserve to suffer. We are going to deindustrialize the United States of America. The labor aristocracy. The labor aristocracy will suffer the largest penalties for the American empire's cruelty. Endless bounty. Unequal exchange is over, folks. Okay, let's listen to Maria Bartiromo crashing out at a auto dealership guy freaking out about these tariffs.
Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Yeah. Impact.
I love that for months I said, and many other people who understand what's going on said over and over again that this is going to tank the American economy, that this is going to make everything insanely expensive. Okay? We said this over and over again. And for some weird reason, no one on the conservative side ever took this seriously. Like, I don't get it.
Dramatic.
All of this will make the EU stronger. No, it won't. It absolutely will not. You're wrong.
It has sold order for a customer. $80,000 truck. It's $100,000 now. So he's not going to buy the truck. It's going to sit on my lot at the higher interest rates we're paying right now for floor plan, and nobody's going to buy the truck because it just had a $20,000 price increase.
Right. Kelley Blue Book will put the number up. They say the average vehicle will go up by about $3,000. Does it sound right to you?
No, it will not. We don't have the broad stroke. We don't have the linear, the tight strokes. But
I just wanted to make my camera smaller so you can see the Dow futures on the ticker in the corner there. Like while all of this is happening, the stock market is taking a nosedive, which is also weird. He said he was going to do it. Why didn't people? This is the other thing that I don't understand. Why is the stock market responding to this now? He's been saying he's going to do this for months at this point. I just do not understand. Stocks mostly rebound. I know, but like, I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm too stupid, I guess. I'm too stupid to understand the high IQ games that people are playing on the stock market.
But to me, it's a 25% tariff. So that affects our parts that come from over these countries and a whole bunch of our cars.
And you've been basing your business model on free trade, basically. This is what the American Automakers Policy Council says, Maria, in response to this. They say our American automakers invested billions in the U.S. to meet the requirements of the current free trade agreement. They shouldn't have their competitiveness undermined by tariffs that'll raise the cost of building vehicles in the U.S. and stymie investment in the American workforce while competitors from the outside of North America benefit. The German, no tariff on the German cars coming in now.
No, they're
Japanese.
They're going to be okay. But think about it. We built our business around that. The OEMs built their business around that, and now it changes on a dime. And we can't build a $4 billion plant overnight in the United States. So I think building in the United States is great. I think enhancing the participation from the other countries on the other things, but this is pretty radical.
I hear you. There you go, Maria, where the rubber meets the road here.
All right, great. Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, exactly. Jeff, thank you. Thank you so much. Jeff Flock at the Dodge Ram plant there. I mean, not plant. It's not a plant, Chris. They're selling cars. Thank you, dealership. But you know what? Let me ask you this, okay?
Yes.
How many Dodge Rams do you see driving around Europe? Okay.
I once again am asking Amerifat morons why they do not make cars that are appropriate for the European market and then sit there and demand that they drive these behemoth tanks on roads that cannot sustain them. Make better cars. It's so stupid. Make smaller, fuel-efficient cars with smaller engines. That's it. Abide by EU standards and regulations. The Chinese car manufacturers never turned around and were like, no, you're going to drive our version of these vehicles. We don't care. They looked at the market and they were like, okay, we'll make these incredibly competitive and very cheap electric vehicles, and we will flood your market, and they will be impossible to compete with on a price point because we're heavily subsidizing it. Okay? That's it. It's not like they were sitting around being like, no, we want to make tanks. Why won't the dumb Europeans purchase our tanks? The cars that we make here in the United States of America are ginormous. The F-150, until this past year, was the most popular vehicle year over year, okay? The F-150, the Ford F-150 pickup truck. The Ford F-150 pickup truck inside of the European Union needs a commercial driver's license to be able, for a European to operate an F-150, you need a commercial driver's license. Do you understand? You're immediately, automatically shut out from half of the European streets. You can't go into any European cities. It is ginormous. What are we doing here? It's so frustrating. Where they're like, why won't they buy our tanks? Why won't they do that? They made the calculation that the American cultural exports will eventually lead Europeans to want street tanks, and to some extent it's working. I see way too many Ram 1500s on the road here in Austria. Wait, really? I thought you meant Australia. I was about to say, well, they have a Ute culture over there, but Austria? That's crazy.
How many Dodge Rams do you see driving around India? I mean, not many, I bet. Why? Because they don't buy our cars. And that's what President Trump is trying.
Yeah, also, that's the other thing. Toyota literally sells different cars in the U.S. to match our needs and interests. You won't find a Tundra or Tacoma in the heart of Tokyo when they can't hit in this, when they can't fit in the side roads. Exactly. Even the Tacoma has become ginormous. And then you have the Tundra, which is the American competitor. It's crazy. I hate it. I hate that, the one good thing about the European Union is walkable cities and a walkable infrastructure and public transit. And that is partially because, they did that before the American brain rot set in. Okay, they did that. And now we're just going to force their hands and be like, nah, dude, you have to have these tanks. You have to literally rebuild your cities, destroy the public transit so that you can have Ford F-150 pickup trucks driving around. You have to literally destroy what remains of the parks and whatnot so you can create these ginormous parking lot structures.
Trying to change. Maybe Dodge should start building them here and selling them here.
Also, Ford, GM, etc. do the same thing. They have non-American models in the EU, for example. It's a common gripe with the EV community. These American automakers being cool EVs everywhere but the US. Think shooting brakes, saloons. why are cars so thick now? Like, is it just American culture nonsense? No, it's partially because of CAFE standards that if you make a vehicle so large that it just like becomes a commercial vehicle, basically, but you can still sell it as a regular vehicle. All right, where were we? All right, let's get back to this.
Much as 40 cents a gallon within a week in the Northeast, Robin.
All right, Elizabeth, our thanks to you.
We have some breaking news coming in. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking right now after the U.S. slapped Canada with 25% tariffs. Let's listen.
SUVs get the truck emission standards, so they get more lax emission standards. Exactly. It's a way to take advantage of a regulatory loophole, because that's how everything works in this goddamn country, because everyone is a charlatan.
So today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response.
Boom.
Canada will be implementing.
Yeah, enjoy not having maple syrup, you American dummies. I'm kidding. Obviously, there's so much more than just maple syrup. Let's be real, but
25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. Starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time. Should these tariffs not cease, we are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures. Measures which will demonstrate that there are no winners in a trade war. Now, just like I did a month ago, I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between. They've chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families. They've chosen to sabotage their own agenda that was supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States. And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped from the face of the earth. So on that point, let me be crystal clear. There is absolutely no justification or need whatsoever for these tariffs today. Now, the legal pretext your government is using to bring in these tariffs is that Canada is apparently unwilling to help in the fight against illegal fentanyl. Well, that is totally false. Let's look at the facts. Our border is already safe and secure. Far less than 1% of fentanyl flows and less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States.
I think one of the funniest aspects of this is like Trudeau is like subtly trying to throw Mexico under the bus here and also fact-checking Trump. But what's hilarious about it is that Claudia Sheinbaum did her version of this as well, which is that Claudia Sheinbaum said the objective reality, which is that fentanyl is trafficked into the United States by American nationals for the American public consumer. Okay? That's it. It's the truth. American citizens are the ones who are trafficking the fentanyl into the United States of America for the consumption of other American citizens. Okay? And in the process, those American citizens also defend the cartel's interests by giving them endless amounts of weapons. We are a belligerent state that is ruining the lives of, actively ruining the lives of countries that unfortunately are near our national boundaries. But God forbid we take ownership over any of that. No, it must be the Guatemalan abuelas, you know?
The United States comes from Canada. But we acted because we know we can always do better. We responded to concerns, including from the president, by implementing an ambitious $1.3 billion border plan. A border plan that includes generational investments in new AI and imaging tools to stop the flow of fentanyl in its tracks, stronger coordination and information sharing with American agencies, along with the deployment of drones, helicopters, and additional personnel to keep our border secure. Now, a month ago, as part of an agreement with the United States that paused the tariffs, we made further commitments. We appointed Kevin Brasseau as our fentanyl czar, a man who dedicated his multi-decade career in law enforcement to combating organized crime networks and drug trafficking. We designated 7 drug cartels, sick, evil groups who cynically profit off the pain and suffering of people on both sides of the border, as the terrorist organizations that they are. And just yesterday, we launched a new joint operations partnership supported by a $200 million investment between Canada's security and law enforcement agencies, a partnership that will enhance the coordination of information and intelligence in order to thwart criminal gangs involved in the illegal fentanyl trade.
He spends too much time on this. Trump does not care even a little bit about fentanyl. What's really interesting is he's doing the same thing that Zelensky did, which I think might have made sense in the past, maybe, but like doesn't currently make sense for present day America, which is respond reasonably and try to reason with the American audience by sidestepping Trump. Okay? He's not talking to Trump here. He's talking to the Americans, okay? He's being like, oh, your president is lying to you about this stuff. Please listen to what I have to say. Please listen to reason. And I think it's a foolhardy endeavor. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think that a lot of these Americans will ever hear out what Justin Trudeau is saying. Okay? They just don't care. I don't think they care at all. I don't think they care about the truth. I don't think they care about being reasonable or looking at the cold, hard data. I just think that they are purely spite-driven, very confused, very angry all the time, and Trump keeps their attention focused on vulnerable populations in general. It's worth a try. No, dude, it's not. I don't think it is. That's why I said the exact same thing about Zelensky. When Zelensky went on Brett Baer and like tried to talk directly to the American population and turn around and say like, you know, listen to what's going on. Like, my people are suffering. Okay. I'm a president. Like, I have to defend their interests. America, we love America. We love Americans. You've supported us throughout this process. I'm like, you know, we still need your help. I don't think Americans care. They just don't. I think that Americans are insanely selfish. I don't think that you are going to be able to win over the Americans as especially with like reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm just so jaded because I tried to get Americans as an American citizen to understand that things could be so much better if we had healthcare, for example, or if we just stopped spending so much money on war overseas and like giving unlimited billions to Israel so they can continue their baby murder campaign or whatever. And Americans say I'm a terrorist for that. They say I want vuvuzela rat eating. When I say, oh, I want socialized medicine in this country, Americans, a big chunk of them turn around and say, oh, you want Venezuela-style rat for dinner, rat for breakfast. That's what you want. They're brain broken. Like, I don't know. I try reasoning with the public all the time. And let me tell you, as someone who tries to reason with them using logic, using common sense, many of them do not respond. The only thing that they respond to is you know, the direct impact of Trump's actions. Once it starts hurting them directly, they'll notice it, they'll feel it. Only then will they wake up to that reality. And even then, many of them will still go, oh, it's because we haven't like done enough cruelty to migrants or something.
Critically, our actions are working. As the U.S. Customs and Border Protection just
you are not the leader of a country.
There was a 97% drop in fentanyl seizures from January compared to December, to a near zero low of less than half an ounce seized in January, even with all the further enforcements and actions we've taken at the borders. In sum, we stepped up. We engaged closely and constructively with the president and his administration. We did everything we promised. We stuck to our word. And we did it because we believe in working together to protect our citizens. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American, Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the US have done together for decades, for generations. And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald.
Because he's woke. Because he's woke and he is Fidel Castro's next of kin. That's why. Because Justin Trudeau is a communist.
They point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Yeah, look, the thing is, I will say this much, okay? Part of the reason why I'm not anti-tariff across the board is because I do think that it has the capacity to beef up domestic manufacturing, okay, if done correctly. If it's managed through unions like the UAW, for example, and they play a big role in how manufacturing can be increased, for example. I just don't trust the Donald Trump administration to actually actively give a seat at the table to the UAW, though. I think it could be done correctly. It just can't be blanket tariffs across the board for each individual nation. What he's doing here is basically breaking the toys that America benefited from for years and years and years. That's all he's doing. Trade negotiations that he actually renegotiated. The USMCA is the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement is literally NAFTA 2. Donald Trump implemented that. Okay? So when he turns around and he's like, yeah, I don't want it no more. What I find very strange about these decisions is that these are negotiations and agreements that benefited America and the American consumers, often at the cost of American manufacturing. Clawing that back and reshaping American priorities and reshaping American manufacturing in this way is not necessarily a bad thing in the long term if done correctly. But of course, as is the case with Donald Trump, he's not doing it correctly. I don't think that he's doing it for a good reason. I don't think he's doing it to improve American manufacturing. But to be fair, I also don't know what he is trying to do anyway, because so much of the Trump administration is just genuine insanity. Yeah, we'd have to do China level central planning to actually reindustrialize. Just doing blanket tariffs makes no sense. I know.
We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want to see. And now, to my fellow Canadians, I won't sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough, even though we're all going to pull together, because that's what we do. We will use
the craziest thing that watches the leftist who was in the streets in the 90s and early 2000s against these trade agreements. Yeah. How do you think he's going to get out of it? I don't even know what the hell he's doing. I've just never seen a right-wing administration behave like this. like I've never really, even liberal administrations now don't behave like this. I don't think it's like a repolarization happening in the two American major parties. I don't think that like Trump is now actively trying to bring back American manufacturing and create strong labor unions for Americans. Like, I just don't think that he's doing that. Because if he was doing that, he would not be actively destroying the administrative state. He would not be actively destroying the administrative state while simultaneously, yeah, this is from 2 months ago. Hold on, there's a newer version of this that I believe he did a couple days ago. I'm going to watch this instead. Yanis Varoufakis, former Greek finance minister, friend of the show, one of my favorite bald men, is on Rana Khalek's Dispatches on BT, Breakthrough News, talking about what possibly could be the reason for why Trump is doing all of the things that he's doing in terms of tariffs. Let's take a look.
And it is a rational plan. It is a well thought out plan. For me, it is a terrible plan in the sense that it works against the interests of the majority of Americans and against the interests of the majority of humanity. But we need to understand it before we fight it. And the liberal establishment are like headless chickens running around in the hope that somehow Trump is going to fail as a result of not having a plan. He's not going to have to fail because he doesn't have a plan. If he fails, he will fail because there will be people and movements that oppose him who understand his plan. So I just wanted to make this clear.
No, it's important. It's an important caveat. Yeah.
Okay. So what is the plan? To begin with, to understand his plan, we have to understand his main gripe, his main discontent regarding the state of the United States. The vast majority of people around the world, and that includes me, we believe that, and I think we're not wrong to believe, that the United States has an exorbitant privilege, and that is the US dollar. The
US dollar and the US markets. Okay? America is an incredibly wealthy nation. And that's why even the poorest Americans, in comparison to like middle class people in Europe, for example, are still, when compared on the global marketplace, have a lot more purchasing power, right? Like that's why sometimes people will say stuff like, "Oh well, you know, Alabama's like a wealthier than England," right? Like people say stuff like that all the time. Now, and that's true. There's truth to that. Your PC is totally freezing up? No, everything is fine on my end. What ended up happening, I think, is a server side issue on the Twitch side. Might depend where in the EU.
US dollar is the only currency.
Credit card debt is not purchasing power? Yes, it is. You're wrong. It quite literally is if you are someone who's selling goods in the American marketplace. It doesn't matter if it's being purchased with credit card debt. What matters is the money that you're getting. That's it. That's it. That's literally, like, I understand where you're coming from, because it doesn't, that is precisely the reason why, if you simply look at GDP and if you simply look at purchasing power, you kind of fail to recognize that, like, Americans on average have a way worse quality of life than Europeans on average do, because European states at least like create a comfortable barrier of security and offer some social safety nets that Americans do not have, and that they have to purchase in the private marketplace. This also then feeds back into the GDP, ironically enough. But in terms of selling goods into the American market, in terms of selling goods to the Americans, it doesn't matter if they're buying it with credit card debt or not. If you're a manufacturer of goods and you want to enter the American marketplace, you don't care if they're buying it with credit card debt. You don't care if they're buying it with predatory loans. Okay, you just care about them buying your goods. Okay? That's it.
Of the world that is in demand independently of what the United States produces. So the only reason why you want the British pound is if you want to buy something produced in Britain, or if you want to go to Britain as a visitor, as a tourist. Nobody else wants pounds, really. Maybe for speculation. Right? But I'm speaking to you from Athens. When I put gas, petrol in my motorcycle, right? Even if it is a Greek company buying petrol from a Greek or a French company that has purchased crude oil from, let's say, Libya. So there's no American corporation involved at all. That act of purchasing gas for my motorcycle increases.
Fix your PowerPoint, bro. I think, Chatter, I think it's a you issue. I think you're gonna have to refresh. The stream is, I believe, fine for everyone else.
The demand for dollars, because oil is denominated in dollars. So that's exorbitant privilege of the United States. It's what allows, as I was saying before, the Germans to keep selling their net exports to the United States, the Chinese to do this, the Japanese to do it, and how this is all recycled through Wall Street, and it becomes rents for the rentier class in the United States. It becomes rents for the bankers in Wall Street, and so on and so forth. But Trump, while understanding all this and loving it, he loves the fact that the dollar has these exorbitant powers for the United States ruling class, and he's one of them. Nevertheless, he sees this exorbitant privilege also, or primarily, as an exorbitant burden. From his perspective, he's a nationalist. He doesn't like the fact that the United States can no longer build nuclear submarines because you don't have an engineering sector anymore. You're not producing enough steel. He once said back in the 80s, in 1982, 83, I saw a quote from him that if you don't have steel, you don't have a country. And America is not producing steel anymore in any substantial quantities. It's China primarily, and also Germany. So for him, this exorbitant privilege, which he adores, comes with the exorbitant burden of effectively shrinking the United States. But then he has also an economic theory behind it, which leads him to conclude that this exorbitant privilege is not going to last long, that carnage will come to the United States. And I don't think he's wrong on this. His argument is this. Now, why does the United States have such a large trade deficit vis-a-vis Germany, Japan, China, and so on? Why is it that the market doesn't work? Because if Paul Krugman and all the other liberal establishment economists were right, that markets work to equilibrate through demand and supply prices, interest rates, and exchange rates, the dollar should have fallen because America has a trade deficit. Every country that has a trade deficit, its currency comes down. But why is the dollar not coming down? Because it has this exorbitant privilege, because people want it for other reasons. But from the perspective of Trump's team, not just Trump, but he has a team of economists around him who are not dodos, who are, quite smart. They may be evil, but they are smart. And what they realize is that that's their thinking, that's their analysis, that the reason why the dollar is not coming down is because the central banks of the foreign countries, of foreigners, foreign central banks, hoard dollars. Now, why do they hoard dollars? Because dollar is the reserve currency. Yeah. So when Germany sells cars to the United States, you have all these dollars going back to Germany. And what happens with these dollars? The vast majority of them, the dollars that are not returned by Mercedes-Benz to New York, they are hoarded by the Central Bank of Europe. Similarly, by the Bank of England, by the Bank of Switzerland, by the Bank of Sweden, by the Bank of Japan, by the Bank of China, increasingly. Right? $3 trillion is held by the Central Bank of Japan. $3,000 billion. That's not to be scoffed at. And why do they hold these dollars? Why don't they convert them into their own currency in order to increase economic activity? Because this is how they preserve their currency at low levels.
If you have a conscience, it's unbearable.
Here,
join us.
Because when you hoard these dollars, right, then the value of the dollar vis-a-vis your own currency goes up, and the competitiveness of your export sector is enhanced. And therefore, Trump says, you see, the foreigners are taking advantage of us. We are gifting them the reserve currency, which keeps their currencies down and keeps their currencies backstopped. Instead of holding gold or whatever, diamonds, they're holding our dollars. And in so doing, they are disadvantaging our exporters, and they're advantaging their exporters who are importing into the United States. And this
is why he's mad at Japan. I mean, this is why America historically tanked. This is initially why America tanked the Japanese economy as well, which is like how in the 90s Japan went into turned into a multiple decade of I mean, still to this day has experienced stagnation, because if it's super cheap to make goods in Japan and then sell it to the American marketplace, also super cheap, then obviously it's just something that it's something that America is not going to be fond of. If the U.S. dollar is strong, exporting goods out of USA is hard because importing country needs to buy strong, i.e. expensive USD.
For you have the U.S. trade deficit. Okay, so
does China do this as well? Stockpile U.S. dollars? Of course, every country does, and yes, China does as well.
Here comes the story about the tariffs. Now, conventionally, liberal establishment economists think that Trump is an idiot because he can't see that tariffs can't work to eliminate the US trade deficit. Their view is, and this is not wrong, where they are wrong is they think that Trump doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand it. What the story is that, yes, you slap tariffs on Chinese aluminum or Chinese plastics or Chinese clothes, right? But that will increase the price that American consumers have to pay, and that will jeopardize America's economy because it will push inflation up. But that at some point is not going to eliminate the trade deficit because as this happens, the dollar will go up. And as the dollar goes up, in the end, American consumers will not be paying more because even though they will have to pay the tariff, the dollar value will have gone up. So what they pay in Walmart is not going to be greater. Now, Trump knows that entirely. I've read policy papers that are circulating amongst his team, and they know this precisely, and they love it. You know why? Because that's...
No way Trump understands all that? No, it's not Trump that understands it. It's, guys, just like Joe Biden didn't run the American government unilaterally, Donald Trump is not running the American government unilaterally. He has a bunch of people around him that are telling him to make these decisions because they are setting what they perceive is going to be the future of the American economy. That's it. You think Donald Trump makes these decisions on his own? Of course not. Like, that's why Project 2025, I don't know what that is, when he was saying stuff like that, it was always ridiculous. Of course, he gets all of his notes from the Heritage Foundation and the American Enterprise Institute. Yes. And it's not just Elon Musk. There's an eclectic group of people that have similar goals and similar interests, which is like advancing the interests of capital and undermining the administrative state. And some of them might be at odds with one another in terms of like how America should do trade in the future. And that's a pretty significant disagreement. But ultimately, right now, as it stands, all of these guys are just holding on. Okay? They recognize that America is dying. It's a dying empire. And they want to pick apart the scraps. They're not necessarily known for long-term thinking and stability. Capital owners don't really think in decades. They think in quarters. They think in quarterly earnings reports, which is precisely the reason why they're like, all right, well, if America's dying, we might as well, pick the corpse apart for scraps while that is happening. Republicans making the money they didn't make in 4 years that they weren't inside the White House through insider trading? Not necessarily that either.
How they will get foreigners to pay for the tariffs? Because here it is something that they state explicitly in their policy papers. We slap tariffs on them. Their central banks will immediately reduce their interest rates to absorb the recessionary shock to their own economies from our tariffs. As they reduce interest rates, their currency is going to go down, the dollar will go up. In the end, the import prices, the prices that Americans pay will not have changed much, but something will have changed. The trade deficit will not be eliminated, but one thing will have changed. The foreigners will be paying us money. They will be paying for the tariffs. And that for the US administration, for the Trump administration is great. Not only will they be collecting the tariff money, but remember, Congress, and particularly the House of Reps, has the purse strings for tax receipts, but not for tariff receipts. To increase the amount of money that the US government gets from the American taxpayer, Trump has to convince Congress. And there he has a very thin majority, and there is just bedlam. He really doesn't want to have to negotiate with Congress.
I thought the prices were supposed to go up. Is that not true? No, I think it will. I mean, that is in the short term, I think that prices will go up. Having said that, however, this is Yanis Varoufakis trying to say that there is a reason for why Donald Trump's administration, like he's trying to figure out what could possibly be the logical reason. And it's one of the only explanations that I've heard thus far that at least like have some semblance of logic associated with it. That there is a reason for why he's doing this. and that is that he considers the power that the American dollar has a major issue with American manufacturing, and there's obviously truth to that as well, right? And that if he by way of implementing these tariffs, he wants to force other countries to make their goods more expensive so that the American manufacturing comes back and other countries actually buy from the United States of America. But in the short term, this will absolutely harm the American economy as it stands.
But the moment he slaps the tariffs, the stream of money goes to the Treasury without any negotiation with Congress. And indeed, he can actually even spend this money. There are some legal impediments, but we know how much he respects those. And that's phase one. Nothing has been accomplished by the end of phase one to bring down the US trade deficit. He has increased his Treasury stake through the tariffs, and he's made the foreigners suffer and pay for it. And now comes phase two, which is a grand negotiation. Then he says to them, and this is not novel really, Reagan did that to the Japanese in 1985. Reagan gathered everybody. If you have ever heard of the so-called Plaza Accords of 1985, he gathered the European central bankers and so on, but primarily he had the Japanese there, and he put them under their thumb and said, similarly to what Trump wants to do, you're going to revalue the yen, or I'm going to slap tariffs on you. Now, Trump first slaps the tariffs and then says to the Chinese, to them, to the Germans, to the Saudis and so on, you are now going to revalue your currency. But how? You're going to take a chunk of the dollars that you're holding and you're going to sell them. That way, you are sell them, for your own currency. That way, you will revalue the euro, the yen, the won, and so on. Alternatively, if you don't have that many dollars, and the European Union, the Eurozone doesn't have that many dollars, it is the Japanese that have more than $1 trillion and the Chinese who have $3 trillion.
Yeah, Giannis is right. When you slap tariffs on countries, countries will reduce their interest rates to protect their industry, so their currencies will go down against the dollar. Hence, the tariffs costs will be absorbed by those countries instead of the U.S., and prices won't go up. Maybe. I do not understand is that for that to work, factories and offices have to build first in the U.S. for this, and not only tax incentives have to be created, but bank loan and bank advantages have to be implemented. I think you're not fully understanding him. The price of the dollar goes up on the global market in the end, making foreign goods cheaper in the end while still getting tariff money. I do not foresee the price of goods immediately coming down or even staying relatively stable while and then maybe in the long term creating a big boon in manufacturing, especially because in the short term this will literally lead to layoffs, like mass layoffs in general. The chatter is wrong. When the US dollar increases in value, that means our exports are going to go up in price and the trade deficit will not close. The U.S. also relies on non-substitutable goods abroad. Yeah. If you have, like, when it comes to raw materials, like, there is no substitute. What are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? If we just don't have it here, what are you supposed to do? He's not doing any carve-outs whatsoever. Maybe he will down the line, and I don't understand it. Or maybe he's signaling that he might do that, but he hasn't said anything about it. It just, like, doesn't make sense. Commerce Secretary Lutnick, Trump may roll back Canada and Mexico I'm done. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why am I doing this? Why? Why are we doing this? What the hell is going on? What a goddamn clown show. Okay, I'm done. You can't. I'm officially placing Trump in the unique position that I've only placed one other global leader on, the Vladimir Putin insanity position. Okay, that's it. Officially, I'm done looking for reason behind his actions. I'm lying. I will always still try to find a logical reason why he's doing the things that he's doing, even if I disagree with it. But goddamn, it's just like it doesn't. April Fool's ass tariffs. The goal isn't entirely to bring manufacturing back to America. When the Canadian loonie goes down in worth and the American dollar gains value, America can then purchase the same Canadian products, lumber, etc., at a lower price since the American dollar is stronger. One day, just like your suspension, yeah. Donald Trump pulled a classic HasanAbi bait and switch.
I think in terms of what he wants, I heard he talked about banking again this morning in a tweet, which doesn't make any sense because American banks, there's about 16 American banks currently active in Canada holding about $113 billion worth of assets in this country. So the American banks are alive and well and prospering in Canada. It's an example of not really being able to see what it is that he wants, because even the excuse that he's giving for these tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us. Now, first of all, that's never going to happen. We will never be the...
That's a crazy thing to be discussing as a world leader, by the way. The fact that your southern neighbor is led by an insane person. Okay? The fact that you are a leader of a sovereign nation and your southern neighbors are led by a madman that you have to factor in. You have to factor in that he might be simply trying to weaken the Canadian economy and then make it easier to annex. Wild stuff, man.
51st state. But yeah, he can do damage to the Canadian economy, and he's started this morning. But he is rapidly going to find out, as American families are going to find out, that that's going to hurt people on both.
Welcome to Eastern Europe. Yeah.
And yeah, we're probably...
Yeah, he's doing the United Socialist States of America, okay? He's doing the United Soviet States of America. USA. You just add one more S, dude. It's over. Canada is it's not balkanizing. We're turning it into USA, Yugoslavia, the glorious Yugoslavia-ification of North America, the North American continent.
Probably going to keep booing the American anthem. But let me tell Americans, we're not booing.
Similar to what? Similar to Ukraine worrying about Russia? Look, I'm not making predictions. Like I said, I've learned my lesson from the past, okay? Donald Trump is a madman. I'm not making predictions about Donald Trump, just like I don't make predictions about Vladipoo, okay? They sometimes do some insane stuff, okay? They engage in insanity. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what the logical through line is.
We're not booing your teams. We're not booing your players. We're booing a policy that is designed to hurt us. And we're insulted. And we're angry. But we're Canadian, which means we're going to stand up for each other. We're going to fight. And we're going to win.
So, Harris, let's get to this really quick.
Trump was Governor Trudeau on notice for criticizing tariffs. Please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada. Governor. He calls him Governor Trudeau because he's saying like it's a part of the American empire now. That when he puts on a retaliatory tariff in the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. U.S. Commerce Secretary says the tariffs on Canada are just getting started. But here's also Howard Lutnick talking about Mexicans and Canadians. There, let's take a look.
He's going to come out today angry that Americans are still being killed. Now, both the Mexicans...
The fentanyl stuff is ridiculous, by the way. It is like the stupidest way to package it. It is straightforwardly the dumbest way to try and package this. To be like, oh yeah, we're doing this for fentanyl.
Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because, you know, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more and I'll meet you in the middle some way. And we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
Just to clarify,
he's going to come out today angry that Americans are still being killed. Now, both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because, you know, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more and I'll meet you in the middle some way. And we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
Just to clarify,
he's going to come out today angry that Americans are still being killed. Now, both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because, you know, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more.
Sorry. Okay. This is what Hasan should be banned for? Okay. I didn't realize it was only 30 seconds long. Is there a way that we can do an annulment of this past election, some kind of recall? Nope. How would the tariffs even affect the trafficking of fentanyl? No, it's just like, it is an incredibly silly legal justification for why Trump is engaging in these retaliatory tariffs. He can't just be like, I'm just going to tariff you because I want to cripple your economy, or I'm just going to tariff you for this or that reason. So he has to come up with a reason for why he's doing this. And in his mind, the best way to package this is by talking about issues that he talked about throughout the election, which is fentanyl deaths. Okay. He has no legal power to do it without declaring an emergency on fent. Okay. Well, let's continue with this.
With President Trump just responding to Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, writing this on Truth Social, quote, please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., a reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. Harris, the fight began on your show with Trudeau, and it doesn't seem like Trump's backing down.
Well, look, I mean, he's not President Trump. He is a prime minister of a neighboring country on its way out, on his way out. And I don't think he gamed out the things that he said and the effect that it could potentially have on the Canadian people. He made a selfish move today, and he called the president of the United States dumb. So look, or his actions dumb. It effectively is the same thing, the way he put it. So look, I mean, this is not going to lift Canada's position at all. And it just makes the art of the deal much more difficult for Trudeau on behalf of his country. And he's running out of time. So we're dealing with him now. In 30 days, the process, or less than 30 days by the end of this month, begins to replace him per his exit announcement about a month and a half ago. So then we're going to be dealing with somebody else. I mean, if he really wants, he has nothing to lose. I put this out there. But I think, you know, he's legacy leadership in that country. He is marring the name Trudeau for times to come. He needs to Zelensky this. Either get on your X, pick up the phone, and say, look, here's what I meant, and clean it up on aisle 7. We'll see if it happens.
You know, and Sandra, as we think about this, you know, I just think back to first term and some of the headlines like Politico, Trump drops tariff threat on Mexico after migration deal is reached. And we remember the USMCA, the impetus for that was a tariff threat. And you end up getting this trade deal. So a lot of times with Trump, he's taking these moves, he's making these moves, and you wonder if it's pursuant to something that comes on the horizon. But you have to have another leader on the other side willing to concede. And with Trudeau, he doesn't have a lot to lose on his way out the door.
Well, remember, he's ginned up a lot of support for this by saying we're not going to be taken advantage of it anymore. And if he sticks to that message, he'll continue to get support for this. This is obviously playing out in a very public way. I was just taking a peek at the markets to see if there was a reaction to the president's response. And if anything, the markets have come off of their lows.
Oh, look at that.
Bro, look, I give all glory to Jusha, okay, all the time, to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So please do not misunderstand me when I say this. But this is literally the old Korean lady on television, okay? This is crazy. I mean, someone's got to have that dear leader link. I mean, come on. Does the market price in radicalizing your northern neighbors to loathe you? No. It does kind of feel like they're doing the Did you just send me a Russia Today link? That's crazy. That's crazy, chatter. There's no other link that has actually no other outlet talking about Claudia statements. Are you trying to get me clapped again? Well, what the hell? Are you trying to get me destroyed again by libs? The libs are going to be like, there it is. Yeah, this is Fox News.
주체 패고 2016년 1월 6일 10시 주체 조선의 첫 수소탄 시험이 성공적으로 진행.
That's my goat. I love her. Okay, I love her. She's amazing.
Right? So, I mean, this is fascinating to see this play out in such a public way.
How do investors see this?
Uncertainty, you know? I don't think you can look at the market and just say that it's saying it doesn't like the tariffs or it loves the tariffs because the market's up one day or down one day. Just uncertainty, investors cannot stand. And so markets will go down if they don't know what's happening next. And perhaps that's what we're seeing right now.
Some certainty maybe Canada will call.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
Western chauvinist? No. I actually like her. I don't like these people, but I like her. She deserves the new flat that she got that was gifted to her by Kim Jong-un, okay?
We'll all wait with bated breath to see what happens next. This is all playing out.
To be fair, they granted Biden the same amount of charity. No, that's not true. I mean, they did on certain issues, like when they talked about how brilliant he was and how he wasn't actually mentally decrepit. But, bro, there is no comparison here. Like Fox News to Donald Trump versus CNN to Joe Biden is crazy. Like They actively lie to the American public about his mental faculties. That much is true. But when Joe Biden would do stuff, they would absolutely laser him in the off chance that he actually did anything really, I don't know, pulling out of Afghanistan. Do you not remember? They constantly also harped on him for not being right-wing enough. They constantly harped on him for not being right-wing enough in terms of the migrant crisis at the border. They like actively hammered him.
Rather dramatically ahead of tonight's joint address to Congress.
Yeah, that's going to be at 6 p.m. Doug Ford warns Trump he will cut off energy to the U.S. with a smile on my face if it comes to it. Okay?
Nervous? Yeah, they're nervous because of President Trump. We have to make sure you have two choices here, folks. We roll over as a country and just let them run over us, or we fight like hell, like we've never fought before. I'm taking option 2. I'm fighting like hell, and we're going to protect Canada. He's underestimating the Canadian people, the resilience of the Canadian people, and the strength of the Canadian people. I said, number 1, I don't start a tariff war, but we're going to win this tariff war. Right off the hop, I've directed the LCBO, we're the largest purchaser of alcohol in the world, to remove every bit of U.S. alcohol off the shelves. I know my good friend, the governor of Kentucky, he's losing his mind right now. I said, you better talk to your president. Mitch McConnell, senior senator from Kentucky, they're losing their mind. We purchased over $1 billion of alcohol, 3,600 products, 35 states. It's going to hit them. We call them the kitchen table issues. Then we're going to cancel Starlinks right away from Elon Musk. Not that $100 million makes a difference for him, but it's principle. I've directed the procurement of over $30 billion of goods, not to go to the U.S., to make sure we buy Ontario first. And if we can't find it in Ontario and we can't build it in Ontario, we go across the country.
All right.
And our retaliation is going to be surgically targeted to create the maximum pressure on the White House to stop what the Wall Street Journal has described quite rightly as the dumbest.
Dude, if Canada does a BDS on America, it would be so awesome. I mean, look, more power to you guys, okay? More power to you, okay? Developing resentment towards America KKK in this way, perhaps it should have happened for a million different reasons and for better ones, but I'll take it where I can get it. Canadians, I am with you. Let your chat know that Doug Ford is a monster. Calling him base is gross. Yeah, for sure. This is also making the worst people in Canadian politics look good too, especially in the eyes of Canadians in general.
Trade war in history. An example of a measure that
just don't boycott me, okay? I'm a anti-imperialist, anti-American content creator, so please don't. Please keep building a carve out for your BDS Canadian HasanAbi heads, and please keep subscribing with your Canadian dollars, even if it's not at the top of the hour, okay? Which you can do for, I think, what is it, like $6-7 Canadian dollars, or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can still use your Twitch Prime to subscribe, especially if you couldn't resubscribe yesterday because I got banned, for those of you who don't know. So it's 8 CAD. Okay, $8 CAD. Don't worry, you're an honorary member of the Quebec Libre movement. We got you. I am. This is true. Canuck Bucks. Yeah. Like this is actually correct. Here's the other thing. Where is it? Doug Ford just won another election. I think it was in large part due to his response to the tariffs. He will continue to dismantle healthcare in Ontario. Exactly. So Trump's idiotic actions against Canada has unironically made people like Doug Ford look better. And now with that popularity, with that popular mandate, Doug Ford will continue to undermine social services in Ontario. So, what is this? Got a new contract while he was banned? Unbelievable. I did not get a new contract. I am not running ads. I was kidding. Subscribing, which you don't have to do, but if you want to, you can subscribe. You can send me links. If you subscribe, you can clip stuff. You get some amenities. What? Squeaks has some choice words for your video.
These sound so.
What is this? I've probably been banned.
These sound so cool. He sounds like a vibrator. Sorry.
That's crazy. That's crazy. What's up, everyone? If you're seeing this, that means I've probably been banned. That's right. Cancel.
sorry.
That's crazy. I'll take it. Much better than XQ Snake, dude. XQ called out Twitch for unbanning HasanAbi only one day after suspending him. Just comical, dude. What a joke, dude. He said. Snake. XQ Snake. You're the snake, baby. Why are you surrounded by backstabbers for real? Come on, dude. Look at the industry. Like, yes, Twitch streaming is... Look. There are a lot of wonderful people that I've met in this career, okay? And then there are a lot of people who have absolutely abused my charitable nature over and over again. It's not surprising. If you've been following any of the XCC drama between me and him for the past couple of years, I think you know where he stands on all these issues. He is actively trying to win back people now. And, you know, more power to him. But he's always going to farm me. The quicker you understand that a lot of people have direct financial incentives and that's the only thing they care about and nothing else, the easier you will make sense of how people operate in this industry. It's just the truth. You should farm him, to be honest. I don't give a shit. He's already rich? What do you mean? I know. He is. And in the process, he shed a lot of the... He basically forced a lot of people's hands into just like shutting him out. He'll still be able to collaborate with many other people. He has a massive audience, and eventually, if he's like even a little bit nice to them, that a lot of content creators will return and collaborate with him and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, he's talked about how lonely he feels and how shitty this industry is without recognizing that it's because he treated everybody like shit. There is virtually no other way to describe this. Okay? That's it. He has actively treated every single content creator in his orbit like shit. No matter how nice people have been to him. If you smell dog poop everywhere you go, you wake up and you smell shit. Go to the coffee shop, you smell shit. Maybe it's not everywhere else that smells like shit. Maybe you are the one who stepped in the shit. Or maybe you are the piece of shit. And it's not just X. You see a lot of content creators have major egos, myself included. You know, it's understandable. It is what it is. Let's get back to the where was it? Let's get back to the tariff. 100% tariffs on Teslas. Canadian Prime Minister candidate reveals tariff response plans against the United States. I was considering writing a piece based on why so many people attack you over other left-wing voices online. The far right is a term for the jockeying that happens in spaces that are before politics, but which create the cultural narratives that far right use to convert people. Metapolitics. You exist in gaming and anime spaces as a left-winger and someone who completely debunks all the stereotypes the right likes to use to discredit the left is why you get so much heat. Yeah, it's also why I have also retained a relatively sizable audience in spite of all of that. And I think that really pisses people off. That's what it is. That frustrates a lot of people where they're like, why do people still subscribe to him? Why do people still support this guy? He's bad. Look at all of my friends that say he's bad. Do you think you still attract new audiences considering the hate train you get? Yeah. I think the hate train is so overwhelming and so consistent that I think a lot of people go, I'm going to look into this myself. There are plenty of people who come in here and they're like, okay, well, maybe I was a little misguided about the way that people presented you. And I think that funnels in new people all the time. Because like, I've seen this quite a bit, especially with like the Ethan Klein stuff, where Ethan is not exactly a popular content creator either. He's been around for quite a long time, and a lot of people have made up their minds on him, and some people like him a lot, and a lot of people also despise him online. Some of the reasons why a lot of people despise him online are ridiculous reasons and bad reasons, and there's also good reasons for why people are angry at him as well. And in that process, when he just like engaged in the extensive crash out, people go, okay, well, his insanity caused me to go and take a look, you know? Because you can't maintain a reasonable approach if you're actively just like going, everything and anything that this person does is wrong, and I'm going to assume the exact opposite, the exact opposite position, people are just gonna be like, all right, well, you know, maybe I'll make up my mind on my own.
Buenos días a todos. Hemos decidido responder con medidas arancelarias y no arancelarias que anunciaré en plaza pública el próximo domingo. No es de ninguna manera o el propósito.
My goat Claudia, I wish Mexico would annex. I wish Mexico would annex America so that we could be under the protectorate of Claudia Sheinbaum. It is by no means our purpose to start an economic or trade confrontation.
Iniciar una confrontación económica o comercial que desafortunada
which
y
unfortunately and regrettably
es lo opuesto
is
a
the
lo que
opposite of what we
deberíamos
should
estar
be doing.
haciendo. Es decir,
that is
integrar más nuestras
integrating our economies
para
more to strengthen our
fortalecer nuestra
region.
región. Nadie gana
Nobody
con
wins
esta
with this
decisión.
decision.
Por el contrario,
On the contrary, it
afecta a
affects
los
the people
pueblos
we
que
represent.
representamos. A las
To the
mexicanas
Mexican women and
y
men.
mexicanos.
Ooh, she's woke. She said women first.
Les recuerdo
I remind
que
you that
nosotros
we have
tenemos
based the
fincado
growth
el crecimiento
for the
desde
last
hace
6
años
years
en el
on the
fortalecimiento
strengthening
del
of the
mercado
domestic
interno,
market,
la creación de empleos
the
mediante
creation of jobs
inversión
through public
pública,
investment,
el aumento al
and the
salario
increase in
mínimo
minimum wage and
y
welfare
los programas
programs.
de bienestar.
Amazing. Also, retaliatory tariffs are coming in from China as well. I'm an example of making up my mind on my own. I feel like the hate Hasan gets is pretty unfair. Do I agree with everything Hasan says? No, but I also don't understand the level of hate that is directed this way. It's parasocial. That's what it is. A lot of people have parasocial desires to do right by their favorite content creators. And when their favorite content creators are actively making money constantly and consistently saying, I'm the worst person on the planet, on the face of the planet every single day, they start believing them. I don't even fault those people, to be honest. I genuinely don't fault those people because most people are busy. They got jobs. They don't have time to come in and tune in and make up their own minds about a content creator. It just kind of like washes away. And they just develop that resentment without really considering it because the content creator that they trust is actively poisoning the well. The people, however, that do actually follow through on the brigading and consistently freaking out over this kind of thing, that's a little different. Like that is, how are you engaging in what you consider to be a righteous battle for a random content creator? My guy, you also say some really dumb shit sometimes. Yeah. Well, again, I'm a Twitch streamer. Of course I say dumb shit from time to time, perhaps even all the time. Like, what do you mean? Who doesn't say dumb shit? Do you not say dumb shit on a day-to-day basis? The only difference is you're not saying it in front of 50,000 people and you don't have active people trying to clip that and immediately be like, see, this is bad. And also, weaponizing their misunderstanding. The dumb shit they're referring to. That's all right. That would be a beautiful future, let me tell you. Yeah, so many people you meet or collab IRL say that they assumed you were a meme based on all the clip chimps of you out there. Yep. Let's continue. Let's see what the Chinese retaliatory tariffs look like.
China. Let's get to China as that country does retaliate against these tariffs. Our Eunice Yoon is in Beijing with the latest. Hi, Eunice.
Hey, Carl. Well, the Chinese government, as you guys had mentioned, had threatened all necessary measures, countermeasures, when it comes to their reaction. But this batch actually was relatively limited. Minutes after President Trump's tariffs had kicked in, China announced tariffs on the agricultural sector for the main part. This was 10 to 15% tariffs on imports of soybeans, sorghum, beef, fruits, chicken, corn, cotton, wheat. Some of the, in one case or in some of the cases, China is the biggest buyer of these products, such as soybeans and cotton. During President Trump's first trade war, China had also targeted agricultural products, and at that time it was really seen as a political calculation that China would want to target President Trump's political base. Now, this time the Chinese also imposed various business restrictions on more than 25 companies. 10 of them were added to an unreliable entity list, so they're blacklisted, 15 added to export control list. A lot of these firms are for the most part in the defense industry, don't have a whole lot of business in China, if any at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like America's letting China purchase American weapons anyway, right?
And had already been sanctioned by Beijing. The one interesting company was among all of these was Illumina. This was the company that had been blacklisted in February after President Trump's February tariffs had kicked in. That company has now been banned from importing its gene sequencer machines, and China does account for 7% of Illumina's sales. That was the most high-profile corporate among the group. So it does give you a sense that we're seeing a lot of action, a lot of noise with these measures, but no household names.
Eunice, our Commerce Secretary was on a few moments ago, really emphasizing the element about fentanyl. And the Journal piece today reads, Chinese officials have said in recent weeks that U.S. tariffs make them less likely to help solve the fentanyl problem. Is that true?
For President Xi Jinping, he is not going to be like the Canadian or Mexican leaders, not going to be seen as somebody who would pick up the phone and try to work something out with President Trump and be seen as kind of bending the knee to President Trump, to the Chinese public. So President Xi would probably go to Trump on his own terms. And that is really important for the Chinese leadership to make sure that their public knows that, or at least believes that, President Xi is in control.
Eunice, when it comes to some of these agricultural products, chicken, wheat, corn, cotton, 15% tariffs, are there other places the Chinese are going to be able to go to find those kinds of agricultural products at a lesser price? Do you know?
Yeah, definitely. They've been doing this. They've been diversifying since 2018. So they've been moving to looking at Brazil for the most part for, say, corn. They've been trying to reduce a lot of their reliance on the U.S. when it comes to these agricultural products. And that's expected to continue, especially in this climate.
Now, Eunice, I also remember, I'm sure we had a conversation around this at the time, when we reached, under the last Trump administration, there was a deal reached with China in some way that involved them buying a lot of agricultural products. I don't
Bricks rising.
remember the exact target number, but I don't believe it was ever met.
Right. That has been one of the sticking points that the Trump administration, as well as a lot of other folks in the U.S., have said about that 2020 trade deal, the Phase 1 trade deal. There's been some discussion, though, ironically here, that the Chinese will want to return to that 2020 Phase 1 trade deal, that they would agree to buy a lot of U.S. products, not only agricultural products, but from their perspective, a lot of high-tech products, not something necessarily that the U.S. Would want to see. But there is this belief that the Chinese leadership does prefer going back to that kind of grander economic deal.
Yep.
I saw you on Trash Taste, thought you were a pretty cool guy, saw the hate and decided to come check you out. Well, make no mistake, chatter. This is a very scary and very dangerous community. Very, very scary. The things that we talk about in here. It's also weird, though, because, like, virtually every single person that spends an insane amount of time actively saying how bad I am end up making a fool of themselves in the process. I don't know why. Spooky, scary. I'm a bad boy. I used to be a hate watcher. Now, after a while of being here, I still hate watch, except now I hate watch hogs through you. Nice. All right, we're going to get to the second thing that the Trump administration did in my absence, which is, of course, cutting weapons supplies to Ukraine. It turns out that the American government, shockingly, is capable of stopping weapons transfers to a foreign nation. I'm shocked to find out because I've been covering this, Israel stuff for quite a while, and I never knew that that was a reality for the American government. I thought that there was just nothing that could potentially stop the flow of weapons to a foreign nation. Of course, we're doing that to a country that is, defending itself from a Russian invasion, and not necessarily a country that is doing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. But before we get to all of that, let's watch the Trump supporters walking away from CNN interview when pressed about Musk's actions, because I do want to see the hogs here. This is quite literally hogs going hog wild.
You know somebody smarter?
Than Elon Musk?
That's right.
You can be smart and immoral. You can be smart and make bad decisions.
You are 100% right about that. There's no doubt about that. It does not give me pause. I'm 100% Team Musk.
Josh Evan Kirkland is one of the people we spoke to at a hog show in Nahunta, Georgia. We first came to Brantley County right before the election because it was the most pro-Trump county in a swing state in 2020. People had had a strong emotional connection to President Trump, and they thought Trump was for them instead of the elites. So we wanted to see what they made of billionaire Elon Musk.
There's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts about Musk, and he's a brilliant man himself. I think a lot of people are scared that the two of them have teamed up.
Last time we were here,
I love this. I mean, this is straight up my favorite thing. As you guys know, people who sell Trump merch, like their entire lives revolve around getting products from China and drop shipping products from China and just like selling it to dumb American hogs. It's awesome.
Kathy Hendricks sold Trump merch in a corner of her boutique.
Yeah. People who will perhaps suffer the most. People who will perhaps suffer the most from tariffs on China.
I sold out of everything. Yeah. I sold out of all my Trump stuff. I have sold the daddy's home.
Why do people like that, calling Trump daddy?
There is a security in daddy. Mama is the one that runs everything. Mama's the one that does everything, but there is a security in daddy. When daddy wraps his arms around you, you feel like the whole world is just, you're safe. And
this is pure sexual pathology. Straight up. Amazing. Fantastic. Okay, this is, I mean, it's not interesting. This is at the heart of a lot of the reception for Trump. That is what it is. So much. When did hogwash become goonwash, bro? Listen, he gets the Debras and the Barbaras quaking, okay? That Barbussy is quaking.
everything's going to be okay.
And that's the way they mean it?
And that's the way they mean it.
Because, you know, on the internet at least, sometimes it has like a sexual meaning.
Oh, Lord.
So what do you think of the job he's done so far?
It's like Christmas morning every single day.
Egg prices are $35 a carton. Let me tell you, Christmas morning. I love him. What has he done that has noticeably improved your life in a meaningful fashion in the past 30 plus days that he's been in office? Almost 44 days that he's been in office. What has he done? It's so crazy. Made them come? Yeah, I guess.
Hendricks introduced us to Candace Taylor, who declared she's running for Congress that very day on Steve Bannon's War Room podcast.
I wanted to announce with you are loyal to President Trump. God anoints people. He's anointed President Trump. So if Elon Musk wants to cut trillions of...
I mean, This is, the accent is off, but this is kingdom come ass bullshit, okay? Our heavenly Father has anointed the lordship in the position of absolute authority. My lord, my liege, my life for you, my liege. I do not need the bounties of the... I do not need access to the common good, nor do I need the eggs that my chickens lay. It's all for you, my lordship.
Of dollars out of this budget, and if my family has to tighten our belt and not go on vacation because of it, I'm down with that.
Oh, wait. Oh my God. She literally did I was joking.
Trump. So if Elon Musk wants to cut trillions of dollars out of this budget, and if my family has to tighten our belt and not go on vacation because of it, I'm down with that.
What? Ah! Ah! What the hell, bro? Oh my God. Oh my, it's so good. It's amazing. Yeah, no, I don't need goods. It's for a greater cause.
So you welcome some personal financial hardship if you think in the long run it will help.
Yeah, I've already experienced it.
Under Biden, with inflation, I mean, were you happy to pay the higher prices, or did you think that was a failing of his presidency?
It was a tremendous failing.
All right, how long are you willing to wait for the economic?
I'm sorry. How do you not? What? You don't understand what's going on here? You just said the economic hardships are fine because our Heavenly Father anointed Donald Trump to be president. The economic hardships of Biden was a tremendous failure. Like in the same, what? How? Like, do you not have any self-preservation skills? Like, I don't understand how these people don't realize that, like, they look like absolute dumbasses. Like, it's just, you sound like you're in a cult. I mean, you are in a cult. It is a cult. This is cultish thinking. Was Biden anointed by God? No. That's right. Didn't think so. True. Fair. Facts. You're right.
Economic changes you're hoping to see for the prices to come down?
Oh, I'm good if President Trump wants to run in 2028.
In 2022, Taylor ran in the Republican primary for governor with a Jesus Guns Baby slogan and lost. But why run for Congress if some billionaire can just undo whatever budget you passed, whatever laws you passed?
Oh, he's not undoing everything. He's dealing with stuff that's frivolous.
Most people we spoke to were enthusiastic about Musk. We did meet 3 people who had some concerns about the firing of federal workers, but the only one who wanted to say so on camera was Corbett Wilson, one of the rare Trump skeptics we found last time we visited.
Prices of groceries, egg prices haven't gone down since Trump took office.
Give him a little bit of time. Will you come back in a year or 2 years? Let's look at the halfway point, because we all know everything takes time.
Well, he promised it on the first day.
He promises to
and
take
anybody
steps.
that believed that's crazy.
He also said that it would probably be a little more painful to start with, but it would get better. We got to give him.
Everybody's waiting on that.
Well,
you're talking about contractors.
I think in some respects, liberals have tainted, in their own base of support, they've tainted like populism as an effective communication tool so much, and they just actively undermine people that could actually reach these guys so much. People like Bernie Sanders, that they've made way for someone like Donald Trump to come in and basically brainwash these people. I mean, there's a lot of internalized resentment there that plays a role as well. Like, because Trump is playing on a lot of the things that they care about, a lot of things that television has told them they should be afraid of. Right? I guess my point is I'm jealous. I'm jealous that like economic hardships in the short term are likely for anyone that changes the trajectory of American empire or changes the trajectory of the American economy, right? Make no mistake. I think that if there was some kind of communist Trump, for example, a laughable notion for many different reasons, I'm not going to get into it right now, but if there was a situation like that, like I'm sure that there would be some economic struggle in the interim when you're, breaking the system only to rebuild it. But the reality of the matter is no one would entertain this. Like no one would ever entertain this. Even sidestepping away from the way things work by a liberal administration by like 1%, by a tiny sliver margin, would cause people to, do riots in America. Okay? These people are the same people that lost their minds when, ironically enough, Donald Trump was the one who told them that they can't get haircuts. Donald Trump immediately turned around and said, okay, it's up to the states. I mean, he buckled. He caved. He did not care about the preservation of American health. I don't know. I can't help but feel jealous that Trump has this level of brainwashing capabilities on these kinds of Americans who support him. Where even if he does things that Americans truly care about, which is like cost of goods, they're still like, no, it's going to be better. It's going to get better. Jealous? Yes, I am. I am jealous.
Elon's a contractor too. Who looks into him?
There needs to be somebody.
Nobody questions his bills.
Do you trust Elon Musk?
Absolutely.
He's a government contractor. He's got business interests, whether in defense, internet, that kind of thing. He's also admitted to drug use. He smoked pot on Joe Rogan's show. Do you trust him as like a stable, rational, and reasonable person to be doing this job?
Yes.
Hey, he's a Republican. You ain't gonna talk him out of that.
There's potheads all over this country. Y'all sitting here trying to bash one man for what, 99% of this country, Republican or Democrat. Corbett, this whole dadgum town smokes pot. You're part of the Democrat Party.
The conversation devolved quickly.
I mean, he looks like the perfect guy to say dadgum, unlike that one sitting U.S. representative we were talking about.
Not anticipated the emotional connection when he already felt with Musk.
This is
dadgummit.
He sat on TV and smoked pot.
Yes, do you want me to pull up the video?
I'm saying it don't matter. But that makes him unqualified to do a job.
Well, I'm just saying, does it...
She's coming in here with ignorant arguments. She ain't talking facts.
Does it raise any questions about his
I can prove you a Democrat by the level of ignorance that you portray.
Let's just show it.
Donald Trump, Elon Musk, please drain the swamp. While you there, get the job done.
In cult psychology, this is referred to as a thought-terminating term. Okay? Get her done. Get the job done. Drain the swamp. It's over. The conversation is over at that point. Okay? He just hit the line and he's moving on. He does not like the contradictions that have been exposed. He's double-fisting the soda, which I love. Okay? Respect to this big boy. Normalize not being jealous of sociopaths, lol. Dude, I don't care what the mental faculties of a person are if they're bringing healthcare, if they're bringing Medicare for all to the table. I don't care. Yeah, I'd rather have a sociopathic pro-Medicare for all candidate who is able to, in the most charismatic ways possible, able to whip up support for it. I can't stress this enough. You know what I mean? Pretty sure one's a spit cup. That's right. That's right, baby. Because he's brave, bold, and a goddamn patriot. All right. let's talk about Zelensky. Okay? As I said earlier, turns out that the American government does have the capability of stopping the flow of weapons to a foreign nation. You might have been confused by this. You might have been shocked by this if you were watching anything happening with Israel. It seems like we have an inability to stop the flow of weapons to a country that is offensively committing a genocide. But we certainly do have the capabilities of stopping the flow of weapons to a country that is defending itself from a foreign nation. So let's take a look. As Donald Trump has said yesterday that he is going to stop the weapons flow into Ukraine. Here is the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying what Ukraine will do next without U.S. aid.
Дорогі українці, українки.
Dear Ukrainians, today many people have the same question. What will happen next with U.S. assistance? I've instructed Ukraine's Minister of Defense, the heads of our intelligence agencies and our diplomats to contact their counterparts in the United States. Are you going to stay on until the State of the Union tonight? It's at 6 p.m. So yes, the answer is yes. I will be live and alive during the State of the Union. It's not an official State of the Union, by the way. To contact their counterparts in the United States and to obtain official information. People should not have to guess. Ukraine and America deserve a respectful dialogue and a clear position from one another, especially when it comes to protecting lives during a full-scale war. Of course, in Ukraine, we have been receiving various signals for weeks now, and there's already been a precedent for aid being halted. There was a suspension of humanitarian aid, of energy aid. There was also a halt in military aid at the end of January. But at that time, everything was quickly resumed. We saw the risks. Therefore, our agencies, both military and special services, managed to develop action algorithms for any developments in the situation. This is not 2022 anymore. Our resilience is stronger now. We have the means to defend ourselves. But for us, maintaining normal partnership-based relations with America is essential to bringing the war to a real end. No one wants an endless war. Ukraine will always be grateful to the U.S. for all the support that has been and is being provided, which is working to preserve the now rather fragile foundations of security in Europe. After all, this is not just about our country. It is about everyone in Europe. We seek constructive cooperation, partnership-based relations. We can only regret what happened at the White House instead of our negotiations. But we must find the strength to move forward, to respect one another, just as we have always respected America, Europe, and all of our partners. And to do everything together to bring peace closer. And thank everyone who is supporting Ukraine in this effort. Today I've spoken with the president of Finland. What? Yeah, Trump already claimed that they got the deal, I know. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Prime Minister of Greece, Prime Minister of Croatia, and NATO Secretary General, and the leader of Germany's CDU party, Friedrich Merz, the very party that won the recent Bundestag elections. Clear support for Ukraine. Thank you. About significant funds. And then he just talks about Ukraine deserves respect. Here. He says that there's consultations. Ukrainians deserve peace. Ukrainians deserve respect. Their positions or demands regarding Ukraine. We know. Okay, here. We know the Russians have not changed their positions or demands regarding Ukraine. They will insist on reducing our army. They will seek a legal renunciation of our territories, as well as a significant political deformation of Ukraine with the weakening of the Ukrainian constitution. Okay, I can't read the rest of that, so. Is it possible for Trump to leave NATO? Liberals I know seem to believe not. I don't think so either, but who knows, man? He is pretty spicy.
поки ми всі в Україні будемо стояти разом і міцно.
Why am I seeing some of my leftist friends talking about how the peace talks are actually good and that everyone against them are warmongers? I mean, peace talks are actually good. I am one of those leftists as well. I think that peace talks are good. I've been an advocate for peace talks and an advocate to bring Vladimir Putin to the table. The problem with Donald Trump is that he's bringing Vladimir Putin to the table in the worst possible ways while undermining Ukraine and the Ukrainian position. Ukraine has understandable demands in this negotiations process. Okay? What do you mean? We have used and abused Ukrainians as we've given them our older weapons and basically told them, you know, you're kind of on your own there. All right, go off. Defend your nation from being invaded. Doesn't Zelensky support Israel? Yes, of course he does. He is. He also has been groveling for American support for, while also still trying to maintain some semblance of dignity at the same time. But like, obviously, he's still going to do what Big Dog tells him to do. And you need to understand something. You know, his support for Israel might be because he truly loves Israel. His support for Israel might also most likely be because he obviously can't say anything about Israel. Israel, alongside the United States of America and Russia, voted not to condemn Russia for invading Ukraine a couple weeks ago. He has no choice in this process. Zelensky has no choice in this process. Okay? He does not. Trump's foreign policy of neo-imperialism is very dangerous, but Dems and centrist elites, the Atlantic crowd, are doing a very good job of explaining why, because they're obsessed with the discredited narratives, Putin's puppet, and NATO fetish. Actually explaining how neo-imperialism will lead to more wars would be better. Jason Ponton, I'm really not enjoying the latest iteration of Jeet here as a more literate version of Glenn Greenwald, far more animated by opposition. The forces of reaction wouldn't be winning if it weren't for the incompetence and intellectual myopia of centrist elites. We have to solve the centrist problem to have a fighting chance against fascism. I agree. Complaining Zelensky supporting Israel is like complaining that Gaza doesn't have gay rights, lol. Not entirely. Because one is a defense of an apartheid genocide, an apartheid state doing a genocide with American weapons that unironically ends up harming the Ukrainian position. And the other is a group of people that have been captive by a belligerent occupier being genocided. Like, Ukraine is still, at the end of the day, a sovereign nation, you know? No. A better comparison would be like saying Ukrainians don't have gay rights either, so they're not woke. I don't care about that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, oh, Ukraine is not woke about gay and trans people either is a incredibly stupid argument to bring forward in terms of like defending Ukraine.
More than 24 hours after Donald Trump abruptly paused all U.S. military aid to Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is calling his Oval Office spat with the president regrettable. In a new post on X, he reiterates Ukraine's commitment to peace.
Yeah, I mean, he's like slowly walking it back.
Writing, quote, "None of us wants an endless war." He adds that Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table. And although Zelensky doesn't use the post to directly apologize to Trump, as some White House officials have argued he should do, he did express his gratitude for U.S. support, something he has done frequently, including during an address to Congress the first time he visited the United States as president of Ukraine after Russia invaded the country. White House officials say the pause in aid will stand until President Trump determines Zelensky is serious about working out a peace plan and a path to end the war with Russia. Losing assistance from the United States, especially its Patriot missile defense system, could have dire consequences for Ukraine. The Prime Minister of Ukraine says it's the only tool the country has to protect itself from Russian ballistic missiles. Joining us now to discuss is retired U.S. Army Major Mike Lyons. Sir, thank you so much for being with us. Right off the bat, what is the effect of this pause in U.S. aid to Ukraine on the battlefield?
Well, Boris, I don't see any.
I'm confused. What does Zelensky have to apologize for? Okay. Let me explain this one more time because there's a lot of new people in here. Okay. What the truth is on an entirely different zip code, if not an entirely different planet than what must happen for Trump. Okay. Zelensky can't do anything. Donald Trump has made up his mind. He thinks Zelensky is bad. He is a liberal. He's annoying. And because Donald Trump and the American government holds all the cards, okay, they can basically keep humiliating him and bullying him in broad daylight over and over and over again. There's nothing he can do in this process. If he wore a suit, that wouldn't have changed the dynamic. If he said thank you more, even though he said thank you a million times in this conversation that took place in the Oval Office, that would not have changed the dynamic. Okay? They hate him. He kissed the ring a million times over, and they still claim he's not kissing the ring hard enough. Now, there's also the truth of the matter. If you look at the circumstances in front of Ukraine, they're running out of manpower, and the additional weapons that are sent into Ukraine is not necessarily going to change the dynamic of the battlefield, at least according to seemingly the American State Department as well. Okay? This is precisely the reason why there needs to be a managed negotiation to end the Russian occupation without America looking like they suffered any sort of blow. And I think Trump's attitude here is basically to say, oh, I wasn't even in favor of Ukraine to begin with, and in a way to save face. If I were to go inside of Trump's mind, okay, and try to understand how he operates, I suspect that he looks at the situation as there's nothing more you can do. Like, you know, they've taken 20% of your territory. There's not really anything you can do without American support to begin with. And this is the new battle lines that have been drawn and hardened. Okay? And that I don't even care about the minerals in general. That the minerals themselves are not exactly a thing for us to treasure, because virtually everyone that looks at the situation, all the analysts say like the rare earth minerals are not necessarily all that bountiful, right? And a lot of them are on the Russian annexed territory anyway. So I think he's just trying to find a managed, negotiated surrender that saves face for America and also stops Ukraine from getting pummeled. That's what I think. He also simultaneously likes Vladimir Putin, obviously, perhaps in a weird way. So he's just looking at the situation and he's just going like, what are you saying? What are you gonna do about it? There's nothing you can do in this process, with or without us. So I think Donald Trump thinks he's giving an olive branch to Ukraine in his mind in this like fucked up way. Where he thinks like, I suspect he thinks that he is putting together a managed negotiation that will save face for America by actively undermining Ukraine, I guess, in his mind. I don't think it's correct. And because then he's just like saying Ukraine is the wrong, Ukraine is the party that was in the wrong and not the wronged party. And we didn't care about it. It was like pure Democratic Party nonsense to begin with. And yeah, he'll get whatever he can in the process. That's what I think. That's what I think Trump is thinking. And he's like, how dare you speak out against me? He's already narcissistic. He's already incredibly thin-skinned. So I think he's just looking at the situation and going like, do you see what the fuck's going on? Bro, have you seen the map of Ukraine's minerals? What are you talking about? I have. What do you mean? We've covered it extensively. I think the most frustrating thing is that Trump has never really been challenged or spoken about the underlying basis for the war. Every single time it comes up, he defers to his dumbass. It would have never happened if I was president. Bullshit, which doesn't say anything. Yeah, that was why he was so offended when Zelensky was like, no, under your leadership, you know, Vladimir Putin violated the ceasefire agreements, the previous ceasefire agreements as well. That's why he like lost his mind, because it directly contradicts his narrative that Vladimir Putin was afraid of me and he would never dare to violate this ceasefire under my watch. I don't understand why you think Ukraine will bow down to the USA, because there is still, in all of this madness, there is still truth to what Trump is saying in terms of the conditions on the battlefield. There's also truth when Trump says, we hold all the cards. Without us, you have nothing. It's hard to hear, and it's fucked up. And especially when you do have all the cards, you should never say that. Powerful people should never actually bully those who have less power than them. But because Donald Trump is a fucking asshole, he just straight up is saying, you know, you got nothing. MAGA Hasan? No, this is not MAGA at all. It is not MAGA to recognize that Ukraine's current issue is not just weapons. Weapons will certainly help, but it's not just weapons, it's beyond that. I've maintained this position already. I've maintained this position for a couple years at this point. But you can't look at the situation in terms of the crisis of manpower in Ukraine when they just don't have enough people to hold the weapons to begin with, and then see it as anything but like a stalemate at this point is possibly better overall. A stalemate, and then most likely some insurgencies that take place within the Russian boundaries, the annexed territories.
Any positive outcomes from this change here? I think tactically, I always look through the eyes of the soldier and how they view this. And I think if they get this news at the front lines, they're going to be disappointed in the United States. I think right now the front lines are focused on drone warfare as well as artillery fire and artillery ammunition. So if you're a cannoneer on the front lines, you're looking at that pallet of ammunition behind you, wondering if it's going to be replaced. So I think in some ways, the tactical implications are somewhat limited, and they might not be impactful for, let's say, the next few weeks. But over time, as air defense platforms degrade and they shoot missiles down and they're shooting things down that they're not being reinforced there, I think there's going to be real problems with the Ukraine military trying to keep up to what's going on.
To your point about seeking that next pallet of ammunition, how much longer do you think Ukraine has to sustain that artillery and ballistic missile defense without U.S. help?
Well, they likely have months, not necessarily weeks. And as again, they've built some defenses up themselves. But what will happen is Russia will look to go on the offensive and try to break through in certain areas and weaken Ukraine defenses and force them to play economy of force missions and to reinforce areas where they might not want to. It'll clearly keep them on the defense. We just also know specifically what this means, the fact that we're not giving military support. You know, you've got European soldier commands training soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers in Vilsek and Grafenwehr and places. Does that mean that training stops for them as well? What about intel? What about other things that the United States has been providing? So again, there's a short-term impact. What will happen tactically on the ground? Obviously, we know the strategic impacts over the long run. Ukraine would be able to sustain any kind of defenses against Russia if this lasts very much longer.
How far do you think European backing, the EU's backing, can go without that backstop of the United States?
Unfortunately, the European industrial base, it won't crank up fast enough to help Ukraine. It's going to take a year or so in order for some of the more advanced European defense contractors to provide any kind of material that will help Ukraine. The United States has the war footing right now with the amount of artillery ammunition that we're supplying with them. It's increased over the past few years, and Europe won't be able to backstop that. So that's where there's a race against time right now. The United States needs to continue to support Ukraine, at least right now for these negotiations. Look, Donald Trump doesn't know whether Russia wants to stop. He knows he wants Ukraine to stop. He knows he wants the war to stop. But we don't know whether he knows Russia wants to stop. And I think this mineral deal will help put in implied security assurances for Ukraine. But the question is going to be, what are Russian demands in order for Ukraine to stop? They might.
I'm not kidding when I say this, but I do see one way out of this for Ukraine, and that is using the mad dog. Using the mad dog of the West. The only country that is in NATO that is actually directly engaged in active conflict with not one but two other NATO nations, the country that happens to have the second largest standing military. I'm serious when I say this. I mean, this would make up for the manpower issue that Ukraine has. It would obviously continue the war. But I'm not kidding when I say this. It would be the only country. It would be the only country that, like, NATO Article 5 would not be put forth, like, instantly. I mean, this is insane. This is insane. Of course, it's just not going to happen. But I don't even know. I don't even know at this point.
Might be too much, and perhaps this will cause this administration to turn around and send more military aid to Ukraine, as the Russians still have a voice as to whether or not this conflict will end as well.
Historic enemies, by the way. Russia and Turkey. Historic enemies, just saying.
Major Mike Lyons, appreciate your point of view. Thanks for joining us.
And back to our top story this hour, Donald Trump's suspension.
Turkey buying air defense systems from Russia. I know, dog. You know what else Turkey did, though? Destroyed Russia's, destroyed any sort of Russian interference or control it had over the Middle East. Like, that literally happened in the past couple of months. Did you guys not pay attention to that? Look at Syria. Stop trolling. Turkey ain't sending any of their own troops. Yeah, no, I don't think that that's going to happen. I'm memeing.
Of all U.S. military aid to Ukraine. That includes critical ammunition, advanced weapons.
I mean, Turkey has been backing Ukraine. Turkey always plays both sides, dog. What do you mean? Turkey has never not played both sides. Think about one of the most significant aspects of Ukrainian defense, the Bayraktar. That's a Turkish drone. You know?
Military vehicles. Most significantly, it also includes Patriot air defense missiles. Those U.S.-provided weapons have been a game changer, really, for Ukraine, allowing it to protect its skies from Russian attacks. Now, Kyiv is saying it could run out of them in just a matter of weeks. Europe is scrambling to adjust to this new reality. The EU is pledging a new $150 billion loans program to help countries in the bloc boost their defense spending and increase their support for Ukraine. And it comes as the Trump administration is trying to get Kyiv to sign a rare minerals deal with the US and a peace deal with Russia. Just take a listen to US Vice President J.D. Vance speaking on Fox News.
If you want real security guarantees, if you want to actually ensure that Vladimir Putin does not invade Ukraine again, the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine. That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years.
A collapse of U.S. military support for NATO is a great development for Turkey. It's the second largest military in NATO after the U.S. and also has a burgeoning defense industrial export base. This is true. It is precisely these people, strangers to us, who know what respect is, and that is how it should be, and that is how it will be, says Ukrainian militant. Why does Turkey want Ukraine into NATO? I don't think Turkey wants. I don't think Turkey wants Ukraine in NATO. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm completely oblivious to this, but I think Turkey's wishes are inconsequential. What matters is probably countries like France and Germany.
Well, CNN's Claire Sebastian takes a look now at the role the U.S. weapons...
Or even the United States of America. Like, the U.S. likes Ukraine not in NATO as well. That way they can use Ukraine as a way to strike at Russia without ever facing repercussions from Russia. Like, please, if your starting position on this is that NATO is a defensive pact, you're never going to understand the motivations behind why America is doing things the way that they're doing them. Okay? Trump doesn't want that, though. No, the American State Department has never been like, we are legitimately considering it. They've only dangled it because they have Kurdified the Ukrainian nation state. Okay? That's it.
have played in Ukraine's war effort and whether Kyiv and Europe can make up the shortfall. Have a look at this.
A U.S. long-range ATACMS missile in action in Ukraine, just one of the highly sophisticated U.S. weapons arguably keeping Ukraine in this fight, now in doubt. Well, it's clear that the U.S. has become an indispensable player in Ukraine's defense. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky estimated in January that the U.S. alone provides about 40%, you can see it there on the red section, of Ukraine's annual weapons requirements. Europe takes about 30%, but Ukraine has also ramped up production, up here in orange, ready to supply, the president says, around a third of its own needs. Well, that's up compared to 10%, Zelensky says, at the start of the war. So you can see the growth there. And if you take a look at this chart, you can see Ukraine has had to grapple with unpredictable U.S. supplies before. This shows total donations from the U.S. versus Europe, the U.S. there in red. It's compiled by the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. And it's clear that the U.S. started to lag significantly in the second half of 2023. That was when military aid stalled in Congress. It then picked up again towards the end of 2024 as the Biden administration rushed to use up all of the congressionally approved funds. This is not just about quantity. It's clear that it's the high-tech U.S. weapons that have given Ukraine really the ability to fight back, from the HIMARS missiles launchers that started arriving in June of 2022, allowing Ukraine to hit behind Russian lines, to then the Patriot air defense systems approved in December of that year. Still, Ukraine says, the only system that can stop Russian ballistic missiles. This now the biggest area of concern for Ukraine as Russia ramps up air attacks. And then, of course, the attack of...
Nice way of getting banned, R.I.P. Bozo. I don't know if you know this, chatter, but I'm live right now. You're in the chat of a streamer who is currently live, which means that I'm no longer... I'm not banned anymore.
longer-range missiles, first used in October of 2023 and last November, authorized by the Biden administration for use on Russian soil. Now, if we look at the frontline map, you can see where we are now. Shortages won't be immediate, but without a deal to reverse this decision, this already fragile front line could be in serious jeopardy. Claire Sebastian, CNN, London.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us.
Good to see you, man.
Appreciate it.
Great to be here.
Let's go back to the Oval Office Friday.
Yeah, by the way, this is such a gross interview. I watched this. He was so proud of the way he butted in and talked about how, you didn't say thank you. You didn't say thank you enough. Like, he's such a lame ass coward. Turkish mining industry is almost entirely composed of foreign mining corporations. I don't think Erdogan sees anything to gain out of Ukraine, even if he had control over it. They had the conflicting support for both Russia and Ukraine, mostly because Erdogan wanted to sell Bayraktars. Why would Erdogan want Turkish soldiers in Ukraine? Maybe to make EU more dependent on Turkey as a security force, but that feels too far-sighted for Erdogan. No, I don't think that feels too far-sighted for Erdogan, but that would be the only motivation for this. I mean, also, I'm not even entertaining that. I was just throwing that out as a joke. Like, that is a very far-fetched thing. Turkey in proximity to Russia is Turkey is very close to Russia in proximity.
NATO and even offered a
Supports restoring Ukraine's pre-2014 borders. Supports Ukraine joining NATO. I mean, this doesn't mean anything. Offered a post-war security guarantee to Ukraine.
Post-war security
guarantee. Yeah, like the main point of contention here is post-war security for Ukraine. The main point of contention here is post-war security for Ukraine. America obviously is not going to do it with American troops. Okay, because if Russia kills an American troop, then boom, all of a sudden, two nuclear powers are at war with one another. Turkey, on the other hand, is a wild card inside of NATO. That's why I said this could be a way out, a win-win-win-win-win situation. If they throw 10 billion euros to Erdogan, he will march the army himself. Bayrak sallayarak gider.
Guarantee. So in this video, we're going to take a look at how Turkey's Ukraine posture has changed and what might have motivated this sudden shift. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. So let's start with a bit of context and explain how Turkey has positioned itself throughout the Ukraine war. True to form, Turkish President Recep Erdogan has tried to play both sides. And, well, he's sort of succeeded.
Oh, he has succeeded. Recep Tayyip Erdogan always plays both sides. And as a consequence of playing both sides, he always comes out on top. That's how it is, baby.
For starters, Turkey has enjoyed a series of diplomatic wins since the invasion. Erdogan has pretty good relations with Putin, despite Turkey being a NATO member, and Turkey hosted the first round of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia in March 2022. While these negotiations promptly collapsed, Erdogan then played a key role in negotiating the Black Sea grain deal in July 2022, which allowed Ukrainian farmers to export their grain via the Turkish Straits, with monitoring from the Turkish authorities. As well as burnishing Turkey's diplomatic credentials, Erdogan's ambivalence also has helped the Turkish economy. Turkey's economy looked pretty vulnerable when the war began. Thanks to Erdogan's unorthodox monetary policy, inflation was already running at about 50% year-on-year in January 2022, and the sanctions-induced rise in global energy prices threatened to make everything a whole lot worse. However, Turkey weathered the storm pretty well. Turkey refused to join with most sanctions, which meant that they were able to both import Russian energy and act as a transit hub for Russian oil and gas. Lots of Russian cash also flowed into Turkey to avoid sanctions, which provided Turkey with a much-needed source of foreign currency, while Turkish defense companies made serious money selling drones and infantry carriers to Ukraine. In 2023, Turkey refused to immediately let Sweden and Finland into NATO, which both pleased the Kremlin and allowed Turkey to extract various concessions from other NATO members. Then, just last year, Turkey again stepped in as a mediator to negotiate a prisoner swap, which included...
We are the table, baby. We are the table.
American journalist Evan Gershkovich. You get the idea then. Turkey has played both sides, continuing to trade with both Russia and Ukraine, while using its unique position as a relatively Russia-friendly NATO member to position itself as a much-needed mediator. However, in the past couple of weeks, Turkey has started sounding conspicuously pro-Ukraine. This really began on Tuesday last week, when, just a few hours after Russian and American officials met in Saudi Arabia, Zelensky paid a surprise visit to Ankara. At the joint press conference afterwards, Erdogan insisted that Ukraine and Europe should be included in the negotiations, reaffirmed his support for Ukraine's territorial integrity as, quote, non-negotiable, essentially implying that he expected Ukraine to retake all of its pre-2014 territory, including Crimea, and even came out in support of Ukraine's NATO membership. This all directly contradicted the Trump administration, who had pursued negotiations without Ukraine or Europe, suggested that Ukraine will have to accept some territorial losses, and dismissed Ukraine's NATO aspirations as unrealistic. This was followed by similar comments from the Turkish foreign minister, who this week reaffirmed Turkey's support for Ukrainian NATO membership, suggested that Turkey could act as a security guarantor in the event of a ceasefire, and encourage Europe to pivot away from the US, arguing that reducing dependency on the US will make them more resilient. Now, it's important not to over...
Okay, the real reason why I said Turkey could play this role is because America has often in the Middle East used Turkey as the middleman in many affairs that they do not want to be seen directly involved in, whether it be Syria or even ISIS. That is Turkey's major role. This could be yet another opportunity. This way, Turkey gets to, this way America gets to save face and say, oh, we're not doing this ourselves. And then use Turkey to be the middleman, the envoy, a country that already has the precedent of violating pre-existing NATO contracts and NATO security. I don't think Donald sees Turkey as a country. No, he does. I mean, it's not him. It's people in his corner.
To state all of this, Turkey has always supported Ukraine's territorial integrity, and Erdogan has a bit of a habit of flip-flopping on foreign policy. Nonetheless, it's at least true that Turkey sounds a lot more pro-Ukraine all of a sudden. And, well, this is good news for Zelensky. So, what's motivated this shift? Well, as we see it, there are at least 4 possible reasons. Firstly, Erdogan has made it clear that he still wants to mediate, and is probably trying to keep Ukraine on side by convincing Kyiv that they won't force an unfavourable deal on them like the one that Trump is apparently trying to negotiate with Russia. Second, it's part of a wider turn in international opinion against Russia and the US. This became glaringly apparent in Monday's UN General Assembly vote, where just a handful of countries voted with the US and Russia against the European resolution calling for an end to the war in Ukraine. This is essentially because, while the war looked a bit like a NATO-Russia proxy war before, which meant that countries which weren't super keen on the West were reluctant to throw their weight behind Ukraine, now Trump and Russia are apparently on the same side. It looks more like plain old neo-imperialism, the big countries bullying the small countries. Erdogan has long advocated for a multipolar world, rather than one dominated by the traditional superpowers, so it's not surprising that he's resisting Trump here. Third, Turkey wants Russia out of the Black Sea, which is why Erdogan is so keen on Ukraine recovering all of its pre-2014 territory, including Crimea.
Erdogan resisting any American leadership is perhaps one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Immediately, as a Turkish person, I laugh. Okay? Like, you can't say this right after Erdogan basically destroyed the Assad regime and undermined the pre-existing goodwill that they had with NATO, or goodwill that they had with Russia. Come on. Also funny to think that America's involvement with Ukraine was not neo-imperialist until Trump. Sure.
Crimea. But fourth, Turkey wants to leverage its military power to get something out of the EU. For context, Turkey is one of the largest armies in NATO, with more active troops than any European army. Erdogan has noticed that Europe needs a military power to guarantee Ukraine's security without American support.
This part is correct.
And he's offering to help if the EU gives him something in return, like letting Turkey join the EU. Erdogan actually made this explicit on Monday when he claimed that Turkey's accession into the EU is the only way to solve the continent's security and demographic crises. This isn't the first time that Erdogan has tried to play this either, literally hours after Trump won the US election.
Europeans are so insanely Islamophobic. There is 0%. This would collapse the EU. Okay, this has been a meta and a meme, I would say, in my opinion, for decades. My entire lifetime, EU membership for Turkey has been floated in front of Turkey in a way that is not dissimilar to Ukraine, as a matter of fact. Except, of course, Ukraine being Christian does have a likelihood. It's just not going to happen.
In November, Erdogan told reporters at the European political community that, quote, Turkey's full inclusion in the European Union defence efforts is indispensable for Europe's peace and security. Now, while it's hard to imagine Turkey actually joining the EU anytime soon, Erdogan might still be able to negotiate something like a closer economic relationship with Europe, or at least get the Europeans to turn a blind eye to his ongoing crackdown on opposition politicians. This also creates a bit of a dilemma for Europe. If Europe does actually decide to build a new security architecture outside of NATO, and we're saying Europe, not the EU here, because it will probably include the UK too, would this include Turkey? On one hand, Turkey has a strong army, a thriving defence industry, and sits at a strategically valuable position along the Black Sea and at the confluence of Europe and the Middle East. On the other hand, Erdogan has proven a somewhat unreliable and occasionally two-faced NATO ally, and
Clearly, you are not European. You don't know what Turkey people want. They have been trying to join EU for years. Islamophobia in EU doesn't mean Turkey. It means other Islam countries that don't assimilate as good as Turkey. Gerizekalı benim Amerikalı olduğumu zannediyor, biliyor musun? Salak herif. İnanamıyorum yani. Bana geldi diyor ki sen Avrupalı değilsin, anlamıyorsun dedi. Ama unuttu, Türk olduğumu bilmiyor herhalde gerizekalı. İsmim HasanAbi lan. Ne diyorsun oğlum? Salak mısın sen? This has to be one of the dumbest Turks I've ever encountered in my chat. Or even funnier, he's some weird Turkish exceptionalist who also is still very much Islamophobic. Yeah, dude, Europeans make distinctions between good Muslims and bad Muslims, certainly.
certain European countries, most notably France and Greece, could be very resistant to the idea. Now, the thing is, often in politics, we need to understand a wide variety of topics to truly grasp what's going on. And fortunately, our sponsor this week, Brilliant, can help us do just that, with thousands of lessons in maths, science, programming, and AI. And not only that, their interactive lessons teach you by...
Also, what was I going to say? God damn it. All right, I'm forgetting what I was going to say. Let's get back to JD Vance.
Yep, from your perspective.
Yeah, great TV. As the president said. Yeah, well, you know, it's funny. So we have a 45 minute press conference, and the president normally does this. I mean, I've seen this now 3 or 4 times with foreign leaders where he likes to bring the media in, likes to have a conversation, but answer questions with the press. As you know, he's very open with reporters. And what I noticed is that for the first 25, 30 or so minutes, he tried to sort of bend over backwards to be gracious and kind to Zelensky, even when Zelensky was kind of needling him, even when Zelensky was saying things that I thought were untrue, the president just tried to be diplomatic, right? I think that's his natural instinct in that situation. And then when it really went off the rails, of course, is when I asked, or you had a Polish journalist who asked a question, the president answered it, and then I answered it, and then something about my answer just really set Zelensky off. So then he came at me.
It was me.
And then I went back at him, and what I tried to do originally was actually try to diffuse the situation a little bit, because I'm like, you know, we're having this meeting. Obviously, there are 100 television cameras here. Let's try to have this conversation in private. And then the president, as we kept on going back and forth, I tried again to say, well, maybe we should have this conversation in private. And the president was like, nope, actually, I don't want to have it in private anymore. I want to have this actual conversation in public for the American people to see. And I do think that there was just a certain sense of, there was a lack of respect. There was a certain sense of entitlement. And most importantly, look, we can look past all of that stuff, but the president has set a very clear goal for his administration. He wants the killing to stop. And I think that it's very important that President Zelensky and, of course, President Putin, too, they've both.
Why shouldn't he lie, chat? Why shouldn't he lie? Of course. Who's going to check him? Sean Hannity? No one is even remotely interested in the truth. Why shouldn't he lie? He's lying his goddamn face off.
Both got to come to the negotiating table, and that's ultimately where things broke apart. I really don't care what President Zelensky says about me or anybody else, but he showed a clear unwillingness to engage in the peace process that President Trump has said is the policy of the American people and of their president. That's the real breakdown, is I think Zelensky wasn't yet there, and I think frankly now still isn't there, but I think he'll get there eventually. He has to.
My understanding is he tried to get back in, or tried to stay a number of times, and then made numerous calls to come back. Is that true?
I don't know about numerous calls, but they certainly made at least one request to come back in and continue the conversation. The president was like, look, first of all, they were disrespectful. And second of all, what are we even going to talk about? They've shown a clear unwillingness to discuss the peaceful settlement that President Trump is trying to bring to this situation. I think a lot of Americans are sort of, you know, it's useful to step back and ask ourselves, what is the actual plan here? You can't just fund the war forever. The American people won't stand for it. And by the way, Sean, if you look at European opinion polls, the Europeans aren't going to stand forever for it either. We need to bring this thing to a peaceful settlement. The president was trying to do that. He'll continue to try to do that. But you've got to have two to tango. You've got to have a negotiating partner in the Ukrainians who recognize that, you know, of course they have their views, and of course they're not always going to agree with us, but they've got to participate in the conversation. They weren't willing to do that on Friday, so the president said send him home.
He said today that the war he expects will go on a very long time. I don't know where he's going to get the money to fund that war. I have my doubts that Europe will fund the war to the level that Biden and Harris were funding it. And then the issue now has come up whether or not this administration will.
I'm fucking Polish. We defend borders daily. Okay. Opinion discarded. You're talking to a Turkish man. Shut the fuck up. All right. Gotta say, in total victory, JD has really come into his own, both commercially and politically. You're joking, right? Are we looking at an entirely separate video? What's happening? I'm watching JD Vance get his dick sucked by Sean Hannity, while simultaneously he has pulled off the most impressive feat of all time, sucking Donald Trump off, even though he's not in the room. Okay, he is joking. All right.
Will continue to offer money and arms for this war to continue, because without America, I would argue the president was right in saying they have no cards.
Yeah, well, Sean, I think our European friends, frankly, are being really, they're doing a disservice to the Ukrainians, because their own populations are saying, we're not going to fund this war indefinitely. The American people are saying, we don't want to fund the war indefinitely. So the only thing that is in the best interest of America, of Russia, of Ukraine, and of Europe is to bring this thing to a close. What happened, Sean, is you have Zelensky. He goes to Europe, and a lot of our European friends puff him up. They say, you know, you're a freedom fighter. You need to keep fighting forever. Well, fighting forever with what? With whose money, with whose ammunition, and with whose lives. The president is actually taking a much more realistic perspective and saying this can't go on forever. We can't fund this thing forever. The Ukrainians can't fight forever. So let's bring this thing to a peaceful settlement.
When I interviewed Zelensky, he wouldn't give me direct answers. I asked him about the mineral deal to pay the U.S. back. To me, there's three phases in this. And my understanding was Friday was supposed to be relatively ceremonial.
It was.
And in that it was supposed to be we signed the mineral deal. That's part one. Part two would be a ceasefire. Part three would be the hardest part, the negotiated settlement with Putin, who, correct me if I'm wrong, said he's willing to talk peace with Trump.
Yeah, he said he's willing to talk peace, and of course we trust but verify. We want to have the conversation. We don't assume that everything that anybody tells us is true. That's why we want to engage in this conversation. But you're exactly right, Sean. When the Ukrainians came to Washington on Friday, it was supposed to be ceremonial. You know, there had been some public back and forth, some disagreements, some words spoken in public, and the president was like, let's have this moment. We give some credit to the brave Ukrainian fighters, and of course it's a very brave army that they have there in Ukraine. Let's sign this minerals deal, which importantly does two things. It allows the American people to get some of their money back, but it also shows the Ukrainian people that America has a long-term investment and their sovereignty. You do those things, we'll sign this thing, we'll have a rah-rah moment, and then we'll get to the tough talk of negotiating peace. We couldn't even get the Ukrainians to a point where they could talk about the peaceful settlement. And look, in some ways, Sean, I get it. I get the frustration. I get the rage. It's their country, of course.
I really sometimes feel a little bit overwhelmed. Like, this is one of those moments where virtually everything that J.D. Vance has said thus far, with some exceptions about like the conditions on the battlefield and whatnot, is incorrect. Like, in terms of coming to the table for a negotiated peace and a negotiated settlement, like, he's not wrong about that. The problem, however, is that every single other thing that he says before and after is just insane. And it's like so objectively wrong. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it's things that we saw with our own two eyes over the course of the past week. Listening to Republicans at this stage, it feels like undermining truth itself. Once again, I repeat myself when I say, lying is OP, please nerf. And what's weird about it is that, like, there is a world where Donald Trump could actually fulfill his narcissistic desires and, like, maybe get a fucking Nobel Peace Prize. You know what I mean? Like, all this stuff. If he was managing this not in the most Trumpian way possible, but instead in a normal way. That's the insanity here, because, like, the Biden administration did unironically have many opportunities for off-ramps and refused to take them. Refused to come to the table and be reasonable American leadership that would try to manage some kind of ceasefire. So Trump does have that opportunity, but of course he's not doing that. He's just doing this insane stuff where he's like, no, I love Russia. Russia is the best. And we're going to give Russia everything. And you can't do anything about it. Which is psychotic.
It's not our country, but you've got to accept cooler heads have got to prevail. This thing cannot go on forever. This is the important point. I'd say this to our, of course, most importantly, the Americans who are watching, but people all over the world. When you talk to leaders in private, whether they're Ukrainian or European, when you talk to people in private, they will tell you this cannot go on forever. There aren't enough Ukrainian lives, there isn't enough American money, and there isn't enough ammunition to fund this thing indefinitely. The only realistic pathway to bringing this thing to a settlement is President Trump's pathway. We encourage both President Zelensky and President Putin to follow that path.
Well, I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent, and this came up in the discussion Friday. The Biden administration called Putin every name in the book, and they've been trying to get the president.
And he's still invaded anyway.
Okay, he's still invaded anyway. Well, remember, it depends if it's a minor incursion. Let's go back.
Dude. The thing that I think is very weird about this is how much America is hurting its own leverage at the table. Like, if it's a proxy, why the hell are you undermining your own proxy? Like, it makes no sense. That's the part where I'm like Trump is, that's the reason why I say Trump, I think, is just like trying to save face. And basically say like, oh, Ukraine was the previous administration's failure. Like, I don't want nothing to do with it. And it does not make sense at all. You don't understand the art of the deal. Yeah. Teenager of the year, Hasan banned again, please.
Back to that moment, which I thought as troops were amassing on the border. Yep. But I go back and I think about this, and Biden spent all of this money, called Putin, all of these names. The media and the Democrats, they want Donald Trump to call him names. And the president addressed that. Thing. And then he's supposed to call him and say, Vladimir, you ready to talk a peace now? Yeah. That's not going to work.
No, it's diplomacy 101, right? Is you have to have a reasonable relationship with somebody to be able to even start the conversation. We have to remember, Sean, Ukraine, half of the country, a third of the country is totally destroyed. The economy is depressed. You've got hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians. Of course, a lot of dead Russians as well. The president wants to negotiate a settlement. How can you negotiate if you can't even talk to somebody? And that's what he said. He's not saying, like, nobody's suggesting, as Secretary Rubio said, no one is suggesting that we give the Nobel Peace Prize to Vladimir Putin. What we're saying is it's important for
give it to President Trump, please.
President Trump to be able to have a conversation. That's not well served by standing up at a press conference and calling the guy every negative name in the book. By the way, as we just said, President Biden called Putin every single name in the book. What did it lead to? It led to war. It led to destruction. It led to conflict. President Trump is trying to bring this thing to a close. You got to be able to talk to somebody to do that.
Is the door open? President Trump said Friday he can come back if he wants peace. Is that door still open today?
What President Trump has said clearly and consistently is,
like, the American government refuses to call Putin a dictator. Fine. You could say, oh, we don't want to call him a dictator, even though it's obvious he's the party that did a lot of wrong, because we're negotiating with him. That's one thing. But when you pair that up with calling Zelensky a dictator, then all of a sudden, the dynamic shifts a little bit. Do you see what I mean? Like, I get why you wouldn't want to call the guy you're about to fucking set a deal with, the guy that you're bringing to the table to do a negotiated settlement with, actively shitting on them is probably not going to help your cause if you're trying to put a deal together. But also simultaneously disrespecting your proxy in this process is insane. Unless you are trying to desperately save face and make it seem as though Ukraine is not your thing. It was like the Biden thing.
of course, the door is open so long as Zelensky is willing to seriously talk peace. You can't come into the Oval Office or anywhere else and refuse to even discuss the details of a peace deal. Look, this is not going to make anybody happy. The Russians are going to have to give up stuff. The Ukrainians are going to have to give up stuff. You can't come to the Oval Office and say, give us...
Are you seriously trying to rationalize this as them trying to make a peace plan? No. I'm trying to find rationale behind the fucking insanity. And I'm not going to lie to you, every day it becomes more and more difficult. Like, every day that has gone by, the administration has become increasingly more insane. Where I try to make sense of what they're saying, and there is nothing there. Like, it only makes sense to you if you're just... The stuff that they're doing makes sense to you if you've bludgeoned your head with a frying pan over and over again, and you just want someone to go, yeah, no, this is cool. He's owning the libs here. Because, like, the Trump admin actively undermines its own positions from the day prior. You know what I mean? It's not like they have no resistance. So they're just kind of resisting themselves because there's no resistance whatsoever. So they just like, we'll do stuff and then those things will be bad. So then they'll turn around and be like, all right, we're clawing some of it back. My B. Real 5D chess. I just shit and pissed all over my diapers. And then I smeared it on the walls. And now everyone's saying I smell like shit. That was my 5D chess. Okay, now I'm going to clean up that poop.
Security guarantees, we won't even engage with you about what we're willing to give up. That's been the Ukrainian posture. When that posture changes, as President Trump said, when they're willing to talk peace, I think President Trump will be the first person to pick up the phone.
Well, I got to imagine that they're probably rethinking it. What did you make of European leaders, quote, their voices of solidarity this weekend? Because it's Lindsey Graham, who's been very supportive of Ukraine in this conflict. I mean, he was livid.
Yes.
And he said if they want to now defend their own continent, let them go ahead and do it. Good luck to them.
Yeah, and my message to the Ukrainians, by the way, to President Zelensky is, when you've lost Lindsey Graham, that means you need to come to the negotiating table and recognize Donald Trump is the only game in town. He's the only person who I think has a meaningful plan to save that country. But, Sean, here's the problem with the Europeans. And a lot of these guys are our friends. They're our allies. We, of course, the president has a great relationship with a lot of European heads of state, and so do I, but they need to be realistic. Mm-hmm. And the craziest part about this, Sean, is that sometimes you'll have European heads of state who in public will puff up their chest and say, we're in it with President Zelensky for the next 10 years. And then in private, they'll pick up the phone and say, this can't go on forever. He has to come to the negotiating table. So I honestly don't.
That's messy. He's being a messy bitch. That's T. That's messy. That's messed up. I don't think he's lying about this. For the record. I don't. I wish he wasn't such a coward and he leaked it, but leak the DMs, pussy.
Don't care what the Europeans say in public. What I care is what they say in private, and what they need to be saying to President Zelensky is this can't go on forever. The bloodshed, the killing, the economic devastation.
It's definitely Germany, by the way.
It's making everyone worse off. The only pathway to, I think, back to peace and prosperity is what the president is trying to accomplish.
And now we look back in time and we see Joe Biden was beginning to understand that the patience of the American people is running thin.
That's right.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. We're a nation with nearly 40 trillion in debt. Yep. I mean, it's too much.
Well, Sean, this is an important point, though, because I was a United States senator for the last 2 years of the Biden administration. I got elected in 2022.
I think you like this job better?
I think I like this job a lot better. I certainly like the president a lot better. And here's the thing, when you would talk to the Biden administration officials in private, this is another example of a terrible situation the Biden admin left the Trump administration. When you ask them what's the plan.
What? I just saw a clip of you laughing at a man whose son is in foster care. What? What are you talking about? This is why people like my standalone YouTube VOD videos better. Oh, Crash Dummies Pod. Oh, it's a Crash Dummies Pod episode joke. Yeah, we had a Crash Dummies Fear and collab again, and it was amazing.
Okay, we're going to spend tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars in Ukraine. What is your plan? And they would honestly tell you, well, we're just going to send them weapons for as long as we can and hope eventually they can turn the tide. Hope is not a strategy. Throwing money and ammunition at a terrible conflict, that is not a strategy. The only guy in town with a strategy is the President of the United States, and everybody needs to follow his lead.
What scares me is Zelensky, when he says it's going to go on for years, how many more lives are going to be lost? He's not going to have a country to save at the end of that. The minerals deal would have provided the monies to rebuild their country and a strong U.S. presence and maybe European troops as well.
And this is an important part of it. The president knows that, look, if you want real security guarantees, if you want to actually ensure that Vladimir Putin does not invade Ukraine again, the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine. That is a way better security.
Dude, what sucks about this, aside from all of the senseless cruelty and humiliation that we're subjecting the Ukrainian population to after using and abusing them as cannon fodder and selling them false promises about security, is that this is a very revealing moment about American ambition. A very revealing moment. But because American actions here are so insane, I can't even sit around and gloat because I think about all the Ukrainians that are going to suffer as a consequence of this. But this should be a moment of revelation, a moment where Americans recognize how we do things, okay? I doubt it, though. I bet Putin has some KGB shit on Trump. Is that not extortion? Yes, it is. But that's always been what we do. I think this happening with Trump creates this unique opportunity where instead of having these conversations behind closed doors, they're very brutally honest about it, outwardly honest about it. They don't care about manufacturing consent, and they certainly don't care about like hiding the way that what the fuck. This is a private moment for JD. I can't believe you guys are exposing him like this. This was a private photo, dude, that he took with his friends and family. Asmongold is calling moderation bias. Yeah. It's so weird because the attitude that most streamers have often had towards Twitch moderation is that we need less bans, not more. But I guess but it's ironic, especially for Asmongold, to turn around and be like, no, we should be banning people longer. I find it really strange that he, of all people, is saying that, considering how many times he gets yelled at by the internet for things that he says on his broadcast. How does he think that is? How does he think that that's going to work out? He said he doesn't care. Huh. He fosters a community biggest. Oh, 100%. I promise you, if you did not have 60,000 people reacting to Donald Trump, he would stop tomorrow. I don't know why people think that this is like completely ridiculous, or people will say, oh, Hasan, it's because you're jealous. It's like, no, Asmongold admits this. He don't give a fuck about nothing, dude. He just cares about the numbers. The problem is, it's not even money, it's relevance. He cares more about relevance. He cares more about relevance than he does about money. Make no mistake. I understand Asmongold's ambitions. I promise you I get it. The main difference between him and I is that I have a worldview that I care about, that I want to explain to people and want to bring people onto my side. That's it. A couple days ago, he said that he's been reading so much that if he believes something, he's objectively right. Okay. Anyway. Like supporting Hamas. I like that you point this out when I'm talking about like an ideological position that I have that I firmly am committed to. Like, you think that there is a broad popular support for Hamas or even Palestinians in general? No, obviously, when you are pro-Palestinian emancipation, it doesn't matter. Everybody just calls you a fucking terrorist over and over again and demand that you get deplatformed. That is literally the point. Yes, I'm saying no matter how unpopular a certain position might seem, I am committed to advocating for said position because I believe it is correct. Palestinians deserve a right to live free of the Israeli occupation. That's it. Can we stop talking about Asman acknowledging his existence as a problem? I mean, if you want. Glad to see you're back. What is this? Remember my picture of my older brother that went viral a couple years ago? I just wanted to update you. He got his master's today and I couldn't be prouder. That's fucked up. He said he doesn't need to worry about moderation because he's not radical at all, unlike you. In some ways, Asmongold is not wrong. For the new American right that is like unimaginably far right, technically he is firmly championing whatever the far right champions. If tomorrow they become out and about neo-Nazis, he will most likely champion that as well, as long as it still gives him a relatively large audience and a position of prominence. That's it. I'm telling you, dude, I promise you, things change in American politics all the time. Let's say Trump does something truly heinous, okay, and all of his supporters start leaving him in droves, which is not very likely. He has a cult. And Asmongold realizes that the tide is shifting. That is the day that he will switch his political commentary in the opposite direction. He does not care. He's no different than Joe Rogan in many respects, where he will go along with the wins, except he also, just like Joe Rogan, has like certain issues that he does care about. For Joe Rogan, it was always weed, and then it turned into vaccines as well. For Asmongold, it's titties and video games. Beyond titties and video games, I don't think he has like firmly held convictions at all or any sort of real interest in politics. And I get it. American politics is a spectator sport. That's it. There is no material changes that are coming. That's why so many people say nothing ever happens. Do you understand? And if it's just pure spectacle and a spectator sport, then why shouldn't you take advantage of that by simply looking at the madness and assuming what you perceive is the most popular position you can, which is the position of the obvious incoming government, incoming administration that just won the popular vote. You understand me?
I think
Let's see what the people are saying. 52% of Americans back Ukraine conflict with Russia.
Well, I think the easiest way we can kind of just ask this is, do Americans like the way that Trump's handling his job and compare it to how they felt about Joe Biden? So this is the net approval rating. You look at Joe Biden back in 2024, he was 22 points underwater. Holy cow. You look at Donald Trump, it's just a different planet entirely. I mean, the gulf between these two is wider than the Gulf of America or Mexico, depending on which side of the aisle you stand on. He's at +2. So look, at this particular point, Americans are giving Donald Trump the
You're Dan's favorite? Yeah, that's why I've been banned more times than every single one of your favorite content creators on this platform. That was what was always funny, too. Everyone would always be like, Hasan is a PG-13 streamer. That's what Trainwrecks used to say. And it's like, motherfucker, I've been banned more times than you. What are you talking about? I've literally been banned more times than Trainwrecks. I've been banned more times than most content creators on this platform. What are you talking about? Anyway.
benefit of the doubt. He's doing considerably better than Joe Biden was doing on the handling of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And so on this simple question, I think Americans are saying, okay, Donald Trump's doing all right on this.
What about specifically on how they feel about bringing the war to an end?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, look, questions on this can be quite complicated, but I think this kind of gets at sort of where the American trend line is. Americans on the Russia-Ukraine war want a quicker end of the war, but Russia keeps...
Bro, I'm going to say something crazy here. The numbers for Israel coming to the table for a ceasefire was like 80%. When will you get permanently banned? Why are you a subscriber to me for 2 months and asking when I'll get permanently banned? I don't know. I dislike you because of the right, and my brother would say you was a terrorist, but then I watched you and I was like, you right, and it's something we don't see eye to eye on everything, but not crazy. Anyway, it is wild to me that the American attitude towards Israel was like 80% of the American government. 80% of the American voters were like, please do a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire right now. Please stop sending me JD Vance's. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. My lolly.
keeps its captured land. Look at this, 50%, bare majority coming in here. Support Ukraine's right to fight, even if it means a longer war. That's at 48. This is very, very close. But the trend line on this question is so important because that want a quick end of the war, look at this. You go back to August of 2022, it was at 31%. Now we're at 50%. I mean, that is a rocket ship upwards in terms of the Americans who want a quick end to the war, even if it means Russia keeps the captured Ukraine land. Americans are moving closer and closer to wanting a compromise, even if it means that Ukraine doesn't really get what it set out to want, at least at the beginning of this war.
And Americans' views on Russia are shifting as well.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why we're seeing this is Americans who say Russia is an enemy. You go back to 2023, it was 64%. In that CBS News YouGov poll, it was down to 34%. Now, there is a chunk that believes that Russia is an unfriendly nation, but the
Oh my God. This is incredible. How is that possible? Dude, I swear to God, Americans are the dumbest country on the... Americans are the dumbest people on the planet. Collectively. No. No way. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to think that, like, an entire nation is bad, okay? Or sorry, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to think that that an entire nation of people are not bad, right? It's not a bad thing at all. It's not a bad thing at all. Having said that, it is shocking that after a century of Red Scare, anti-Red baiting, anti-Russia propaganda, USSR, why are you mad? This is good. No. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I wish they would do this about China and every other country, really. But please, if you don't realize that Americans who have been taught to literally despise Russia during the Red Scare could so quickly... No, it's not that they're not falling for Red Scare propaganda anymore. You're wrong. It's entirely Telegram and Trump. I think that's what it is. I think it's straight up Telegram channels, Donald Trump. Like, how malleable Americans are is wild. We literally have developed a audience. I mean, this gives me a little bit of confidence. This gives me a little bit of hope, honestly. All China has to do is just, like, play the right propaganda notes, and maybe it is the Chinese century of prosperity, you know? Because most Americans still think Russia is the Soviet Republic. Most Americans don't think Russia is capitalist. They think communist Russia. Fucking Maxwell Frost, the Gen Z, the Zoomer congressperson, came out and was like, Soviet Russia. I can't believe, like, Trump doesn't want to attack commie Russia, Soviet Russia. Like, what are you saying? You weren't alive when the USSR existed. You were born after it ceased to exist. What do you mean? I think this is truly shocking. I don't think that it's bad to no longer hate any country. Okay, it's good that Americans don't have hate in their hearts for a country. Okay, that makes it harder to do global domination, American imperialism. But it's also alarming how malleable they are. It is alarming how malleable they are. Maybe it presents some semblance of hope for doing counter propaganda, but it's wild to me. This is wild. Why are you defending Russia? What am I watching? Oh my God. This is also partially what I mean. People do not have reading comprehension skills or critical thinking skills in general. I'm simply stating that it is shocking that so many fucking dumb boomers who literally 2 years ago would have said, Commie Russia, USSR, better dead than red, baby, have turned around and are like, Russians are fine, I think. I'm ambiguous towards them. That is like 50 years of propaganda broken in a matter of 2 years, 3 years. That is crazy. Do you not understand how shocking that is? I think maybe if tomorrow every single news media outlet and every single mainstream media apparatus was overtaken by communists or whatever, maybe Americans would also have a positive opinion about commies overnight and communism overnight. If you can brick like almost a century of anti-Russia, anti-USSR propaganda virtually overnight with like a couple $1 million of targeted marketing campaigns. Okay. And you know, with the president coming out and being like, they're fine, actually. Yeah, 42% of Americans believe Russia is communist still. That's how stupid these people are.
Percentage who believe that they're either an ally or friendly, that's up to 34% as well, basically equal to the percentage who say that they're an enemy. So views on Russia have become, let's say, a little less isolated in terms of wanting Russia to be way out there on their own, thinking that they're an enemy. At this particular point, they're starting to see Russia a little bit more friendly, and I think that's part of the reason why Americans want to.
Oh my God, this is also a good point. Russia is more popular than the Democratic Party currently. Democratic Party approval rating, 31%. Russian approval rating in the minds of Americans, 34%. That's crazy. That is, what the hell?
To see a compromise at this particular hour.
Yeah, and this is after invading. This is after invading another country. Damn, dude. Damn. Americans are so wild, brother. America is a wild nation. It is shocking that not every single country on the planet is not freaking out every single day of the week about the fact that a nation comprised entirely of belligerent madmen have nukes and have used them before and have the appetite to use them again. Okay? It's crazy. It actually is crazy. All Vladimir Putin had to do was say, Ukraine is woke and gay, and we're based, and we're gonna break the woke transgender Ukraine's back and make them straight again, make them white again, make them Christian again. And literally everyone was like, that makes so much sense. You could sell communism to the American population by saying anti-communists are woke and gay. Communism is the future because anti-communists are woke, they're DEI, and they're gay.
Security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war.
This is unironically the fucking MAGA communist position, by the way. I'm obviously joking. I don't believe that, okay? Welcome back, Jackson Hinkle.
In 30 or 40 years. The security guarantee and also the economic guarantee for Ukraine is to rebuild the country and ensure that America has a long-term interest. You're not going to do that if you come to the Oval Office, insult the president, and refuse to follow his plan for peace.
If he called, and I hate hypothetical questions.
Sure.
Forgive me. If he called tomorrow and said, I am ready to adopt your plan for peace, he can come back?
I think that if he called and had a serious proposal for how he was going to engage in the process. Look, there are details that really matter that we're already working on with the Russians. We've already talked with some of our allies. He needs to engage seriously on the details. I think once that happens, then absolutely we want to talk to the Ukrainians.
You convinced Putin and the Russians are willing to meet them, I don't want to say the word halfway. They're willing to do their part to achieve a negotiated settlement.
Am I convinced? No. But do I think that there's a real pathway? You got to trust but verify. You've got to engage in the negotiation. You've got to see what steps people are willing to take. This is another thing, Sean. Obviously, I'm biased because I really love the guy. But when the media attacks President Trump as somehow on the side of Putin, two big problems with that. First of all, the only president in 20 years where you haven't had the Russians take a bunch of territory was under the first term of Donald J. Trump. The second part of that is you've got to actually accept that President Trump, he's not just assuming that everything the Russians tell him is true, he's negotiating with them. There's a give and take. There's a trust but verify. That's called diplomacy.
Bro, stop. Why does he keep saying trust but verify? This is new meta, I think. He just keeps saying that over and over again. What the hell?
Diplomacy, we used to have some respect for that in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, Jackson Hinkle went to Hasan Nasrallah's funeral proceedings and then came back to the United States unscathed. Meanwhile, I get fucking cavity blasted every time I walk through TSA. What the hell is going on? Tell me that dude is not a Fed, okay? Tell me that dude is not a federal agent. Jesus Christ. No shit is a Russian proverb? Wait, trust but verify is a Russian proverb? Which rhymes in Russian. The phrase became internationally known in English after Suzanne Massey, a scholar of Russian history, taught it to Ronald Reagan, then President of the United States, who used it on several occasions in the context of nuclear disarmament discussions in the Soviet Union. Yeah, I mean, it's more so probably because Ronald Reagan said it, that they're saying it as well. What do the feds benefit for having Jackson on the payroll? I mean, it's super simple. It's much easier to undermine any sort of anti-imperialist thought if you make the person, make a prominent figure of anti-imperialism in the United States, a person who is belligerent and has no like tangible worldview that anyone can associate with. And also you basically undermine any sort of solidarity, any sort of movement building amongst the left on anti-imperialist boundaries. It's something that it's certainly something that the American government has done before. Yeah, I mean, LaRouche is a great example of this. Exactly. Did LaRouche also have some U.S. State and or intelligence connections? No, you are not mistaken. He literally split a communist party in two. I don't know what this is. I haven't been following on Jackson Hinkle's adventures. Elon got a new haircut. Oh my fuck. No. No, this is old, chatters. This is old. He had this before. This is not new. No, this is an old photo. I remember this. Yeah. Are you going to react to the State of the Union today? Of course I am, Kings.
Americans' economic upside in the future of Ukraine. That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years.
Wow. A vice president who is as dumb as he's aggressive. That takes some doing because, Mr. Vice President, that's some random country that's not fought a war. That would be the United Kingdom, who stood...
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty funny when British people get up in their feelings about like Americans being like, you got no smoke.
Alongside your troops in Iraq, not once, but twice, and in Afghanistan.
We're also talking about things overseas.
Y'all wear shorts, man. That's it. That's all I gotta say. Okay. Oi, bruvs are offended. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty funny. Yeah, the Keir Starmer openly said after claiming that he was going to send troops to Ukraine to defend Ukraine that they would be nothing without U.S. support, that his statements would be meaningless without U.S. support. Oh, I saw this. This is really funny. Jesus, those haters are way too happy about the Hasan ban.
Holy shit, finally Hasan Piker banned on Twitch. Let's go. Now he'll finally have to go outside. Anyways, permaban, please, please, permaban.
That's so funny. She thinks she's slick. Sleeping over there. I love this video. I saw it yesterday. Did you see your Google
Holy shit,
searches?
finally.
Dog treats cheap. Where is squirrel? I can't read this one.
Piker
Pure duck?
banned on.
All right, let's keep going. Ukrainians vow to continue fight as Trump administration pauses military aid to
The
Ukraine.
president has taken a dramatic step to get President Zelensky of Ukraine to begin talks on a ceasefire with Russia. Yesterday, President Trump put all U.S. aid to Ukraine on hold. They're calling it a pause. U.S. military aid for Ukraine is critical as they fight a war that Vladimir Putin started 3 years ago now. MTS Tayyab is in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, with more on all this. MTS, I can't imagine the mood there this morning. Good morning to you.
Yeah, a lot of nerves and a lot of uncertainty. Good morning, Tony. Well, a Ukrainian official has told CBS News the Trump administration's suspension of military aid to Ukraine gives the country only around 6 months before it starts running short of vital ammunition, as the White House continues to pile pressure on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to pursue peace with Russian leader Vladimir Putin.
We will feel it in the future.
Following Friday's Oval Office shouting match heard around the world,
don't tell us what we're going to feel.
The nightmare scenario for Ukraine has been revealed. President Trump has announced the U.S. would pause billions of dollars in military assistance to the Zelensky government.
Well, I just think you should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe.
The revelation has sent shockwaves across the war-battered country as Ukrainian morning shows broke the news.
President США Donald Trump.
Mikhailo Podolyak is a top advisor to President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Can Ukraine defeat Russia without the support of the U.S. and President Trump?
What I can say for sure is that Ukraine will still fight. But I will ask you a question. Would the U.S. be okay to stay on the sidelines when we need to stop Russian aggression? And what does Russia want to do? It wants to destroy the world that was built by previous American administrations. It's a world these Ukrainian soldiers say they're trying to defend. We were at a military trauma ward in Kyiv for those injured on the battlefield, where we met Alexei, a grandfather and volunteer soldier in his 50s who was being treated for shrapnel wounds to his leg and hips from a Russian shelling. Alexei also suffered a war injury to his arm a year ago and still went back to fight.
So you're going to keep fighting no matter what?
Of course, he says, for the sake of my granddaughter.
And as Ukrainian leaders grapple with what to do next, they will no doubt increasingly turn to European partners who already provide just over 50% of the military assistance Ukraine receives as Russia's war rages on. Overnight, the Kremlin launched major drone strikes on the cities of Sumy and Odessa. Tony.
MTS Tayyab for us in a nervous Ukraine this morning. MTS, thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd. Good morning, everybody. Obviously, I'm here to talk about my friend Bridge Colby. I think he'll make a great policy lead at the Department of Defense. It's why the president nominated him. And I just wanted to be here to give a word of encouragement, a word of approval, and just lend my reputation to Bridge's confirmation, because I think he's a really important person for us to have at the Department of Defense. We have gone for too long letting our industrial base get degraded, allowing our troops to not even have the munitions that they need to fight the wars of the future. President Trump really believes in peace through strength, but a core part of peace through strength is ensuring that our troops have the weapons that they need in order to fight the next war, if God forbid it necessarily comes. So Bridge is an important part of that defense policy. I think the Senate will confirm him, and I'm glad to be here and speak on his behalf. Happy to take a few questions if you guys have them.
Does pausing aid for Ukraine leave Ukraine vulnerable right now and give Russia an advantage?
Look, what the president has said very clearly about our Ukraine policy is that he wants the Ukrainians to come to the negotiating table. We want the Ukrainians to have a sovereign and an independent country. We think the Ukrainian troops have fought very bravely, but we're
What is that noise, man?
at a point here where neither Europe nor the United States, nor the Ukrainians can continue this war indefinitely. So it's important that everybody come to the table, and the president is trying to send a very explicit message. The Ukrainians have got to come to the table and start negotiating with President Trump.
Do you still have hope for the mineral deal? Do you believe that the mineral deal can still be reached with Ukraine?
Yeah, I certainly do. And I think the president is still committed to the mineral deal. I think we've heard some positive things, but not yet, of course, a signature from our friends in Ukraine. But look, the mineral deal is a really really important part of the president's policy. Number one, the American people have got to get some payback for the incredible financial investment we've made in this country. A lot of the aid that the Europeans have sent has come in the form of money that is getting repaid to them. Well, it's really ridiculous and frankly an insult to the American people that the Europeans are getting a better deal than the American people. The president is just trying to assure.
Dude, I don't like that. Oh God, it's so wild that they just like keep talking about Americans are not getting a good deal. Like, on the one hand, I should be excited at the prospect of them basically demonstrating the only thing that they care about. Okay? But on the other hand, this also means that Ukrainians are getting shafted in the process, like aggressively shafted in the process. So I can't even sit here and gloat about being like, see, they don't care about anything. They don't care about Ukrainian emancipation. And it's not unique to the Trump administration either. It's just that the Democrats are better at, masquerading as reasonable people and actively making it seem as though they have an emancipatory interest here.
That the American people get a fair deal while simultaneously ensuring we have access to some minerals and resources that are very important for the economy of the future.
If Zelensky changes his posture, his focus, his gratefulness, as you guys have talked about, would there be a consideration of bringing the aid back on, or is that an indefinite pause, a long-term pause? Do you see it?
No, look, the president has been very clear. He wants the Ukrainians to come to the negotiating table. I think when the Ukrainians come to the negotiating table, everything is on the table.
What about the pressure on Russia?
President Zelensky?
Look, I think the most important thing, a lot of people have made this about public statements. President Zelensky needs to say that he's committed to the peace, or President Zelensky needs to apologize to the president. The public stuff doesn't matter nearly as much as what are the Ukrainians doing to meaningfully engage on what a peaceful settlement will look like. We need the Ukrainians privately to come to us and say, this is what we need, this is what we want, this is how we're going to participate in the process to end this conflict. That is the most important thing, and that lack of private engagement is what is most concerning to us.
So far, it looks like a lot of pressure
His face is not edited. That's his actual face.
on Ukraine, but not much pressure on Russia. Do you expect to do maybe more sanctions on Russia or any other steps to pressure both sides if you want to have them on a negotiation table?
Well, I don't think that's right, actually. I mean, we still have a number of sanctions that are placed on the Russians. We do believe that the Russians economically are struggling because of this conflict. We do believe that it's in Russia's best interest, but also Ukraine and the United States' best interest to bring this conflict to a close. So we believe in applying pressure to everybody to stop the killing, because that's what the president's policy is, and that's what's in the best interest of the American people.
President, you characterized it as a deal being a long way away. You just said if the Ukrainians came privately to the negotiating table, I could get things moving. What are we talking about timeline here? Like, how fast can we get things back on
President Trump said that, or President Zelensky said
that? I believe that President Trump had characterized it as being a deal being a long way away.
So I know that President Zelensky said that, but what I think the president has said is that we can make a deal. The Russians can't continue this thing forever. The Ukrainians can't continue it forever. And most importantly, the United States can't continue it forever. Look, there are a lot of details to be worked out. There are a lot of questions about territory, about everything else. We want to have that conversation. We're not saying that we're committed to one pathway or another. We're just saying you can't even bring the peace to the forefront.
Bro, the final stage of this is America invading Ukraine alongside Russia. They're going to be like, yeah, no, you want a true presence? You got true presence. Okay, that's right. I'm joking. They don't have nearly enough oil reserves for America to do such a thing. Okay. America's literally going to invade Ukraine and actually start blowing up Ukraine at this point. What the hell? What are we doing?
Forefront if the Ukrainians aren't willing to negotiate in good faith. And right now, they haven't been able to, haven't been willing to. Hopefully that changes.
Do you think that European peacekeepers are a non-starter for the Kremlin?
4 GOP sources say Rubio. 4 GOP sources says Rubio's told people he's upset by his lack of foreign policy influence despite being the administration's top diplomat. One said they felt as though Rubio's often the last to know when foreign policy decisions are made in the White House. Amazing. Oh, you deserve it, you fucking bitch. I hate him. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think this is more so to save face, by the way. It's just, I'm sure he has more influence than he lets on, but he also recognizes that the final say is completely out of his hands. So when they do embarrassing stuff like this and he just sits there with this face on, basically he's just leaking to the media that like, oh, this is not my decision. I would be making very different decisions if it were up to me.
Kremlin, do you think that could realistically be a part of the solution or no?
Megaphonics, send me the full thread of JD Vance edits like maybe 45 more times. I probably will click on it on the 46th or 47th time probably. No matter what you do, don't stop sending me that link, okay?
I won't speak for the Kremlin. I don't know what is a non-starter or not for the Kremlin. I know that obviously, and we appreciate.
Holy moly. Haploids, thank you for the 50 bones. 50 big ones. God damn. God damn. Hype train incoming. Why?
This, the British and the French have offered to step up in a big way. That's very, very important. But fundamentally,
if you subscribe, you can send me links like Megaphonics is, okay? And I most likely will not click on them, but maybe I will. Yeah. 99% of chatters stop sending links right before I click on them. Don't ever give up.
the question of what's a non-starter for this or that
Silex,
party,
thank you for the 100 big ones.
Negotiated settlement we have to come to. We can't even really start that negotiated process in earnest until the Ukrainians, led by President Zelensky, come to the table.
What do you need to see from Canada in terms of...
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Mr. Colby has said in the past that the U.S. could tolerate or contain a nuclear armed Iran. How is that consistent with the president's maximum pressure policy?
Well, number one, the president's been very clear he doesn't want to tolerate a nuclear-armed Iran. And I don't know what Mr. Colby has written in the past, but I'll say that every single person that we nominate to a position is going to have at least one thing that they disagree with the president about. That's okay, but the president's policy is extremely clear. We cannot tolerate nuclear
Thank you for the 20 gifted.
Especially in Iran. That will be the policy of the administration. It has been, and it was during the first Trump administration.
What do you need to see from Canada to roll back these tariffs?
Look, the president's going to have conversations.
I'm going to be honest with you. Jedediah Vance is so good at eating shit. He is the perfect VP for Trump. He is the perfect vice president for Trump. He has a way to communicate to liberals using like liberal language. And he is, more importantly than anything else, a rapacious ass kisser. Why has Europe not actually proposed a deal that would be accepted by both sides? Let's be honest here about the reality of conflict. Europe and the Democrats understand how this will end. I think they're just not at the table. That's probably why. I suspect that they just don't have really a say in the process. So they're kind of trying to, on the one hand, deal with like the tariffs, and on the other hand, trying to deal with what the American administration's current foreign policy attitudes are.
With the Canadians, we need to see real engagement on the fentanyl issue, on the drug issue. That is fundamentally the underlying element.
Speaking of links, you need to subscribe to the Chinese YouTuber that hit the algorithm, and he's amazing, very wholesome content from a nice guy. Love that. Catan, Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Hype train level 7 achieved.
These tariffs
Goddamn.
is we think the Canadians have not been serious about stopping the drug trade. Now, people will sometimes say, well, if you look at the numbers, the Mexicans send way more fentanyl into the United States than the Canadians do. The Canadians have allowed a lot of fentanyl to come into the country.
Wait, what is this? You're not going to believe how the hogs are defending Trump tariffs? Oh, come on, chat. Take a day off, chatter. God damn it. I got so excited. I was salivating at the prospect of a hog watch moment. The British tabloids tomorrow, lest he forgets, row as Trump halts military aid to Ukraine. U.S. Vice President accused of insulting our dead. Trump deputies vile slur on Brit heroes. Vance Land, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. But 636 of our troops died in Afghanistan and Iraq fighting alongside the U.S. Clown Vance's slur on 636 war heroes. Blundering U.S. Vice President says Britain has not fought a war in 40 years. British media is so hostile. Yeah, get them. Let them fight. It's a real let them fight. It's a real let them fight moment because, like, both parties are both of the parties involved in this are just demons in their own right. Okay, let them fight each other. Let them eat each other out. Yeah, you heard me. You heard what I said. Oh, meanwhile, watched you for like a month. Great content and very comforting during the political fuckery that's been happening. Glad to see you unbanned and slightly convinced that the ban was for your politics and not what you actually said. No, I think the ban was valid. Like, it's very obvious what the argument that I was making was not a call to action in terms of assassinating a sitting American senator, and instead was to talk about the hypocrisy. But I should have used a different. Term instead of saying kill. I should have said like nuke. Yeah, it's understandable that they would be strict about that. 100%. I definitely, as I said in my video, I definitely take ownership over that for sure. No, not even like in a video game. I just shouldn't have said kill. I should have said punish. That's it. Yeah. But it's obvious that I'm not like, it's obvious for anyone that's paying attention to what I'm saying. Everybody understands I'm not talking about like literally Mike Johnson going out, hearing what I'm saying, and then going out and executing Rick Scott. It was valid until I saw multiple clips of other streamers saying things along the lines of "I hope you die." Yes, there are a lot of right-wing content creators out there, and a lot of people that recognize that even showing a little bit of allegiance to right-wing sentiment will get you some clout. And that is precisely the reason why a lot of people will go, yeah, this guy sucks. I hate him.
Convoy of aid.
Yeah, meanwhile, I mean, it's actually been pretty good. I'll say it's worked. Asmongold is yet to be banned for saying Slicker should kill himself multiple times a few years ago. I mean, yeah, that's not going to happen. The statute of limitation is passed. Also, it's not happening because enough people are not going to make a big fuss about it. That's usually how it goes. You've upset the vets? Yeah, I saw. This one's really funny. I got a 7-day ban for calling my friend's girlfriend the F slur during a stream where we raised $100K for veteran families. Why are you doing that? Not a single person's like, why did you do that? That's a weird thing to do. By that argument, it's always political for you? What do you mean? Bro, move on. Let people heal from their old mistakes. They've got plenty of new ones to choose from. My link was related where a VTuber got banned for 7 days for humping an NPC in Bloodborne. Yeah, but the thing that I don't understand is if they got banned for silly things, it's weird when people's advocacy is like, no, like it'll be better if other people get banned for longer. Like, no, you should be advocating for your streamer to not get banned for 7 days, not vice versa. You know what I mean? Like, how is that my fault? Do people unironically think I run Twitch or something? I think some people do. It's very strange. With some very notable exceptions, I've rarely ever advocated for a permanent ban on people at all. Like there are some people who are, you know, doxers and serial swatters and whatnot. And yeah, I think those people in their communities are not just insane to unban, but like it's objectively harmful to the entire space of streaming. It is pretty funny though that Asmongold says a bunch of crazy stuff on a daily basis and is also simultaneously demanding that like a higher ban hammer get a higher ban hammer be struck on someone like myself. I've seen Baldwin-Gold say he'd rather have school shootings and guns than no school shootings and no guns, and not a single clip was made. Yeah, it's more so. It's very difficult to parse through a lot. Like when you're talking about 8 to 10 hours every day, it's very difficult to figure out like what a person has said that might be a violation of term of service. I luckily have a metric ton of haters, so they can immediately clip any moment. Oftentimes clip moments directly out of context to also demand I get banned for shit that I'm not even advocating for.
_US leftist streamer Hasan Piker appears banned from Twitch after saying, quote, if you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Okay.
Jeez. Just reporting the news.
How
do you get banned from that?
I mean,
it's a joke.
It's just a joke.
It's just a joke.
First of all, it's also it's completely nonsensical because you'd have to go back in time to prevent Rick Scott from committing Medicare fraud.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do a post talk or after the fact.
But it wouldn't
Example
stop.
setting.
Oh, you do it as a punishment.
Set an example,
I'm not
yeah.
for capital punishment.
No,
so
exactly.
Neither am I, to be fair. If the joke is funny, it's not bannable, just my opinion. I agree. Thank you. I thought comedy was legal now. I go back in time and save Huey P. Long. World would be better, just saying. What is this?
That he's too.
Ethan Klein criticizes Hasan for saying he's closer to the incarcerated firefighters than Elon Musk, while at the same time not knowing how much they get taken advantage of and saying they shouldn't push for more pay is quite disgusting behavior. Horrible. Why are they going through older videos of mine? Like is Ethan now anti paying incarcerated firefighters more? Like, what the fuck's happening? Oh no, he's going full sex pest, and he's just assuming whatever position I have, is he just going to assume the exact opposite? Is this all they do on their broadcast? Like, what the fuck? What a strange obsession, man. He's just like, yeah, no, Hasan's for Medicare for all. Fuck that. I'm against it. Yeah, I hate that. Aren't you afraid of legal actions taken against you? For what? I hope you guys understand. Yes, if I actively called for the assassination of a sitting U.S. president or a sitting U.S. senator, I would literally get a stern talking to by Secret Service. Like, it's fairly obvious what I said in that process. For what you said, I know it was a joke, but no, I wasn't. Oh my God, it's fine. They dox people on their show too, don't forget. I know, that was also crazy. He freaked out on Dan, and Dan started saying Dan was acting like you. Yeah, I like that Trump says Palestinian as a pejorative, and Ethan uses Hasan as a pejorative. It's weird. I don't want to watch this. And I don't understand why anybody would, to be fair. Slow chat, please. Do you see XC called out Dan Clancy after he saw your tweet about him? Wow, what did he say? Is he crying that I called him a snake? That's pretty funny. After spending years and years claiming that I was fucking him over and demanding that I get a longer ban. Anyway, XQ's fallen in the rookie hole. Yeah. All right. Israel blocks all entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Trump threatens pro-Hamas mobs with arrest and deportation. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff in general. And then I'll talk about the Stalker incident before we get to, obviously, later in the day, the Donald Trump, Donald Trump fake State of the Union that's not a State of the Union. There's also this guy, this Nazi who has been unmasked. And lo and behold, shockingly, it seems he is a pedophile, allegedly. Nathan Grayson also wrote an article on my ban. Let's see what it was about. The Twitch streamer is not the problem. Don't take the bait, by Nathan Grayson. Yesterday, HasanAbi Piker, the biggest leftist political streamer and one of the few progressive voices of the rival to right's small army of endless aggrieved attack dogs, was suspended from Twitch. The cause? During a broadcast last week, Piker suggested if House Speaker Mike Johnson and other Republicans were as serious about Medicare and Medicaid fraud as they claimed, they would kill a current U.S. Senator and former CEO who oversaw the Department of Justice called the largest healthcare fraud in U.S. history, instead of elevating him to the upper echelons of the party. This is notable not because of Piker's suspension, but because of how people, especially other content creators, ended up framing the larger issue. Not long after Piker made his incendiary statement last week, the outrage machine kicked into overdrive with the likes of actual violence encourager Libs of TikTok. Bomb threats follow Libs of TikTok's campaign against Planet Fitness. And also, Libs of TikTok has done bombing campaigns on children's hospitals, which is the most insane. Like, children's hospitals got bomb threats after they were put in the crosshairs of Libs of TikTok. You're a bad person at that point. You know what I mean? There's no other way to put it. Anyway, and rebranded WoW streamer Asmongold, who unsurprisingly did not turn over a new leaf following his own suspension for a 2024 racist rant against Palestinians, clutching their pearls of what they suggested was a violent threat against Scott. Numerous others across Twitter and YouTube, some connected to the longer-term effort to deplatform Piker and pro-Palestinian streamers, others not, took up their call. Twitch suspended Piker a few days later. After just one day, Piker's suspension is concluded, and other usual suspects like Tim Pool are acting like Twitch is turning a blind eye to murder. Never mind that Piker did not suggest viewers should harm Scott. He remarked that Johnson and other high-ranking Republicans would do it if they stood by their stated principles, an idea so far outside the realm of possibility as to be, on its face, absurd. My statement was hyperbolic, Piker said in a YouTube video addressing the suspension today, but the intention of it was not a call to violence directly against the sitting senator, but instead was to show the hypocrisy of the Republican Party in terms of how little they truly care about Medicare and Medicaid fraud, because that happens at the point of the provider and not necessarily at the point of the recipients. They want to cut Medicare and Medicaid for the recipients to the tune of $800 billion, and in order to justify that, they will do everything in their power to lie and claim that it's actually your grandparents that are stealing from Medicare and not people like Rick Scott. Piker, who back in 2019 found himself in hot water over a similarly decontextualized remark that America deserved 9/11, resolved to use more deliberate and more careful language in the future. Probably a smart move, though, as Piker observed in his video. Nobody's going to be perfect 100% of the time when they're live, day in and day out, going back and forth the contentious chat, all while creators espousing right-wing viewpoints, which often explicitly or implicitly advocate for violence against immigrants and trans people, are held to vastly different standards. What is this one? Oh, Nick has been spewing anti-trans rhetoric for months, but he's only now facing consequences. That's true. Also, more importantly, the streamer drama portion of the story barely matters. The problem Piker pointed to during the stream that got him suspended, a former CEO of a healthcare company that copped a record $1.7 billion in fines, going out to dodge material consequences, walk away with $10 million in severance and $300 million in stock options, and become a U.S. senator, is an issue so much more consequence than Piker's word choice that these things are not remotely comparable. It is the range that millions of people are getting their news from creators who act like a damn Twitch streamer using harsh language to state documented facts is where the story starts and ends, rather than in the halls of actual power. We're all being robbed. It's as clear as day. There was an alleged murder about it, and many people sided with the alleged murderer. Think about why political pundits and content creators might now be incentivized to muddy the waters, especially when healthcare is concerned. Think about how they might stand to benefit from your distraction, even as normal people's material circumstances degrade by the day. Think about how platforms make themselves complicit by algorithmically favoring outrage and drama dogpiles over discussion that threatens the status quo. Anybody who frames this conflict in any other way, who suggests different stakes or a different central cast of characters, is either deeply unserious or outright lying to you. Do not listen to them. Odds are they are trying to rob you too. Yeah. Bars. W article. Ethan Klein, Asmongold, and XQ have been promoting Dazbullah through an X account called Yeet. I exposed their Nazi troll farm in this thread. The group spreads violent hate speech and organizes harassment campaigns. Yeah, I know. Not only do they call themselves the Taliban, Destiny's community is segmented into both the Taliban and now I guess the Dazbullah brigades or whatever. Yes, they are a bunch of groypers and like 4chan Nazis and shit. And they regularly, this account is like literally a stalker of mine, by the way. A stalker of mine and many other female content creators on Twitch. Kind of like that one fucking random stalker that went up to Cinna and Valkyrie and Emeru. Like that level of stalker went into the Destiny community, got a lot of prominence in Destiny's audience for constantly clipping shit, and now has rebranded himself as TMZ for streamers, and people don't even know that. Yeah, it's a stalker that is known in this community, by the way. A stalker who climbed the ranks of LSF and now has an LSF Twitter. Yeah, literally. Can you imagine? This dude, we have the OC 2000 or 20,000. We have banned probably thousands of accounts of his. Yeah, the Pokey Hasan stalker, yeah. And now he unironically has become a LSF, an LSF poster. Isn't that crazy? We have banned thousands of sock accounts of his. This is the guy that Richie Torres follows too, by the way. Yeah, video of Asman defending the stalker.
Threat exposing Dazbullah Nazi troll farm targeting Arab and Muslim streamers. Why y'all gotta make this always about race? Like, y'all always make this shit about race and shit. Like, get the
Wait, what do you mean? It's N-words for Palestine is what they were posting. What do you mean? Why y'all gotta always make this about race? They made it about race. Is Asmongold criticizing this account, or what's he
fuck out of
criticizing?
here. Exactly. Nah, like making this shit about me. Always making this shit about me. It's nuts. What if Twitch is racist, though? It's what they get. Major schizo energy. I think so, too. When anyone asks why people hate Hasan, this should be used as reason. The people who hate Hasan, are you okay siding with these people? Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, wow. Wow. The break is a little bit confused. Like, what is this? The admin, the Nazi.
I don't think Asmongold understands that when he enters the realm of politics, like, people that have been doing this to me will eventually do this to him as well. Like, right now, he thinks...
Cucumber account.
Right now, he thinks that, like, oh, because, you know, I'm anti-Hasan, then that's fine, right? Like, they won't come after me. They will. They're after Destiny, too. Half of them have literally turned around and are now ripping into Destiny. These guys are just in it for the fun. That's it. Like, you will eventually also become their target. They'll always hate me the most. Let's be real, but this Yeet guy got a copy strike on his account from Pirate Software that put a mark on his account. I suggest all content creators do the same and get his account closed for harassment. I don't think it was Pirate Software that copy striked him. I think it was a false copy strike. I think your YouTube video really affected him. Yeah.
Oh my God! Like, what is this? Holy fuck! Like, why? What are you doing? I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided.
Anyway, the group mocks dead children, spreads violent hate. Yeah, they just say like incredibly racist shit. Destiny and Dan Sullivan working with Asmongold and XQ to promote their racist troll farm after getting banned on Twitch.
Klein, Destiny, Dan Saltman, who else is there out there that is pushing the fuck Hasan narrative? There has to be more of us. Is there more of us?
Well, it's happening organically because people realize that Hasan is a crazy person. Yeah.
He is a bad guy. I am so happy that I could be part of this movement to destroy this.
Yeah, he's like, it's organic. Because even Destiny understands that Dan is giving the game away because he's a fucking dumbass. He's like, no, this is organic. It's an organic movement of people who just think Hasan is crazy.
Terrorist motherfucker.
And I also want to say that this rise in extremism and this rise in extremist...
Yeah, he straight up linked the Dan Saltman tweet.
Because eventually somebody will say something. Will this be the time? It probably won't be the time. But eventually somebody will say something and it's going to get mainstream attention to a degree that it's going to damage Twitch on a massive level. I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have...
Anyway, this Nazi Cucumber group is the group's admin. It's followed by Dan Saltman and Yeet. More on Yeet later. These Cucumber spends its days tweeting out calls for violence and mass murder against Arabs/Muslims and then switches back to his alt to attack N-words for Palestine. Hezbollah's most active soldier is an account called Yeet, who pretends to be TMZ for streamers, but is actually a Hezbollah mod. Yeet curates misleading clips to encourage harassment and is promoted by Asmongold, XQ, Ethan Klein, and their respective communities. Yeah. Don't be fooled by Yeet's attempt to appear innocuous. Yeet is a Hezbollah mod who follows the Nazi cucumber. Their goal is to harass streamers that criticize Israel, especially Arab/Muslims. If they don't get their way, their aim is to destroy Twitch as a platform. Twitch is a corrupt site of lunatics running the asylum. It needs to either implode or get completely gutted and rebuilt. While Dan Saltman and to a lesser extent Ethan calling out sponsors accelerated the timetable, the end game for Twitch was always the apocalypse. A productive day, operatives. Catch me later. I'll buy you a beer. Strike target updates. Congratulations, operatives. We are reporting positive outcomes. They like LARP as though they're doing like a psyop. Don't be. Oh my God. It's a very sad way to. Dan's shy now, but he was talking a whole lot when he threatened to destroy anyone who criticized Hezbollah or worse, anyone who dared to criticize Destiny's alleged sex crimes.
Coworkers, if you're one of my coworkers out there, and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about how much you condemn Destiny and everything else, you better not let me fucking find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else. All this is just virtue signaling fucking bullshit. Okay, it's like because it's like oh my God, sharing nudes. Okay, I'm out of here immediately. Right, like fuck Hasan. Right, fuck everyone that's using this as a jumping off point to like try and make their side win.
Dude, my haters are not unwell, okay? Let me tell you. My haters are not doing well. They are very unwell.
Don't let me capture you in 4K being a virtue signaling cunt. That don't let me capture that event from any of these people. I will fucking destroy you if that's the case.
But I've been thinking about for the Twitch thing, I might actually just go find every person that said something like, Clancy's never going to leave. Nothing burger, by the way. I think I may find every single one of these people and round them up. I'm going to leave it there.
My fellow orbiters or coworkers, if you're one of my coworkers out there and
he was also actively trying to dox people who used to be in Destiny's community who are no longer in his community because of the Destiny cyber sex pest saga. Sharing with other people that he wants to have sex with, videos that he took, some consensually, some unconsensually, allegedly. The revenge porn saga that he's going through. People that were upset at Destiny, Dan has been actively trying to. XQC said this Yeet guy seems unbiased by his reporting, by the way. Yeah, because XQC also is a Destiny dick rider. What do you mean? That's it. It is what it is. Everyone, please do your part in exposing these violent races and their thinly disguised disinfo/harassment operation. There's many people out there who don't know the truth about these streamers /accounts are susceptible to their underhanded tactics. After I first exposed Yeet as a front for Hezbollah's Nazi troll farm, he quickly tried to cover his tracks by removing his mod position. Too late, the evidence has already been saved. The owner of that community made me a mod on their own accord. You're reaching so hard, lol. I found out I'm not a mod from your tweet. I'm a mod from your tweet and just removed myself again. I have no posting in there. Nice try on the canceling, though. Go back to 2015. Honor mentioned Nicholas DiUrio and Willie Maxshaw are Yeet followers who supported Hezbollah's disinfo and harassment campaigns. Both were Destiny orbiters who try to distance themselves. The thing is, I don't think this guy's getting paid to do any of this shit. I think he does it because he's just like a very mentally ill, a deeply, deeply mentally ill stalker. By the way, like the amount of accounts of this guy that we have banned in this community and in many other communities because he's just like very clearly a mentally ill stalker is shocking. It is truly shocking that Destiny brought him into his community and made him a prominent part of his community in general. Yeah, he goes after all of my friends, anyone who is, he's active in all the schizo discords. Like this person is exactly the same. This person is exactly the same fucking person that was stalking Emaru and them. He originally comes from Destiny's community. That's where Stalker came from. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was initially from that community. I thought he was just like an outsider stalker that entered his community. Same exact type of person. Not the same person, but same exact type of person. Like, yeah, I'm not saying it's the same person. It's the same type of person. Make no mistake. I'm sure they'll like try to clip that out of context as well. But there are a lot of the reality of the matter is there are a lot of people like this who just like actively try to stir up drama, and that is what they like. The satisfaction they get is like when people recognize them, recognize their existence. This account used to harass your tweets all the time back in the day while trying to ship you with other streamers so we could harass them as well. How did they switch up and become approved by so many streamers is unbelievable to me. Because streamers, there are a lot of streamers who are dog shit, like straight up. That's it. Myself included. Like I am not the best person either. You know what I mean? I also have a lot of narcissistic tendencies. Like this is something that I voluntarily, this is something that I recognize. It is what it is. And these people love playing that role of just like actively obsessing over a person. Nah, this was earlier a clip of Boner Chelly saying he was going to pay these people. Then Yeet went on to Fuel D's podcast, aka the Fuck Hasan Hour. I don't know if he's actually getting paid. But who cares? I mean, it is what it is. There's not really much you can do about it. Did you hear the latest news? D hired Prince Andrew's lawyer. I don't know if you have extra cash. That guy's expensive. Wait, what? Prince Andrew's lawyer? This is a stalker I saw who made the weird Reddit threads about all the female streamers who appeared on your stream. Yes, that's him. He's the one who constantly ships me with every female content creator and just like over and over again posts about it. He was the one who would always like post my address under all of my replies too, I think. Or that might be a different schizo. Yeah, there is definitely a group of these people in a Discord that all just like actively stalk a lot of content creators, but especially female content creators. Anyway. One of his lawyers is Andrew Bretler, who was a partner in the firm that defended Prince Andrew and Bill Cosby. Jesus Christ. Different? Dude, do you know how many fucking stalkers I have? I have a lot of fucking stalkers. Every content creator does. Especially Twitch streamers. Chat. All right, let's talk about it. Speaking of stalkers. As I was talking about earlier today, Emeru, Valkyrie, Cinna, Emily, and Rosie were at the Santa Monica Pier. Valkyrie and Cinna have been doing a sysathon, which was supposed to go for 7 days. In the process of them doing this sysathon, they were targeted by a stalker in person. From what I understand, he came up to Emaru first. I believe he actually came up to them in a positive manner initially and took photos with them, and then changed his outfit, and then came back and was harassing them after they got off the Ferris wheel for a photo, or during the Ferris. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Oh God.
Oh God, yes, that is. Can I sing for a change? A change for the better, as you would say?
Okay.
And the change would be for her number.
Oh.
If you like it, can I get your number?
I don't have a phone. Sorry.
Wait, put your number in mine.
I don't know how to use a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait, so I'm gonna keep following her.
Huh?
I'm gonna keep following her.
God, another one! No! You're gonna have to get in line. There's too many stalkers.
That's not how you really riz.
Bro, what the fuck?
That's not the riz.
Get behind me. Okay.
So I think Emily is the only one here at this stage that understands the severity of the situation. These are my friends. They get approached like this all the time. So they basically are, they think it's like a weird fan interaction. They shouldn't be familiar with this process. But of course, I think being a woman, especially in this space, they get this a lot more than you would think. Yeah, this is from earlier in the day when he had a different outfit when he took a photo with them. Apparently, when he initially took photos with them, and then later. And Valkyrie is trying to de-escalate, keep things humorous. You know.
Kendrick.
Are we getting churros?
Kendrick, add it into the list.
Thanks for coming in, lady.
Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow, and take care.
Wait, can we get churros or no? Yes, right here. Oh.
You can also get them from the vendors.
The vendors? Ooh, it might be better with the vendors. I didn't see any churro vendors though. Did you?
There is one.
You need, yeah. Do you want some sunglasses? You like these? Incognito time. Stand behind me. I don't like. I'm gonna keep following her.
Yeah. Like,
where's your little Glock? I mean the lighter.
I'll beat him if I have to.
Forgot we're in public.
No, I'll beat him.
Also, yes, this is a great example of how women have to try to play down the rejection because they're fucking scared to say no because of the potential for physical repercussions. Also important to note there.
Wait, she looks so cool.
I'm turbo chilling.
She's turbo chilling.
Aww.
Wait, you look
And they're
so
also
cute.
live, so they have to like.
You look.
The thing is, sometimes awkward interactions that can turn into really weird interactions that can even turn into dangerous interactions can happen in the process of live streaming. Okay, as someone who does a lot of IRL streams, I have also had my fair share of these sorts of experiences. So what you're supposed to do in that process is basically behave a certain way, like nothing wrong is happening. Okay? Because you don't want, under any circumstance, to think that this is like to basically give in some ways to the parasocial stalkers interaction. There are a lot of people who do this. This is part of the reason why they SWAT streamers. This is part of the reason why they dox streamers as well, because they want to change the dynamic of the stream. And if you even in any way, shape, or form react to it, then it gives them the satisfaction almost. it's a very weird dynamic, and basically every streamer, no matter how small, especially female streamers, know exactly what this is like. We don't talk about this side of the industry deliberately, okay? Because you don't want other people to, engage in copycat behavior, but it is a constant. That's why I have said time and time again that the only people that I know that get actively cyber stalked and harassed, maybe even more than myself actually, are just regular female streamers. It doesn't matter how big or small. You can be a female streamer with 30 fucking followers and you will have a stalker. It's insane. This is one of the major hurdles for this industry, and this is part of the reason why so many female streamers have to deal with all of these extra things that they can't even actively and openly talk about. Other than myself, lol, I mean, should I not volunteer this information? I'm currently giving you a little bit of extra background about how this stuff works. Do you think that I'm lying as a very big content creator on this platform, especially one that speaks about politics 8 hours a week? Do you think I don't have fucking stalkers? Are you insane? I just did our introduction to this conversation literally began with other cyber stalking communities that operate within Discords, that operate within Telegram channels, that actively seek out streamers, sometimes physically.
Adorable. You would never be able to tell it's her.
Drop on that base, we'll take care of it.
Can I be mean to him? Yeah, you can. You have permission. Yeah.
Oh, we have to keep
Well, we try to be nice.
I thought he was gonna sing us a little song.
I know, I was excited for him to sing a song. And then he pulled out a plot twist.
Me and Rosie made eye contact like, what's going on?
Oh, Cammy, you look so cute.
Your stalkers don't try to sexually assault you, though? I'm not going to say anything. But all I'm going to say is there is a lot that I'm not going to speak on in terms of my own personal experiences, okay? But all you should know about this is you don't fucking know anything. What streamers have talked about here, what streamers have revealed about this, and this was an accidental reveal, by the way, because most streamers will usually shut the camera off. But in this situation, I think it was more so a matter of safety. Okay. But everything that you've heard from other streamers since this happened is not even the tip of the fucking iceberg. Okay. This is the dark side of Twitch streaming that people understandably don't talk about. Even LSF has a policy of not posting this kind of shit, not posting swattings, and not posting doxings, because even they know that it encourages copycats. Also, yeah, there are people like Nick Pollum and Wake Wilder that got literally sexually assaulted on stream at TwitchCon by a fucking stalker. I'm a female and nothing streamer, and my husband's ex joined my community under a fake persona, has been apparently stalking us for 5+ years. It's a bit different, but I hate streaming now. Yeah.
Maybe we should just go. Oh, yeah, maybe we should. Yeah. He's getting a little closer. That's oh. I mean, let's go. I think we're just gonna go. Let's go. Oh no, we're not. What's up, huh? Hey, excuse me? No! Security? Emily, no. Hey, stop!
At that point, he approaches them, and Emily, faces the stalker and is like actively telling him to fuck off. And they try to get help from security.
Whoa!
Let's fucking fight right now.
What?
Right.
Get away from
now. Hey, what's going
security!
On?
He's harassing us.
What's going on? What's going on, man?
He starts banging on trash cans and apparently told them that he was going to kill them. Okay? And kept putting his hands in his pockets. No, not extra Emily. Emily is Ray's assistant.
I'll kill you right now. I'll kill you right now.
Security, please.
Yeah, right there he said, I'll kill you right now.
Security!
So then they hit the BRB traveling sign in order to obviously not show the rest of it. And from what I understand, they basically waited for the cops to come. I don't know what this person, I don't know what has happened since then to this person. But I'm sure they'll explain the rest of this in this video. Because after that, they were understandably traumatized by the incident. So they didn't want to continue. Cutie Cinderella, who also has her fair share of experiences with this, said, the worst part is now you go to the police and they won't do anything about it. You try to file a report, they tell you to do it online. You do it online and they reject it. Rinse and repeat. There is no help. It's terrifying. My heart goes out to everyone involved. It's a violation of numerous crimes, by the way, like what took place here. Obviously, you have stalking, you have active death threats, things of that nature. And just nothing comes of it. Partially nothing comes of it because cops don't understand it. They just don't understand the process. Like, they don't understand what live streaming is. They're older. They don't understand. Most normies also don't understand like the parasocial nature of streaming. One thing that pissed me off when cops were out there arresting anyone and everyone after the Luigi shit was that it shows that police can and will do something when it comes to billionaires' online harassment, but heaven forbid they do it for women or streamers who are getting stalked. Yeah. One thing I want to point to is I promise you, you do not understand. You do not know how commonplace this is. That's number one. It's incredibly commonplace for virtually every Twitch streamer, every live streamer in general, but it is even more so and more overwhelming for female live streamers, no matter how large or small. But the other thing that I want to expand on top of that, is that this kind of attitude is egged on by a shit ton of psychopathic, right-wing, anti-women content creators as well. There are the Andrew Tates of the world, and then there's like the whatever podcast, you know what I mean? Like Keemstar and the like, that actively egg on these fucking weirdos, okay? They don't tell them that this kind of behavior is completely inappropriate, completely unacceptable, only until it's far too late. And the reason why I talk about Keemstar here is because days prior to this, a couple days before, Keemstar was actively shitting on these girls, okay? Talking about how like, oh, they're getting owned. These Pokemon clones or whatever the fuck. They streamers get owned. Female streamers get owned by a person who says that they're not doing enough to make content like HasanAbi or whatever. A couple days prior to the Stalker, not to say that this Stalker directly is getting their notes from the likes of fucking Keemstar. This dude in the Goons running that page of taking the entire past week to shit on these female streamers for zero reason and foster a community hates towards them that can add to shit like this happening. Not saying this event is directly related, but the irony here is crazy. Yeah. Not saying this is your fault, but you and other clip accounts are certainly not innocent when it comes to inciting misogyny and harassment against these women. Yeah. Cena complaining about doing basic work while also trying to downplay HasanAbi's success. Clown. Pokemon and her clones are starting to get called out for their behavior. Ice Poseidon's friend SJC claims that they scripted this for threatening her life. Like, these guys are disgusting. Yeah, they do it to Frogan all the fucking time, too. I know Sean the Black had a really good take on this. This happening right after a campaign to paint these streamers as untalented and low-effort creators is not a coincidence. These guys are fucking soulless, okay? Irredeemable monsters who simply just want to cause as much drama and as much controversy as possible, especially against people like Cinna, Pokimane, Valkyrie. Like, they actively try to stay out of drama, okay? They actively stay away from it, okay? And by virtue of just them being fucking women, people constantly whip up the drama drums over and over again. And worst of all, until a moment like this happens, okay, until a moment like this happens, most of the people who also play a role in this, other content creators who also play a role in this by hyping these fucking dipshits like Keemstar up, will then turn around and be like, oh, how could this have happened? It's like, bro, you played a role in this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what's like unique about this. Back in the day, this kind of stuff was just simply relegated to like weird online forums. Nowadays, it's moved beyond simply online forums and are actively hyped up by literal right-wing content creators, all the way from Keemstar to the Andrew Tates of the fucking world, the whatever podcast, the Fresh and Fit podcast. Like, this is how they make money. They have entire Twitter communities now, especially with the insane way that Twitter has become this like right-wing shithole. They have entire fucking Twitter communities that are dedicated to doing stuff like this. The 4chanification of the rest of the internet is here. So look, and there are still people in here. Look, so one freak stream sniper equals men bad lol. No, this has never been acceptable. Some other freaks on the internet aren't even relevant to most people. Dog, why are you self-reporting? I'm a man. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not even just talking about men in general. Okay? I have female stalkers too, bitch. Shut the fuck up. But yes, if you think that women don't have it worse, you are delusional. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the reason why women have it worse, and the reason why, like, everyday average women that aren't content creators or aren't fucking famous are also going through this too, with very little repercussions. How do you not understand? Go talk to a woman in your life. Go talk to your mom. Tell her to recount an experience that she's had like this. I promise you, she probably has had an experience like this. Okay? Where she didn't entertain the advances of some fucking loser, and then that loser took it in a very weird way and got incredibly aggressive. If you see someone say men are creeps and you feel offended, you are self-reporting. Exactly. I need you to understand, okay? This kind of shit is super commonplace. And there is virtually nothing law enforcement can do about it. Okay? Nothing. This was on video, and there are still people who were like, is this scripted? Queso gets it.
Like that makes.
I literally couldn't find a single streamer reacting to this whose chat wasn't saying stupid shit. Is so sad, and I saw it happen live.
Stuff like that makes you want to go to school to be a cop. Well, you'll be too busy stopping innocent people that just run through stop signs instead of actually doing something about that. So there's no point.
Damn.
They don't care about that. They just care about the dude that ran the stop sign or went 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. They don't care about that.
Oh my
Ain't no point
God.
going to be a cop. What you mean?
What the that's an amazing take from Queso. Holy shit.
Buddy, trust me. Trust me, they do not care about that.
Okay, beef squashed. Beef squashed with Queso. He is a official big boy status again. They don't have to be streamers, just a female with a mic or opinion. No, they don't even have to have a microphone. Bro, female accountants go through this shit at their workplace or at a fucking bar. You just have to be a woman. The reason why this is so goddamn commonplace with seemingly no fix to it is because people just take it as the norm, okay? There's really, really horrible education surrounding this, and it's accelerated for the worse in the past couple of years with like a lot of right-wing content creators who actively take on this issue from the most right-wing slant that they possibly can. Okay? People that say like, oh, all women do is lie. All women lie. All women are bitches. All this shit. It's creating an environment where some people inevitably take matters in their own hands.
I hate random stuff like that to people who don't deserve it. Bro, they're walking around streaming, having fun, and you got some straight goober, by the way. I'm talking straight goober. I seen that dude. You want to talk about a goober. Like, bro, what is wrong with you, man? Bro, don't be weird, bro. It ain't hard to not be. Bro, you know what blows me away on top of that even more? Bro, the easiest thing in the world is to be a normal person.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Actually.
How you get to the mental capacity to even think to do, not only think to do something like that, but to actually physically do it. And you know what I think? You can call it overkill. I think somebody who has the capability to do something like that should not only go to jail, but go to jail forever. Just be gone forever. Reason at all.
Straight up. Straight up. If you're a young man, okay, who simply doesn't understand how commonplace this is, I urge you to talk to your sister, if you have one, or your mother, just any woman that you are friends with. Okay? It is incredibly commonplace. And no, women aren't fucking lying about it. There's obviously a gray area in interpersonal relations within men and women, between men and women. Okay? There are some gray areas. And I understand being a guy growing up in this space and not being able to figure out exactly how to deal with this dynamic. You find someone cute, you find them attractive, you want to tell them how you feel about it, and you're afraid of coming across like a fucking creep, and then you just hold it in forever. Or you end up revealing this information, and maybe they respond to you negatively, and then you start developing resentment, and that resentment grows, and then you seek out like-minded individuals and you find yourself a home in one of these fucking spaces online, this is very dangerous. Okay? This is very dangerous for you because you become a dangerous person to everyone around you. This is why I always say be fucking normal. Like, I understand how this kind of resentment towards women across the board fester and grow. Okay? I was a fat dude growing up. I get it. I understand. But guess what? You can't make it other people's problems. You have to seek within yourself and work to fix whatever fucking issues you have. And I do get very upset, very frustrated with people that don't try to break this cycle. So I'm very appreciative of people like Keizo who are just like not leaving any room for this kind of thing. Okay? My mom is a divorce attorney. She had a Jehovah's Witness stalker for years. This person would call on my mom's personal number telling that she was going to hell and needed to repent for her sins of doing divorces. They would call her on her office number. They would follow her on her walk to the courthouse. It got so bad at one point, I remember my dad having to chaperone my mom. Whenever she was walking somewhere, the cops never did anything when she tried to report it. So fat shame yourself and you'll be fine. Is that what I said? Why are you so fucking... Dude, I love that I'm talking about mental illness and you just came up with the most mentally ill response to what I was saying. And you're spamming it too. You thought you had a banger in the tank. You were like, this is my banger. He needs to see this. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not what I'm saying, okay? You couldn't even respond to what I said? What was what you said? If people say women won't stop lying and you get offended, you're self-reporting. It's the same argument you just made a few minutes ago, but flipped around. Dog, how do we go back to the drawing board and explain to you that misandry and misogyny are not the same? Because misogyny is associated with systemic violence and also deeply personalized individual violence as well, and the normalization of said violence, whereas misandry is not. Okay? That is the dynamic. That is the difference between someone saying, oh, let's have a gay pride parade versus why no straight pride parade? Why are you being a anti-heterosexual? Why are you against heterosexual behavior? You are aggressively coming after me for being a breeder, a heterosexual. Things can be different. You don't have to rob everything of its context, okay? Why is it that everybody always hits the reverse racism shit? Oh, it's of course, the 2013 account, too. And no, I didn't even... I wasn't terrified of your idiotic by your logic sentiment. I just didn't see it in the sea of... of other comments. Yo, Hasan, what do you call sexism towards men then? It's called misandry, and it's a laughable notion. Okay? Do you want to know why it's a laughable notion? How many radfems fucking are constantly up my ass for being pro-sex work or being pro-trans? Okay? Yeah, I get it. Trust me. Okay? If it was in any case or form a real thing, I would have probably been killed by now 1,000,000 times over by a fucking radfem. It's often born out of people's, it's often born out of victimhood, that people just have no way out of it and they feel powerless. So they basically turn around and start lashing out. This doesn't mean it's appropriate, but you don't deal with it in the same way. I can't believe that. Like, I cannot believe that you are trying to flip this on men being the victim. Jesus Christ, dude. Just, I'm telling you right now, kill that part of your brain, okay? There's that little demon inside of everybody's head who goes, I'm making a fucking banger counter argument here, okay? I'm cooking this one up. The moment that you see that thought, you just end it. End that thought in your brain. I promise you. Banned? Okay, using the term kill doesn't automatically mean a ban, chat. Jesus Christ. Calm down. Everybody's got a little reactionary dog in them, okay? Everybody has it. It's understandable. We are a product of our material conditions. We are not above propaganda. We are not above social conditioning. You feel me? So I get it. I understand having those thoughts creep in. You just got to actively work against them, though, because if you let those thoughts seep in before you know it, kill that part for every argument, because it's not critical thinking, okay? It's reactionary thinking. That is what I'm trying to explain to you. But you think it's critical thinking. It's not. It's reactionary thinking. There is something very comforting about entertaining the notion that things are the way that they are because of some natural order, and that all of these people are actively trying to undermine the natural order. Okay? It's much easier to think that homeless people are homeless because of their own moral failings and that that'll never happen to you, instead of recognizing that it happens because of material conditions, because of a sequence of horrible things that might have happened to this person. Okay? It's much easier to think the former rather than the latter, because when you think the former, then it's like, oh yeah, it'll never happen to me. What? Remember, lol, he's right about everything. Kill that part for every argument. Okay. The dumbasses are talking to one of them. The dumbasses are talking to each other in the chat. Wait, what did Queso do? Nothing. He's just being awesome. Reactionary thinking is the exact opposite of critical thinking. Reactionary thinking can be very comfortable, and a lot of people engage with it because they get that comfort, and it makes you feel like you're smart. Remember that. That's why I say kill that part of your brain, or neutralize that part of your brain that wants you to desperately conform to reactionary ways of thought. Yeah, idiot gets that a man hates women because some women hurt him, but when a woman hates men because she got sexually assaulted by one, it's much harder for them to understand the end of capitalism. But yeah. Let's watch their response, because the next day they went back live to say that they're ending their. Asma's new video is him calling Hasan a Nazi, lol. That's hilarious. Okay, I'll take it seriously. It takes one to know one, you know what I mean? I'll take that seriously. Let's continue.
So, we wanted to officially end the marathon, have some closure, talk about the situation a bit, and just end it properly because it didn't feel right ending it the way that it ended yesterday. So,
and we do kind of need to like say what happened, because I think a lot of women, a lot of times in this industry, cannot talk about the stalkers they have because it will only make them worse. And unfortunately, this one was very, very public.
Yes.
And I feel like none of us can really move on. And we just want to get it out of the way while I am still here, and Ray is here, and also Emmy is safe.
Yes.
She just, you know, she needs time to process it and stuff. And we are all very much still in shock. So please forgive us if we are emotional. But we are not.
We literally were like, let's try to like keep it together.
We are very much in shock, and we need you guys to know it. Like, that clip does not do it justice for how scary it was. It was
like, it didn't show everything that happened,
and we just want to use it as like a learning situation, because we see a lot of people saying like, oh, I would have done this if I was there, but you have no idea how fast it really happened. We did not know that it was even the same guy up until he made the original thread about following us. We didn't click it.
He changed clothes, apparently, which was insane.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, he met us earlier, like 30 minutes before, and was, you know, interested. Like, he was just a little cringe, and like, we took a photo with him, and he was very nice, and he went and changed clothes and came back, which is why we didn't know who he was. And I also want to say, before we say anything, like, if you even remotely think that Rosie and Emily did anything wrong, like, I genuinely mean this, shut the fuck up. Like, seriously, because you were not there. It is like fight or flight in that moment, and Rosie and Emily did everything they could to protect us so that we could like get away. And like, Rosie even afterwards like stood out the door, and it's hard when you are like a camera guy and he is holding tens, like literally the equipment that he has on him is so much money. He was literally holding the camera close to him, turning, and like Rosie pushes the guy like away from us. Like, they did so much to help us, and they are not security. They're not trained to do that. Rosie and Emily are normal human beings like us. Like, they're not used to that.
Emily was prepared to like fight him though, even though he was like pulling things out of his pockets.
Yeah.
I just like, it scares me like thinking about that any of them could have gotten hurt.
Yeah.
It was really scary.
Yeah, if you haven't seen, the entire interaction can be condensed into 2 minutes.
Also, it wasn't shown, but he like banged on this trash can in front of the security guard. Like, I don't know if you could hear it.
The way that we knew he was manic was he kept changing like personality. Like, he would get really happy and be really nice, and then feel threatened and get really aggressive very quickly, and was punching stuff behind us. And when he charged at Emily and stuff like that, and he charged at Emmy, we just went into fight or flight. And for those of you who don't know, like, we know he's a stalker. He pulled up, when he was behind us, he pulled up Emmy's TikToks.
Yeah, he was watching.
And was watching her TikToks and like looking up and like, and just like staring at us. And he, even when like he ran at us and he said he was gonna kill us, he kept running and trying to get something out of his pocket. And like I said, like, you guys, when that clip cuts off, like, we had to run into a store screaming that somebody was going to kill us so that somebody would step in and let us in the back. And we were lucky that one of
I know what TikToks these are. Those Discord accounts that have all the stalkers together absolutely hate Emma and have made TikTok accounts dedicated to sexualizing and degrading her. Yeah, there's a network of stalkers. There is a network of stalkers that actively engage in predatory behavior against Twitch streamers. So, of course, my Mods are very familiar with all of them. We actively try to monitor to the best of our ability all of these fucking communities. Like I said, every streamer knows this reality. Okay? Every streamer knows this reality, which is why I entertain 0 seconds. Which is why I entertain not even for a moment this much whenever fucking content creators actively go along with those fucking stalkers, because they themselves are always attacked by these people. This is a big part of the reason why Destiny's community has been so out of control, because they rely on said fucking stalkers, not just that Yeet Oct 20,000 account. Okay? Like it's one of these like nobody openly talks about it, but everybody knows what the fuck is up. The fact that like Asmongold and XQC even entertain some of these fucking accounts is insane to me. Okay? I know that Destiny has made a career out of basically behaving like those guys, but the fact that Asmongold and XQC, who are also actively fucking doxxed and harassed and stalked and swatted, would also engage in these people, engage with these people, the people that actively work with these stalkers, is psychotic. These are people who, if you're a large content creator, these are people who you have genuinely been harmed by. People exactly like this.
One of the workers who was not like...
The cow maybe, but Asmongold is on the team. No, he's not, dude. You're wrong. You're fucking wrong. I don't think you understand. No. Okay? No, you're absolutely wrong. If you think Asmongold does not get harmed by these fucking people, you are delusional. There is not a single content creator, Destiny himself too. There's not a single fucking content creator that does not actively get stalked. Okay? There is not a single one. This is behind closed doors, a known reality. The worst part about it is there are some streamers who also entertain it or engage with it, okay? And people know who those streamers are and who those communities are. That's why they don't talk about those communities and those streamers. Do you think other streamers are oblivious to this fucking reality? Do you think that other streamers are just completely oblivious? No, they know who the fuck these people are. Yeah, they just don't talk about them for this reason. They don't want an endless sea of hatred and brigading and active stalking to come in their direction. Yeah, a lot of streamers are afraid to call out the incels because of the repercussions of their freak communities. Exactly. And it doesn't matter how big you are. That's why I was so mad at Twitch, at TwitchCon, when they just like let in a bunch of fucking weirdos like kick streamers and shit. Okay? A lot of those guys went to kick. A lot of their fan bases also went to kick. And these communities, if left unchecked, have become deadly as well. I mean, think about Christina Grimmie. Like, there have been content creators who've been killed by these fucking stalkers in the past. And in the United States of America, there's virtually no repercussions whatsoever. Yes, Ice Poseidon style communities, exactly.
Questioning us actually like believed us, and he put us all in the back. And they're panicked. They didn't know what to do, so they tried to bring us behind the buildings to help us, but we didn't know where he was. I think when we went in the store, he backed off because it was a lot of people. And so we don't know where he was. We didn't know where he went, and we had to beg the workers to hide us because they kept trying to tell us that it's not their fault, but they kept trying to get us to go back around where it happened and saying that he was gone, but we said we didn't know if he was gonna come back. And so we had to hide.
Hey, Hasan, what does entertaining this type of behavior necessarily mean? I'll explain it to you. Drama slop communities and streamers who actively engage in drama, okay? And I'm not talking about people who like pull me into drama by bringing up my name for some fucking weird reason, okay? But streamers who from the outside actively talk about other people's drama and choose to take sides on said drama, people like Keemstar, these are people who thrive off of the toxicity and the negative energy brought about to whoever they have in their crosshairs. And that's where a lot of these fucking losers congregate. Okay? And the thing is, most of these losers also have networks like Discord servers and Telegram channels. A big chunk of them are in here right now, most likely. Okay? Talking about how sick it is. Yeah. But if you think that like other streamers, exactly, if you think that these other streamers fucking randomly find these clips and shit, you're delusional. No, they get it directly from people who cyberstalk streamers. They go into people's chats. They come into my chat too. They do it all the time. They make a million different stock accounts all the fucking time. This is what they get off on. LOLcowing is what it's called. So any community that hyper focuses on, doing LOLcow shit will inevitably have these fucking losers all up and down their community. It becomes an incredibly toxic space. Yes. That's what the concept of LOLcow is, a cow that you farm for the lulz. It was initially relegated to forums. There are prominent examples of this stuff, like Chris Chan, I think. There's, what is it, Darkside Phil, Boogie 1488. Those are some of the people that have become LOLcows. Okay? Some people lean into it. And then it's reposted by Yoxix and accounts alike on Twitter and boosted by Drama Alert. Exactly. Some people decide, well, I'll make money any way I can, and then they lean into it. They become the LOLcow. Yeah, World of T-Shirts is a TikTok example. I don't know who Daniel Larson is, but yeah, World of T-Shirts is like the example that exists on TikTok. And the people that love this shit, the people that get a tremendous amount of enjoyment out of this stuff, are some of the saddest people you've ever met in your entire lives. You probably never met them because they rarely ever go outside. But they do have a lot of impact online because you can do a lot without leaving your house. Oh, Daniel Larson is World of T-Shirts? Okay. Sometimes people who have made... Oh, no, he's not. Okay, it's a different person. All right, I don't know. I don't care about this stuff. But my point is, streamers that actively egg this stuff on do it knowingly. Okay, even if they themselves are victim to this kind of stalking, and nobody deserves it. Okay. They knowingly egg this on. They knowingly normalize it and they make money off of it. Okay. It's completely unacceptable. It's total freak shit.
In a shed for 15 minutes until the cops came.
We were.
Yeah, I used to lurk in those communities, and it's usually just full of hate, and they always monitor online personalities and document them in hopes of them becoming a LOLcow. It's depressing. Yeah. Straight up. And Twitter has certainly made it worse. It's people who are very sad. People who are incredibly sad themselves, who never really go outside. So they actively try to make other people's lives worse in order to feel like they have a sense of control over their own. It's a failure, but I think that is the reason why people do it.
It was terrifying leaving because we didn't know if he was still around or if he changed. We didn't know where he was. He's still out there, but I am investing as much as I can to find this guy. If you have any information on this man, I would like it. We're going to find him, and I'm going to do everything I can to get this guy. So
yeah, we are trying to do everything so we can get him.
Mm-hmm.
We have evidence that he knew who we were. We have everything. We just need to find him. So if any of you have any information and you've seen him before or anything, if you can please tell us so we will know, because it's hard sometimes, like when the cops have to go off stuff like that, and I know that it's a lot, but it would help us a lot if anybody has anything.
Mm-hmm. We are right after this, we're gonna go to the police station.
Yeah.
And we are going to file reports and take it from there. So.
And I want to say again, like we are all in shock. I don't saw a lot of people saying like, well, did he actually have a weapon and da-da-da, but like when somebody is running at you or even walking towards you.
When a stranger says he's I'm gonna kill you.
And he's getting aggressive and he's
banging on the trash can and he goes from smiling to looking really serious.
And charging at us.
Like he put his stuff on the ground to fist fight Emily.
I'm not joking when I say like it escalated so quickly. There is nothing that anybody could have done. It happened so fast, and like you guys did not see all of it. It is like I am in hindsight very thankful that we were in the area that we were and that we were able to go into the store, because I think if we had been anywhere else on the pier, it would have been a very different situation. Because when you walk down, and if we would have been going into like the parking garage or anything, we would have had nobody. So at least we ran into that worker who
dude, look, you want to know how freak-like people are? Here. Like, while we're talking about this shit, King Rob the God. If we want Hamas Piker to disappear, we must lure him to an alley and turn his light out forever. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to say in Minecraft ... right? Like, you're not going to do that, man. You're not. Also, get a fucking life. You have a child. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Are you okay? You have a kid in your profile picture, and this is the way you're presenting yourself. Like, do you know how many times, like, every streamer deals with this every fucking day, okay? Every streamer. Why does this shit always happen right after Asman puts out a new YouTube vid? It's like clockwork. Every fucking day, dude. Every day Asmongold makes a YouTube video, turns around and says like Hasan is a Nazi or Hasan is a bad guy, he's a radical. The fucking rest of the day, we ban hundreds of accounts coming in and being like, Hamas Piker, I'm gonna find you and kill your ass or whatever the fuck. Like, apparently the Discords are already talking about you, talking about them now. I know. One of the biggest mistakes I've ever done in my career was actively reaching out to, I think it's the Yeet account, many, many years prior. Okay? A real psychopath. And I tried to talk to him and I was like, listen, man, you know, what you're saying is incorrect. And I just want you to get help. Like, I want to help you get help. Okay? And you know what that did? It did the exact opposite. Okay? It made him infinitely more insane. Infinitely more insane. Like, I tried to talk him off the ledge, and it turned him into an even worse monster. Yes, I'm going to watch the Trump address in a second. I knew someone who became a moderator on one of those LOLcow harassment forums. She was everything that could have made her a target, a woman with dysphoria, autistic, on SSDI, furry with weird kinks. There's no way anyone could convince me that these stalkers aren't deeply unhappy with themselves and get into this shit thinking that if they're the prosecutor, they will be safe from harassment and stalking. Yeah. You ever think you spawn these guys? No, man. They actively watch. Many of them are in fucking Destiny's community. They literally actively hate watch. It's true though. What that chatter is saying is true. A lot of these people are just like very sad people, you know?
I'm very thankful helped us. And yeah, I just please like take stuff like this very seriously. It can happen to like anybody if you're male or female,
Yes,
but
it
like
happens to everybody.
But like it is so like if you ask any girl streamer, they all have stories, and it's not just Emmy, it's not just somebody, like it's every single girl streamer has a story like this.
Yeah, big or small, it doesn't matter how big. Like you can have 20 viewers as a female streamer, you're gonna have a fucking stalker 100%. Also, it's not even just streamers though. Just women in general have these kinds of experiences in the real world too. Okay, it's not always on camera. In many circumstances, even for streamers, it's not on camera.
But we get to use this to talk about it because this one happened
public. It felt important to talk about. So, moving forward, we will be. We got tissues.
It's sad.
Oh, baby.
We are very much in shock still, just to clarify. And I know people.
Hey, Hasan, well, I obviously recognize this is a horrific and terrible event to go through and can acknowledge it is scary. How do I suppress the reactionary part of my brain thinks that, well, these two women ultimately came out physically unscathed while emotionally traumatic is a massive nothing burger because the situation did not bear fruit? Bro, because they have PTSD. Like, what do you mean? Why do you think she's rocking back and forth? They're obviously traumatized by this. You have to understand that it's not just about like the physical harm in the immediate, okay? It's not just about like being actively hit in the head. Think about it this way. When you get your car broken into, right? Someone comes in and breaks the window of your car to steal your shit. That has a financial repercussion. That has a financial impact on your life. And that's bad. But one might think that the actual impact is that the safety barrier that you thought you had around your life has been penetrated in a way that actually is emotionally traumatic. This is something that I've talked about quite a bit in terms of how people become so right-wing and so reactionary. The invisible scars of trauma are oftentimes infinitely more impactful than the immediate physical harm. Okay? Okay, but that's a situation you are imagining is a scenario in which violence involved. Violence against a car? What do you mean? Not violence against you directly. Let's say they broke into your car, didn't steal anything. You'll go, oh, thank God they didn't steal anything. But you obviously are still traumatized by it. No? Are you not? Maybe you live in a different planet. Yeah. Sure, but if someone threw a brick through my window, of course I'm scared. Yes, I acknowledge that. Okay, but this is kind of like that, don't you think? This is a person who was directly in the physical space of these women and actively threatened to kill them. That is a violent situation. That is illegal. That is illegal for a reason. Man threatened to end the lives of people. Hello? Like, if I found you in a dark alley, I'm 6'4", and I threatened to violently kill you, I don't think you would come out of that situation rosy, you know? I think you would be pretty fucking traumatized in that process. Think about it like that. K word banned again. Okay, guys, stop. Come on.
People are like probably gonna see us display a lot of emotions when we go live next time or whatever, but I think none of us really know how to process this. That was very, very real.
Like, look, this is this is coping mechanisms right here. Like rocking back and forth like this. Okay? That right there is trauma.
And for the people that are like trying to psychoanalyze and like say that it was fake, fuck you. Like
yeah.
Also, people when you're okay.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
The other thing is those people are just gonna do that.
Yeah.
But you know, it is what it is.
Sometimes people laugh when they're nervous. Sometimes people laugh when it's awkward. I definitely get that way, especially in an uncomfortable situation live on stream.
Yes.
It happens. People process things differently, and we're gonna get through this, and we will be much safer.
It's self-soothing behavior. Sorry.
Next time.
And like we said, like, you know, this is not like just a random cringe viewer. Like whether or not he walked at us, ran at us, it doesn't matter. When you have a stranger like that who is holding photos of you in their hand and doing what he did and saying like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, that is like,
and he charges at you.
It is
like,
to be treated.
You take it seriously.
I mean, you guys can see it in the video. He charged at us. It is an attempt on our life, and like we are taking it very seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And please, you know, if you are like a female streamer, a lot of my friends are like guys that go stream. Like, I never thought that like I knew it could happen, but you always think that you know what you'll do in that situation, and when you're in it, it is very different. It's easy to say what you would have done in the situation, but when you are having your life threatened and you are in fight or flight, we are not going to wait around to see what he had in his pocket. You're just going to run because there's a guy saying he's going to kill you and reaching for your pocket. Like, that's not an unreasonable thing to think. And like Rosie, Emily, me, Emmy, and Ray did the best that we could for the situation that we were in. And that is it.
Yeah.
And I would like to be able to go live again and not have to deal with this, but I know it's gonna be like a lot. So thank you for everybody who is being very nice.
Yeah, thank you for all of the support this past week. It's been a crazy week.
Yeah. And it was a really good marathon.
We bonded a lot.
And it sucks that a marathon that
Also, Denims said that her and other female streamers would experience similar things like this prior to Twitch, with the parasocial dynamic of streaming turns everything up to 11. Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Was to highlight women streamers and like us do stuff together is unfortunately like ending off on something that is one of the worst things that can happen to a female streamer. And we are very thankful that it did not end with one of us getting seriously hurt. And thank you to both Rosie and Emily.
How expensive is personal security for streamers? It depends. I mean, it is expensive, but that's not the problem. I think ultimately, yes, a lot of streamers should most likely have personal security, and it is very expensive. But in this situation, like, there is no reason to even bring that up, because obviously the real problem here is the fucking freak. Okay, the notion that we should just be like, well, you know, shit happens, we just have to pay for, you know, streamers should just basically pay for security is insane. All right, like, that's crazy.
For all that they do.
Yeah, but it's also very American, to be fair. It's like saying, oh, well, school shootings are a part of life. That's why we need to have bulletproof backpacks. You know? It's like, well, we can't really address the root cause of the problem.
Did during the marathon, because they helped so much and they've been not sleeping.
Also, Fizz is right. Even if you consider that a solution for streamers, what about the women who aren't streamers that have this happen to them? Exactly. What are they supposed to do, you know?
We've been doing so much to make it as fun as we could, and it's unfortunate that it has to end like this.
It is crazy though, because America is a PvP unlock server at all times, and it's wild because like even a place like the Santa Monica Pier, where you are surrounded by other people, where you're surrounded by security guards in general, and it can still happen. Even if it's on camera, it can still happen. It's insane.
But we said that we bonded a lot because I don't think you can not bond over trauma. So we will get through this.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
I'm gonna move on to the address in a second.
All right. There was many good moments this past week. Last night was not one of them, but I hope it was a learning experience for other streamers, whether you're male, female, whatever. It is very dangerous. Okay.
Yeah.
It only takes one person. Okay.
Yeah.
So be careful. Learn from this, and that's it.
And we love you guys very much, and thank you for everything and watching, because we had a lot of fun through all the bullshit and the scrutiny and the shitty people on Twitter. It was fucking fun, and
It was fun,
wish
and we're gonna do it again.
in a different world we would be having lunch on the balcony right now.
I know we would be having mimosas right
Getting
now.
drunk with our friends
10
and-
other friends with Jason the chef making
Yeah.
us sushi. That was our plan for today.
And ending the first duo girl marathon.
I know, and
the first one.
I can't believe some people are like, yeah, they faked it so they could end the marathon. Like, this is the best part. Today was supposed to be the best part.
We were on day 7. Like,
it literally
was.
Look, the other part of this is like, listen, if you know people that engage in this kind of stalking behavior, you kind of know there's some people that maybe find themselves in these communities. If you yourself are in these communities, get out. Okay, get your friends out. Get out. Don't go to these places. Try to cut yourself off from these places. I know that there's probably a lot of stalkers who are currently watching right now as well. Okay, at any given moment, I got a shit ton of them. That's why I always try to tell people to also, actively leave these cult-like echo chambers, like DDG being one of them, okay? Be normal. Focus on hobbies. Engage in some kind of impulse control. Because these spaces are actively making you worse, okay? They're making you a worse person overall. You can get out. It's never too late. It is never too late. All right, where's the speech? Where's the Trump speech? No, not Diddy G the rapper. Destiny's Community. I call Diddy G. All right, let's see.
Urge Republicans to get together on his budget plan, which includes extending the Donald Trump tax cuts from 2017. He's going to talk a lot about the border and border security. He's going to tout what he is saying is massive deportations of people in the country.
My brother went down the
illegally.
Asmongold pipeline.
Of course,
and now he thinks
facts
I'm
are a little bit mixed.
Now
there.
he genuinely thinks I'm a terrorist for being a fan. Genuinely, it's like a brain disease. He was such a chill dude. Bro, that's your brother. What the fuck? That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that. Save him. You don't know how American families work? I just don't think that these people genuinely think that you're a terrorist. I don't think these people genuinely think I'm a terrorist either, okay? Like, a terrorist is a person that goes out and actively harms innocent civilians, all right? Deliberately. Like, you're not, that's not how you deal. You don't go and fall asleep in the same house with a fucking terrorist. You can't just be like, oh, you're a terrorist. And then, go to bed next to a terrorist in the same fucking house. You obviously don't believe it. They think you create terrorists, bud. I know they think that, bud. I know. But I don't think they genuinely believe that either. You're still too charitable to these freaks. Because I understand that there's a shit ton of them, okay? And there's two different methods of dealing with it. You either basically say they're insane and shut them off completely, or you try to talk to them and pull them off the ledge. We don't wait, by the way, we want to watch. Okay, but it hasn't started yet, chatters. What the hell?
A high-stakes primetime address.
The president's first major speech to Congress just 43 days into his administration.
Our special coverage starts right now.
Tonight on Capitol Hill, a critical moment for President Trump.
The president set to lay out his priorities to lawmakers, coming at a turbulent moment at home and abroad.
President Trump ramping up efforts to reshape the federal government as he signals a shift from decades of U.S. foreign policy.
From NBC News, President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress. Live from Washington, here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
And hi, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to our special coverage of President Trump's address.
Why are you saying watch C-SPAN, please? C-SPAN's freaking boring.
Since his second term began.
Here's the scene on the House floor right now where the president is expected to speak just minutes from now. He'll lay out his priorities, both foreign and domestic.
A senior administration official telling NBC News tonight his theme will be the renewal of the American dream. Of course, the Speaker of the House, Vice President J.D. Vance, waiting there at the dais. It comes, of course, at a critical moment for President Trump and for the country as he ramps up his efforts to fundamentally reshape the federal government. And days after the world saw a major shift in U.S. foreign policy during his Oval Office showdown with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Less than 2 months into his administration, the president already hitting the ground running on his agenda, including big cuts from the newly created Department of Government Efficiency, along with plans for mass deportation and tariffs on our country's largest trading partners, which just went into effect today.
Well, tonight we expect to hear more about the president's vision for the future when he takes the podium.
Chat, how long until he creepily compliments someone's wife? First 30 seconds. Immediately. I was with J.D. Vance's wife, Ayusha. She's Indian, but I like her. 2 minutes in. I have noticed that too. That's his favorite thing to do. His favorite thing to do is constantly talk about people's wives. It's very weird.
Tell us what you expect to hear from the
lovely lady. I would have chosen a white lady, but it's okay. JD got a good one.
About his mass deportation plans. He's going to defend the Elon Musk-led efforts to really carve out large swaths of the federal government. It comes at a time when his approval rate...
Someone in the chat said, is this going to be tighter or is he going to ramble on? My man, if you think he's not going to ramble on, you have not been paying attention. Donald Trump has never been tight, okay? Did you remember a Biden speech, dude? HasanAbi hypocrite, haha. I love that. Thank God we got some hogs in here. Oh, I miss the hogs so much. Thank you for being in here with us, chatter. I will give you delicious lib tears that you are looking for. You obviously weren't in here when I was covering Biden and shitting on him relentlessly, but it's okay. It makes me happy that the liberals are in here to be like, you just hate Trump. You loved it when Biden gave State of the Union.
Those close to the president
Steve Gokoff in the building. My
goat.
goat.
In fact, a senior administration official tells me that's what we can expect to hear in the first part of the president's speech tonight, him laying out his accomplishments. I also spoke with one Democratic member who said to me just today, listen, Democrats have gotten off to a lackluster start as far as responding in a cohesive way strategically to the first 6 weeks of the Trump administration here, but they do feel like there is some hope that they are finding their footing by focusing very sharply on issues like the economy.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to pull up Asmongold's chat, too.
Now, that
to
the
see what
cabinet
they're
will
saying as
enter.
well.
Of course, many of
Trust.
these cabinet picks were controversial,
Trust
but
me.
with the exception of Matt Gaetz, who was briefly
That makes
nominated
it more
to be
fun.
Attorney General,
It's like live
they've
reacting
all
alongside
been
Asmongold.
confirmed, often along party lines. As I turn to Peter Alexander, I mean, this is the president's choice to lead some of these changes. We are going to also see Elon Musk not entering with the cabinet, but arguably as important, if not more important, in terms of what he's been doing with the federal government.
Well, we wait to see where Elon Musk is going to be sitting. Is he there side by side with the cabinet? He appeared in the cabinet meeting a few days ago. We saw him riding with the motorcade, dressed in a suit this go around, joining Donald Trump on this night. I'm struck by a couple things. How much has changed since the last time we saw Donald Trump in this position? 5 years ago, his last State of the Union. We've had COVID since then and so many other changes. Think about the room, just the optics of this. When he first gave a joint address, there was a different vice president over his shoulder. Then Mike Pence, this go around J.D. Vance. A different Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. This time around, of course, it's going to be Mike Johnson. Well, we heard from him
Make a tweet. I already did.
He talked about putting an end to the trivial fights in America. There is Elon Musk. We see him in the chamber right now. You talk about the trivial fights. He said, let's put an end to them. Think about all the trivial, no longer trivial, the major fights we're dealing with right now with Canada, one of our closest allies, with Ukraine, until recently one of our tightest allies as well. The president has a lot of unique challenges tonight. But I think
P. Hexit, how drunk y'all think P. Hexit is right now? How many shots deep is he?
Dozen eggs, $1.46. This go around, nearly $5 for a dozen eggs.
As the country battles the avian flu and the effects of that, we want to go to Capitol Hill now. Our chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is inside the House chamber, in the room where it will happen. And he has a Republican Senate, a Republican House, but these are very narrow majorities. And the political clock is ticking, Ryan, for him to get his agenda through.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Savannah. And it is pretty stark when you look out at the chamber from my vantage point, which is right behind where the president will be speaking.
If you see like a little carrier in P. Hex's hand, you know what's up. You know the game. Game recognized game. He's gonna get the shakes. 30 minutes in, he's going to need to take a little sippy out of his sippy cup.
Which is a representation of how this speech will likely be received here in the next few minutes. I mean, it's important to keep in mind when Donald Trump first came into this chamber back in 2017, it was a very different environment than what he's going to deal with here tonight. His own party wasn't necessarily 100%
Jeffries
behind
wants
him
them to be submissive and
breedable.
breedable.
And he won the presidency.
Jeffries told House Democrats express unity and attempt
from his
counter
fellow
to
Republicans.
Trump's
And he
address
even had some
tonight.
Democrats
Nice.
that were hoping that he would be the deal maker in chief.
Oh, shit.
By an enthusiastic GOP that has fallen completely in line behind him. They will shower him with applause throughout the night. In fact, one of the things to look for tonight, we saw Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was right up there along the aisle and expected to greet the president as she came in. She's been showing her fellow members
signs with
a
this printed on
MAGA-style
it. That's
hat
funny.
that reads, "Trump was right about everything," which is indicative of how the Republicans feel about Donald Trump right now. But these Democrats on the other side of the aisle, they have now been
shit, hold on. Let me put the MAGA hat on to, yes, Chatter is right.
Process.
Chatter said put the MAGA hat on to express your apolitical nature.
Have alienated the Democrats. They've really given up all hope that they can.
Guys, let's not, I want people to remember I am apolitical, okay? And the hat, of course, helps you recognize that this is the simple populist position and also the centrist position. As a centrist, I would like to wear my centrist shield. No politics here, obviously. Terrorist confirmed. Excuse me, Chatter must be on a delay. I'm wearing a hat that shows my loyalties to centrism, to the
dressed
fence.
in very bright pink. That will be something that Donald Trump will have to see as he's given this address to this chamber here tonight. And then we've also spotted a number of Democratic men sporting ties with yellow and blue in support of Ukraine and, of course, the ongoing controversy as it relates to Ukraine. Now, some of these members, they've been waiting here since as early as 3 o'clock this afternoon to get those spots along the aisle, those coveted spots where they will get FaceTime with the president, be able to shake his hand on national television, and also have the opportunity to get an autograph of the speech after he leaves. Everything along those lines. You can see them showing their phones and talking to each other already about this experience that they have and the prime position that they've gotten here tonight. Now, it's also interesting to point out, as we wonder, will Democrats have any sort of vocal disapproval of this speech? Will they heckle or catcall? Will any of them walk out of the chamber tonight? We've been told by Democratic leadership that they've asked their members not to forcefully do any sort of demonstration like that, but they've already been warned by members of the House Freedom Caucus that any Democrat that attempts to disrupt the proceedings here tonight could potentially face a censure resolution. Now,
that's right, we'll censure you.
There are members of the House Freedom Caucus, both past and
Are you
present.
going to pull up Asma's chat as well? I already did, but Trump hasn't started speaking yet, so it doesn't matter.
Called President Joe Biden during his speeches. So those are just some of the things that we'll be watching here in the chamber tonight, guys.
All right, Ryan, thanks. As we mentioned, tonight's address comes as President Trump slapped tariffs on some of our country's largest trading partners, including Canada, Mexico, and China. It's raising fears of an all-out trade war. For more, let's bring in our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. Christine.
Hi there, good evening. And yes, you've got companies across the economy scrambling to figure out how to absorb these higher prices. 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, another 10% on China. And in fact, many companies are saying there will be higher prices ahead for American consumers, which is interesting because President Trump has acknowledged that in part he was elected because Americans were tired of higher grocery prices. We heard today from the CEO of Target, the big discount retailer, that in fact, fruits and vegetables from Mexico this winter and spring, because of those tariffs, they will cost more. And in a matter of days, consumers will start to pay higher prices. Now, we expect to hear the president talk about egg prices and blame President Biden and the prior administration.
He's gonna blame.
About his trade
Wait,
war.
don't ban everyone that says "fuck you," dude. Come on, come on, mods. We gotta have some fun with these losers, please.
Sort of reorienting the global economy. We'll have to wait and see.
If you ban all the losers, then we can't have fun. No hog time.
That there was a softening potential.
Where did he go? I missed it. What was his name?
Position from the U.S. government saying that potentially the president.
He probably has some really sick thoughts.
And Mexico in the middle. No clarity yet, though, on whether
You're taking away my pets. I want to play with my food.
Even as industry, you guys, is sort of bracing for disruptions in the
supply
chain.
What was the name of the? What was the ad?
Higher prices all along the supply chain.
What did he say?
Sometimes the uncertainty itself can create tremors.
Fuck off! You should stay banned. Calling for children to be killed and parading that shit on your channel. You are what's wrong with the world. Terrorists calling for city politicians to be murdered. You are fucking scum. What godless POS gets off on kids being killed when they are Jewish? Just fucking hallucinating, dude. This guy is off the sauce. I'm unbanning him.
Parts of Congress are there, the House and the Senate, so we will hear his speech in just a few minutes. But
did you hear me say that, or did you see a clip of someone claiming I said that? Is the question.
Pain. Many economists.
I'm unbanning that guy. I'm bringing him back.
Incredible pressure on prices and on the economy at large if they were to stay in effect for a sustained period.
Absolutely. Economists of all stripes have come to that conclusion. President Trump himself rejects.
I don't know if you see this. Listen up, dork. I'm apolitical. Do you understand? I'm the most apolitical man that has ever existed in this entire land. Do you understand me? Look at how apolitical I am right now. You're over here. It's just you and me, baby. Look deeply into my eyes. Stare into my gaze. Recognize the hat. This means I am a centrist. This means I am the most apolitical content creator that has ever actually entertained the airwaves. Do you understand? Look at the hat. I'll let the hat do the talking.
His legislative agenda comes into play. You are going to see him make a big pitch for Congress to pass the big bill that just passed through the House. It deals with the border, deportation,
apolitical
taxes.
terrorist videos.
His big argument is, let's get
you don't
that
understand,
done,
baby.
and then that will handle any pain that's felt.
You don't get it, but you will.
We're expecting the introduction of the president. Sergeant in Arms
Mr.
William
Speaker,
McFarland.
the President of the United States.
And we should note as you watch this, you would be forgiven if you thought you were about to watch the State of the Union address. Technically, this is a speech before a joint session of Congress. The difference being, in this case, it's a new president who will be looking forward, presumably, about his agenda versus a president who's going to review some of his accomplishments.
And now we see the long walk in. The First Lady, of course, has several guests with her and has become a tradition. There will be guests who may be mentioned during the speech, and members from both sides bring guests as well to make political points. But it's just remarkable to think about this political comeback. President Trump now, this first address to a joint session after losing in 2020.
Oh, God.
Something that's only happened in America.
Oh my God. God, Democrats, man. I mean, look, Republicans are obviously insane and really lame, but goddamn, dude. I guess we can add that to the bipartisan consensus, okay? What do we have? We got pedophilic elite, okay? Bipartisanship definitely is right there, all right? When you talk about pedophilic elite and defending pedophilic elite, you got both sides that do a good deal of that, right? American foreign policy, of course, is bipartisan. Support for Israel, which is, American foreign policy, obviously, also bipartisan. And also now, I would say, aside from insider trading, that's a really good one. Insider trading is bipartisan. And last but not least, being unimaginably corny in different directions.
Weeks in, because remember, for some of these voters, this is still a kind of second honeymoon period for the president. He's only been in office 43 days. I heard that again and again. Give him a chance when it comes to prices, which matters so much to these voters, to all voters. Give him a chance to try to bring those prices down. I will tell you what I did here, and it was fascinating. One late 30s mom who backed President Trump in November, she said, you know what I don't like, though? She said, I wish we could vote Elon Musk out of office. She was concerned about what she saw as somebody who she viewed as out of touch, having so much influence at the White House. Now, again, Elon Musk was there on the campaign trail. It is not a surprise that he has become so close to President Trump. We have seen that over the course of the last nearly a year as he is in the room now in this chamber.
That's my
the
president.
Face of those Doge cuts
Good
as
kiss.
President Trump here is walking in and shaking hands. But the optics here are different, and they are fascinating because of that political comeback.
Content
because
time.
of the fact that, remember, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House as well.
And this is something that some members of Congress have been hearing about from constituents as they went back to their districts after this first period in Congress, and they're hearing about it, Peter.
Wait, HasanAbi, you like Donald Trump? No, I'm a centrist.
With how this is unfolding.
I need you to understand. There is no better sign that someone is a centrist than wearing this hat. Okay. I will respond to every single chatter that says I'm a fan of Donald Trump. I'm just simply a centrist. You might see me agreeing with virtually all of Donald Trump's policies and say he's based and he's pure content, but I'm actually an independent centrist. Okay? Just so you understand, I don't want you to make a mistake. It's okay to make the mistake one time, but I will not entertain it a second time. Okay? Just know that I am a centrist. Yeah, I'm based. I'm a base centrist
with
build.
military leaders, he went in. Of course, it was a
You're
purge
missing
of
it. You're not
military
missing
leaders, including
shit.
the chairman
He's not.
of the Joint Chiefs of Staff recently.
He's doing the
We were
rounds.
talking
He's
about,
barely
what
getting
we've
up there.
seen in some of these town halls around the country right now as the president shows up. There has been real dissatisfaction. Critics say these are Democratic opponents, but a lot of Americans are starting to feel the impacts as it hits their own community. 80% of American federal workers work outside Washington, D.C.
Well, let's listen to the president.
Luncheon today, so we can't talk about the substance of the conversation, but we can talk about, I think he seemed relaxed. He seemed very confident today.
Yeah, I think there was a pep in his step. I mean,
Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. They are glazing him at NBC News. Holy shit, Lester. Take it out of your mouth. Take it out of your mouth.
This mandate and is looking forward to this speech tonight and wants to, as he says, tell it like it is.
Thank you.
Also remember, because I was banned yesterday, if you didn't resubscribe, your resubscription might have been canceled. You can subscribe now for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or get gifted a
Great honor.
sub.
Thank you very much. Speaker
Subscribe
Johnson,
now.
Vice President Vance.
Was that Ben Shapiro? Ew.
The First Lady of the United States.
Matt Walsh is there too. Gross.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Certainly. Certainly back, baby.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years,
Admirals
8 years, and we are just getting started.
I'm dropping all planes going forward. No plane shall fly. It's an affront to God. It's disrespectful. Yeah, Trump brought big titties back into video games. That's why they're excited.
That America's momentum is back. Our spirit is back. Our pride is back. Our confidence is back. And the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
I think it's kind of it's a bit gross to glaze this hard. I mean, come on.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Whoa, what's going on?
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
The most ever. Okay, I like that. I like the Democrats getting in their feelings a little bit. I like it.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point
Oh, J.D. Vance, get him out of here! Yeah, my goat!
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of
That is Al
decorum,
Green,
and the chair is prepared
Democratic
to direct the sergeant at arms
congressperson.
to restore order to the joint session.
Yeah, he's got a cane. Yeah, he needs it. From Houston.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of property.
Have you said thank you
Sergeant at
once?
arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Respect, respect, respect, respect, respect, respect. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck it, YOLO. Respect. Smack him with the cane, Al Green. Woo! Defend yourself. You got a right to. Bro, I thought you were a centrist. Yeah, but I like the drama.
In the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Why are you posting like you're there? I am
They
there.
heard my words and they chose not to
They
come.
let me in.
Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month. And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Classic. This is a classic Trump moment right here. Okay? The whole, like, why don't we work together? You guys just don't want to work with me in destroying the administrative apparatus. Also, the saddest part about it is that the Democrats do want to work with him. They always say, oh, if they came to us, we would work on a bipartisan compromise.
America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
Yeah! Woo! Fucking sick! No regulations! That's right! Fuck OSHA! I wanna die at the construction site, sir!
I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord.
I want to eat straight human fecal matter from my natural water supply.
That other countries were not paying.
Also, freeze all foreign aid except Israel.
World Health Organization.
Shut the fuck up, you sissy liberal. Excuse me.
And I also
Look at that.
withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
I think it's gross that Congress claps for this because they notoriously hate showing up for the job. Partially because they're all like 800 years old, but
a
still.
sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
Yeah. Except in this speech, he's going to reveal that he has a task force specifically dedicated to hurting Israel's feelings, by the way. So, no, he has not brought free speech back.
2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
LOLcow. Even people in his chat are like...
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska.
Love Alaska.
We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer.
Yeah! Fucking hell! No more woke! I guess they're playing bingo.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
I'm clapping IRL. Meritocracy, baby. Common sense. Just basic shit.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Based! Oh my God.
Three years ago,
Dems
Peyton
are so
McNabb
anti-American, they won't even
was
clap
an
for common
all-star
sense.
high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury.
Wait, what the fuck? Why are you dunking
paralyzing
on this
her right
random
side
girl? That's kind of fucked up.
and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never
That's
seen anything
crazy,
like
bro.
it.
Chill.
Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
She's clapping. I'm not going to say anything. I just got unbanned. I'm not going to make any statements. I just got unbanned, okay? I'm not saying nothing.
And if you really want
I
to
feel
see
bad for
numbers,
her.
just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. By 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
Bro, what do you mean? When is it going to become affordable?
Especially let the price of eggs get out of control.
Oh, he's blaming Biden.
The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
What?
A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%.
I don't think they believe either. Even Asmongold's audience doesn't believe it.
To a halt and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. GOG. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Yeah, it's so sick. Thank God. Yeah, clap for this hyena. Clap for the billionaire.
Which is headed by Elon Musk.
Boo. I'm sorry, I'm a centrist. I love Tesla. I love Elon. He's so genius.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's doing us a favor by gutting the administrative state.
Even this side appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real.
Yeah, no,
$32
definitely.
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male
Moldovan Mama Liga, stand behind me.
in Mozambique. $20 million for
I gotta pee.
the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
Trump can't read. He's reading right now, baby. He's reading. He's reading the
We've
room.
taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning.
Get him. Yell. Who's
the
yelling?
Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. One person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360
By the
years
way,
of age.
some of this stuff has been corrected, like fact-checked and stuff, and people have described why they think that this is wrong and that they're operating on faulty data, but it literally doesn't matter. It just does not matter.
Where that money's going.
I think,
and it's not going to be pretty.
I think it's just basically the goal now is basically just keep repeating it over and over again because lying is so OP, and they've realized that like the dumbasses in the cult will absolutely eat it up
in the pockets of American families.
We officially do not have any interest in the truth at all. Ain't nobody is going to recognize that these people are just straight up lying. And it sucks because I always talk about when the Democrats lie. Always. But you will never, I will never expect a single fucking Republican, a commentator, independent, centrist, okay, to ever turn around and be like, he's lying. Like, this is just straightforwardly not true.
4 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
But aren't you a centrist? Yeah, I'm a centrist, and I'm saying this as a centrist. As you can tell, I'm apolitical.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
9/11.
And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in
What do
history
you call
is
Elon?
for this Congress.
You call him a genius. That's what you call him.
Everybody,
I'm a
they're in
centrist.
there. They're waiting for you to vote.
I'm a centrist, by the way. You call Elon a genius, an unelectable, unelected
I don't mean
genius.
the Republican right, but my right here. I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts because otherwise, I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
Yeah, chat, don't write anything stupid in the chat. You will get banned. You will get insta-clapped, okay?
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made.
Where are
Never
these
seen.
plants
That's
opening
a
up?
combination of the election win.
Where are
and
the plants
tariffs.
opening up? If there's any new plants that have opened up, it's directly a consequence of the Brandon administration's policies. You've only been in office for like, what, 30 fucking days? Get out of here.
Absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country, first term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously
I hate Trump, but I love when he says, have you heard of them? About some of the most like everyone's heard of it things. Like, yes, we've heard about China and Mexico and Canada.
On our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's
Have you
average
heard of
tariff
them?
is 4 times higher.
That's
Think
right.
of that,
I love the
4
rhetorical
times
question
higher.
joke. I know that's
And
the
we give
joke.
so
I
much
love when he
help
makes that
militarily
joke.
and in so many other ways to
I love
South
it.
Korea, but that's what happens.
It's such a
This is happening
childish
by
thing. It's
friend
such a
and foe.
grandpa joke to
The
make.
system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not just one day, which cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Pop-Tart during Ramadan is astaghfirullah. First of all, the sun set already.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to
Secondly,
Canada
I'm not fasting. Third,
and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars.
It's a protein
and the
Pop-Tart.
United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period, We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen.
I love you. You're all gonna lose so much revenue, farmers. My big, beautiful farmers, just a period of adjustment.
Aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel.
Your families are gonna
We don't have,
starve.
as an example, steel and lots of other things. We don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working
Nobody
at the
clap
same
for you,
steel
big dog.
plant for 27 years in a job that has
Ain't
allowed
nobody
him
clap
to
for you,
serve as
Jeff.
the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raised 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff.
Big dog clap for himself.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative.
Did she get smacked in the head too, bro? What's going on?
Complete her education and become a teacher.
Some of these people that he brings on are so, it's just like you're dunking on them, you know?
Deep fake image produced by a peer.
Look at the timing of this article. Breaking. China announces 7.2% increase in defense spending. Uh-oh.
And this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John.
He's so weird.
Thank you all
He's
very
so
much.
weird when he refers to people. He's so freaking weird when he talks about stuff.
Thank you.
Like, he has no
thank you to
capacity to
John
talk
Thune
about
and
people
the
in an empathetic way.
Great job.
It's odd,
to
dude.
criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once
It's
it
such a
passes the
strange
House,
way
I
to
look
refer to
forward
humans,
to
especially
signing
women. He
that
does this a
bill
lot.
Into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
Why is the dad not there? You know why. Because the dad, I think it was the dad that said, please don't make my daughter's death political and use it as a cudgel against, like, migrants, right?
Last year,
like he said, don't
Laken's
exploit her
grieving
tragedy.
parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our
This political
Laken
instrumentalization of something like this is simply disgusting. Yeah, it's super commonplace now. Trump definitely accelerated it. It used to happen. Back in the day, there was like some repercussions for it. There was some backlash to it. But, I mean, one of the more famous instances is the Willie Horton incident. Like, Republicans have always done this, though. They always use, like, humans as props.
My administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature.
By the way, Elisa Slotkin, Democrats' choice for responding to the State of the Union here, voted for the Lake and Riley Act.
Refuge.
If you want to understand where the Democrats are going with their future vision.
Acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin.
So one of the judges doing land acknowledgments, but for migrant crime victims.
Known as Tren de Aragua.
The difference is the Democrats don't do anything after land acknowledgments. Republicans use that as an opportunity to deport every undocumented migrant.
Foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration.
Oh, yeah, we're getting to
every last one will
Hamas
be
in a
rounded
second.
up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberta. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great, great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control.
Chatters, 52% of Customs and Border Patrol is Hispanic. At least, last time I checked, which was like in 2022 or something.
America, and it's time for America
So no,
to wage
he's
war
not.
on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever.
That's literally not true. They always.
But we need Mexico and Canada.
They always send
to do much more than they've done, and they have
cartel
to stop
bosses. What
the
are you? What?
fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding
No, they
without
don't.
delay,
Yes, they
so
do.
I can
But
sign
you're
it
saying
into
that
law.
they
So,
usually don't because of
Mr.
capital
Speaker,
punishment. But there are plenty of big cartel bosses that have been
you're gonna
sent
be
to
able do
America.
that, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it.
No, they don't. What are you saying?
And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years,
They don't usually
our
offer up 29
justice
cartel
system
bosses
has
at a
been
time.
turned
No, the point
upside
is they
down
do.
by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing
I'll
law
respond to you
enforcement
guys in a
against
little bit.
political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash.
Cash always looks like he's up to some cryptocurrency scheming. Like he dresses like a cryptocurrency rug puller.
We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests, and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Oh, God. Someone just said, be a YouTuber, bro. Bro, get into TikTok, bro. Get into TikTok, Brody. Don't do this.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
Some of that hairline is insane in the Asmongold community. Bro, he got brain cancer. Calm down. By the way, I have the same shirt his dad has.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer. Actually, a number of times. The police love him. The police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do...
It's crazy he's using a little kid with brain cancer as a kid who wants to be a cop. Meanwhile, he cut funding the cancer research.
Officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Bro's like, you're the last one. No one else is getting brain cancer treatment. We've cut the funding.
DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger.
From the vaccine.
Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%.
Good thing we're deregulating.
Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again.
Bro cut cancer research, and he cut the regulatory agency budgets so that more children can get cancer, and we can't find a cure for them. Hey, yo! He's actively pointing to him. He's like, every child is going to be like DJ. But unlike DJ, they will not get a cure because we cut it.
With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Little John and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Classic.
Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
Unless God made you trans. Unless God made you trans, then bye-bye.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
They're so cooked, bro. The American military is so cooked. They have to parade like individuals, basically, to be like, see, we got one.
Jason, that's a very big deal.
We got a new recruit.
That's a hard one to get into, but
also, cop phrenology is real. Cop phrenology is a real science.
Accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
Someone in the chat said the only public service celebrated is violence, and that was a banger, chatter. Respect. You're right. Every other aspect of public service is gutted, and the only thing that they stand and salute is like military or cops. They're like, yeah, we love the cops, we love the military. No other. Every other public servant is like watching this being like, am I going to lose my fucking job?
Jason, as Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
No way. No fucking way.
Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it.
Who else?
And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too.
Yeah, when Canada starts launching bathtub rockets at us, when Bloc Québécois and the liberation movement starts launching bathtub rockets directly at Albany.
We're also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House.
Does Trump not realize that America has defense systems?
Home to America, where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Wait, what? He's going to rename the Panama Canal? Wait, what?
Just today, a large American company announced they are buying
reclaiming.
ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others. But
not
others
for
could
people
use
in
it.
Panama.
But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it, he got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America.
Oh, they're doing. Are they going to do a psyop?
National security and even international security.
Wait, maybe
working with everybody.
Maybe they are going to do manufactured consent.
We need it really for international world security.
Talk about how like the indigenous population of Greenland actually wants decolonialization by joining America or some shit.
We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together.
Color revolution in Greenland.
To heights like you have.
How is he going to do it though? He cut U.S. aid.
It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land, and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight.
Just spoke to him on the phone. We had a big call.
Someone said rare Pakistan W and Asmongold chat.
Everybody was on the line, and
W Pakistan.
They did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East,
Dems
we're
are walking
bringing
out.
back
Started with Bernie,
our
then Van
hostages
Hollen,
from
now a lot
Gaza.
more.
In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the
Steve Goldkopf.
Abraham Accords.
Woodcock, my goat.
And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood,
a lot
actually.
of things.
I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
What the fuck?
$2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said, at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin.
That's crazy.
But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine,
she looks great
that we
for
would
95,
bring
by
her
the way.
boy
God damn.
safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
God damn. Bro, get her a job in Congress. What do you mean? She looks sprier than half of Congress, dude, at 95. Gam. Social Security fraudster in 5 years. We're gonna cut our Social Security so good.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally.
Uh-oh.
That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs.
He's so weird, dude.
Others,
He
very fine people, were
cannot
also
talk about this
seriously
shit
hit.
normal.
But thankfully, with
Corey
the
was
help of
hit
2
really
great
hard, like-
country doctors.
There's something
He thought
wrong
they
with
were
him.
gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you.
Butler, Pennsylvania is so flat, like Ukraine. The only thing that can stop a bullet is a person's body. The beautiful domes of Butler will shine again when I call for a ceasefire in Butler, Pennsylvania, just like Ukraine. The weird guy.
To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's
Is
that
the girl in
built
the
our
middle libbed
country,
up?
and it's
Nah.
love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than
I don't think
ever
so.
before.
I don't think
I believe that my life
you
was
can't tell
saved that
any
day in
longer.
Butler.
The only thing you
For a
can tell
very
is
good
when
reason.
Trump supporters have
I
a
was
specific
saved
type of
by
makeup.
God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took.
I'm a commie and I find it rude to downplay the Corey guy's death. Wait, what? I didn't say. I wasn't downplaying his death. I'm making fun of Donald Trump.
That same strength
and the way he talks about it
is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American
people. He's so fucking rude and disrespectful, even when he's supposed to be showing support.
To censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors,
I think he's wrapping it up. Surprisingly, no mention of Israel. Like, he barely mentioned Israel.
And carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier.
I've never heard a commie say as a commie. Yeah, that person was not a commie, but I don't really give a shit.
Boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building.
No, I know when he's wrapping up. This is his like wrap-up portion.
And the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel.
We are the worst country, bro. We are such a bad country.
Who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to...
This stuff is so boring because he tries to sound like a old school politician, like a JFK, and it's always like, come on, dude. To infinity and far beyond. It's like, okay, dude, we know. We know how you are, okay? We know how you be. We know how you operate. That was so ass, dude. I'm not gonna lie. This was a...
We are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit.
This is so...
And we are going to
boring.
renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve.
God, I hate Lauren Boebert so much.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before.
Bitch.
Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
I told you he was wrapping it up, dude. I know his speech patterns.
Trump
like
concluding what we believe is the longest speech of this type. major Congress.
Apolitical Hasan would say, "Good speech. He became president tonight." Well, I'll let Lester Holt do the talk in that regard.
So some moments I think many would agree probably weren't helpful, including those protests we saw early by some Democratic members.
Yeah. That's the unhelpful part. The Democrats protesting
at the bequest of the speaker.
And the president talking about his agenda, talked about the tariffs that, of course, have just gone into effect this week.
Wrap it up.
It's certainly doubled down on that strategy and indicated there would be more to come. Talked about foreign policy, and it appeared that he is ready to move forward with Ukraine, but talked a lot about Ukraine and Russia and getting a peace deal, something that is very much at the top of mind. And then a lot of the cultural issues, a lot of time spent on some of the more controversial federal programs that he says his Department of Government Efficiency is cutting. So a wide-ranging and, as mentioned, the longest speech ever in the State of the Union or a joint address. So he now holds the top spot there. Just go to Kristen Welker for your thoughts.
Savannah, I was struck by the fact that after that rocky start, when Congressman Al Green was removed for jeering at him, this really became a speech about cultural issues, a culture war speech, if you will. And he spent about 20 minutes on it. It took him 20 minutes to talk about the top issue for voters, which is, by the way, the economy. He also talked about immigration, the environment, government censorship, all of those things. A couple of headlines. You talked about tariffs. That's obviously a huge issue because there's a lot of concern among some Republicans that the tariffs that he's imposed against Mexico and Canada and China could drive up prices. He acknowledged, quote, there will be a little disturbance and it will require a little adjustment. That is significant. That's the furthest that he's ever leaned into that. On foreign policy, he announced that the top terrorist responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing is being flown to the U.S., is going to face justice. And notably on Ukraine, I thought that was one of the biggest headlines of the night after that explosive Oval Office meeting. The president seeming to indicate some progress has been made. President Zelensky sending him a note indicating he wants to make peace. Bernie Sanders is going to respond in a little bit to Trump's address, step, and saying that he'd had some significant conversations with the Russians as well. He said it would be beautiful to get a deal. So I think those are some of the significant headlines. But again, so notable that he began this speech really focused on those culture war issues, and reminder that that's part of.
Bro, let me tell you something, okay? This Trump speech was basically just a rally. And just like every other Trump rally, it was so perfectly chock full of idiotic nonsense that doesn't actually help anybody and simply harms some of the more vulnerable populations that exist within the boundaries of the United States of America.
Is through the
and
concept of
it
the
played
big
a
lie,
role
and boy,
of distraction.
Did we hear that tonight.
Let's get to Bernard
say
Sanders.
Something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it. And then, rather than address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing, we find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities. Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie. Trump claimed that the January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted,
bro,
and do vote in American elections. A lie.
Let
Trump
this man sleep, man.
change
Oh
is a
my
hoax
God, I feel bad.
Originating in China. A lie. Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And tonight, just tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So let's be clear about that. Well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to people who earned those checks. 70 million Americans. Nobody who was 150 years old or 200 years old or 300 years old is receiving Social Security checks. And on the lies go. Now, the purpose of all of this lying is not just to push his hateful right-wing ideology. It is not just to try to divide us up. It is more than that. It is a masterful effort, and you saw that tonight, to deflect attention away from the most important issues facing the people of our country. Issues that Trump and his billionaire friends do not want to address because it is not in their financial interests to do so. Trump gave his State of the Union speech tonight. But if you listen closely, that speech had very little to say about the State of the Union, about what is really going on in our country, especially for working families. Trump spoke for over 90 minutes, although I must confess it seemed a lot longer than that, and he almost completely ignored the issues that are keeping working people up at night as they worry about how their families are going to survive in these very tough times. And I will tell you exactly why Trump had very little to say about the real crises facing the working class of this country. Think back 6 weeks ago when Trump was inaugurated for his second term as president, just 6 weeks ago. Standing right behind him were the three wealthiest men in this country, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. And standing behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies. Many of these same billionaires, including Musk, were in the Capitol tonight listening to that speech. In other words, it is there for all to see. The Trump administration is not hiding it. The Trump administration is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Notwithstanding some of their rhetoric, this is a government that could care less about ordinary Americans and the working families of our country. My friends, we are no longer moving toward oligarchy. We are living in an oligarchic society. Now let's take a moment and try to escape from Trump's parallel universe, the universe that you heard tonight. And let's do something really, really radical. Let's actually take a hard look at the problems that Americans are facing. Today, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know something about that reality. It means that every day, millions of Americans worry about how they're going to pay their rent, pay for childcare, pay for a doctor's visit when they get sick. They worry about what happens when their car breaks down and they can't afford the $1,000 it costs to get it fixed. And what happens when they can't get to work because they don't have a car. They worry about how they can afford to buy healthy food for their kids when the price of food is off the charts. Funny? I heard Trump speaking for 90 minutes tonight. I didn't hear one word from him about the economic reality facing 60% of our people, or the enormous stress that they are living under. 90-minute speech, not one word about the economic reality facing American workers. But that's not all. Today
AOC
in America,
is live as well.
Everyone knows that our healthcare system is broken. It is dysfunctional, and it is outrageously expensive. we remain the only wealthy nation on earth not to guarantee health care for all.
I just
Mr. President,
felt
you really want to
like
make
I
America
couldn't.
great again? Then make sure that
I
every
didn't
American.
feel like I could.
Let's hear what AOC has to say. I've heard Bernie Sanders. He's saying the same stuff he's been saying.
That being said, you know, I know different people had different takes on it. In terms of the House of Representatives, you know, I'll give you an alternative perspective. In terms of the House of Representatives, you know, some people feel, and it is true, that the State of the Union occurs in the House of Representatives, known as the People's House. And technically, in terms of the proceedings of the State of the Union, an interesting thing about the House is that it is different from almost every other chamber in that only House members are typically allowed in the House of Representatives. So
I'm not gonna lie. I
anybody
mean,
else that is brought
before
into
people
the
say, "Oh,
House
AOC's weak"
that
or
walks into
whatever,
the
I
House
mean,
has to be invited. And,
virtually everyone is
and
just
so Trump
doing their
actually has
best,
to
but
be
not very
formally
strong
invited
against Trump
to the
at this
House
point.
floor in order to be allowed into the House floor. Same thing with all those senators and the cabinet members, etc. So, you know, I think other people had a certain logic, which is that this is the people's house, and Trump showing up should not kind of force the duly elected representatives of that chamber, especially those who disagree with him, out. So, you know, that was that's some of the perspective there. Anyways, I watched from home, and if you didn't, honestly, and I listen to Trump. I do, because he has won 2 presidential elections. Now, the first one was not by popular vote, and the second vote, he has not won more than 50% of the U.S. electorate, but he has won these elections nevertheless. So I listen to him. I listen to what he says.
Then they should.
As an observer.
During his speech tonight, Trump did not have one word to say about how we are going to address the planetary crisis of climate change. The last 10 years, as most Americans know, have been the warmest ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters have been taking place all over the world, from California to India, across Europe to North Carolina. And yet, not surprisingly, Trump had nothing to say about climate change except, I guess, drill, baby, drill. Well, that's going to help a whole lot. And let's be clear. Not only did Trump fail to talk about some of the most important issues facing the working class of America, but the solutions, in quote, he proposed would only make a bad situation even worse. Yep, I did hear Trump talk tonight about some tax breaks for working families in terms of not taxing tips, not taxing Social Security, and not taxing overtime. Fine. But that is chump change compared to the benefits he's going to give to the 1%, and it doesn't tell the whole story about his tax policies. According to a recent study by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, if all of Trump's so-called America
We can't have the top people that are resisting Donald Trump and the Democratic Party be people like Bernie Sanders. No disrespect to Bernard, but he's so old.
While the richest 5% in our country will see their taxes go down, way down. Tonight, in so many words, Trump urged Congress to pass his big, beautiful budget. Do you know what's really in it? This budget would cut Medicaid by $880 billion. Oh, I guess Trump forgot to talk about that. $880 billion cut in Medicaid. According to one estimate, it means that up to 36 million Americans, including millions of children, would be thrown off the health insurance they have. Hey, a 90-minute speech tonight, not one word about throwing millions of kids off of the health insurance they have. When you cut Medicaid drastically, it means that nursing homes that receive 2/3 of their funding from Medicaid will either have to shut down, lay off workers, or significantly scale back the services they provide.
I do want to hear Elisa Slotkin's retort here. This is what the Democratic response is.
No oversight, no protections
Just
against
for a brief
cyber
moment.
attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less
I'm Brian,
safe.
kill me.
The mindless
Brian, kill
firing of
me.
people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and
I
conduct
love
the
cutting
research that
government
finds the
waste.
cure for
I'm a
cancer,
Democrat.
only to rehire them 2 days later.
I'm a Democrat,
No
and I love
CEO in
cutting
America
government
could do
waste.
that without being
Please, I
summarily
love firing
Okay,
federal.
so we've talked about economic security.
I love
How about
firing federal workers. Just give me the job.
Let's
I'm
start with the
Elisa
border.
Slotkin.
As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border. Period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that.
Oh my God.
But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave.
I hope he
We
is.
all want an end to the war
He's
in
the devil. Why? Why would a former CIA agent hype up Ronald Reagan?
combine
Fuck
our
Ronald
military
Reagan.
and
Ronald Reagan can
economic might
suck my dick.
moral clarity.
Fuck you.
And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV.
Oh no, Ronald Reagan is rolling his grave. I piss on his
Full
grave.
approach to
What
the
the
world.
fuck's wrong with this person?
He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a
liberals
series
probably
of real
love
estate
this shit,
transactions.
dude.
As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government.
If she doesn't bring up Medicaid cuts, I'm done. I can't say what I'm thinking because I will get banned again instantly. Okay. I don't care about American hegemonic power. No, stop. No one cares about foreign policy. Please just talk about cost of living.
Let it happen.
Please talk about the egg prices.
But it's also at risk. When the
Talk about the
president
egg prices,
puts
you
Americans
fucking idiot.
against each
Talk
other,
about the egg prices. Talk about federal employees getting fired. Talk about the evisceration of the last bastion of middle-class jobs with good benefits. Please talk about SNAP. Talk about Medicaid. Anything.
that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us.
She's
who
like, we gotta
are.
do NATO.
We're a nation of
August
strivers,
Jack.
risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottle up. In closing,
Bottle
we
up.
all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold.
Organize so we can fucking yell at you when you demand we do stuff.
The first time we've experienced significant
Organize like the Black Lives Matter movement so that we can
I'm a
fucking
student of history.
humiliate you every step of the way and tell you you are not getting any of your
And
demands.
ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things. Engaged citizens and
Organize
principled
so
leaders.
I, former CIA agent, can infiltrate your movement and and put you in jail.
And principled leaders who are ready to
Organize.
receive the
Oops,
ball
don't
and
organize in a
do
radical
something about it.
socialist kind of way.
So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my
Organize
fellow
like the student
Democrats
protesters in my state that went to jail.
to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
Bro, okay, here's the thing, okay? This was a classic, well-spoken, boring ass, I want to do homework ass Democratic speech, okay? Donald Trump is over there juggling on stage, okay? He's doing tricks. He's like pulling up flashcards. He's got pizzazz. He's like, we're going to kill every transgender Guatemalan migrant. And here is a victim of transgender Guatemalan migrant crime. Okay. He's dumbing down the rhetoric, one, because he's dumb, and two, because, I mean, he's a television guy. Okay. Meanwhile, Democrats are like, I want to cut government. I hate wasteful spending in the federal government. Do not concede on your opponent's framing, okay? Do not do that. Do not do that. Do not ever do that. Why are you doing that? Why are you handing it to the Republicans? What's wrong with you? It's like, I just don't understand it.
Of hiding under the covers. The stakes are just too high. Let us never forget, real change only occurs when ordinary people stand up by the millions against oppression and injustice and fight back. That is the history of the founding of our nation, when brave men and women took on the mighty, invincible British Empire. It is the history of the abolitionist movement, the history of the labor movement, the history of the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the environmental movement, and the gay rights movement. Yes.
Bernie's woke and gay.
The oligarchs are enormously powerful. I deal with them every day. I know that. Yes, they have endless amounts of money. Yes, they control our economy, and they own much of the media. They have enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced
Bernie was there when the American Revolution happened. Put some respect on it.
If we stand together and not let them divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our religion or the language we speak or our sexual orientation. If we bring our people together around an agenda that works for the many and not just the few, there is nothing in the world that can stop us. We can win, We will win. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
How is this, like, I'm sorry. I love Bernie, but god damn, we got like the only coherent response is coming from an 800-year-old man. Like,
lost and defeated by Donald Trump.
It's
Today,
just-
it looks to me like they're even more lost and even more defeated than when this speech started.
Well, there was a clear juxtaposition. So I thought
I hate this asshole. I hate that CNN just brings him on to just gloat about how sick the Republicans are over and over again.
we saw the theatrics tonight in the chamber are not being well received. And as we saw recently at the DNC candidate forum, it didn't sound like that. It didn't sound like pocketbook issues. It didn't sound like saying, you know, my neighbors might support Trump, but that doesn't mean you're a bad person. They continually elevate people who are leaning, as Republicans have, but into the name calling, into the demonizing and filing articles of impeachment a few weeks in. If Democrats talk like Alyssa Slotkin, they're going to win the
maybe
midterm.
they'll save that. I don't know. I just
Certainly,
I think that,
people don't. So just 1 second. Certainly, people who don't like name calling would have gravitated to the president's speech tonight.
Yeah, I
don't
guess
like it
I
on
just
either
think that
They're talking about the optics.
like Donald Trump just gave a campaign speech in the joint address. It was not a unifying speech, and I don't really think that a lot of people want that version of what Alyssa Slotkin just gave. I think we're past that. in our
Damn, they're
country.
ripping
I
into
don't know
Alyssa
if I
Slotkin.
like it or
Okay.
not. Maybe we could. She started her telling her personal story working for a Democrat and a Republican, growing up in a household, a Democrat and a Republican, winning a district, Democrat and Republican. But that you wouldn't know that from Donald Trump's speech tonight. He's not talking Democrat and Republicans. I'm not going to say what the Democrats did tonight was, it didn't feel like a cohesive strategy, walking out, staying in, paddles, whatever. That was not how you land the plane. But I do think she laid out the issues that are important to people, and she told people what to do. I don't think this problem, honestly, in the Democratic Party is going to be solved in Washington, D.C. It's going to be solved in the middle of the country, in the South, where people are going to organize together and tell the party what they want and the direction they want to go.
Let's bring in Doug Brinkley into our conversation, presidential historian. Doug, you know, it is unprecedented. It's not just in the length of the speech that we just watched from the president. Now we, of course, just saw the Democratic rebuttal from Senator Slotkin. But it was also the disarray among the Democratic response. And how unprecedented was this moment that we just sat through? Anybody who sat through and watched the entire thing?
I think President Trump did what he needed to do. But as Senator Slotkin just pointed out, the economic issues weren't really talked about. I mean, the big concern right now is Medicaid and Medicare, Social Security, what Trump's going to do. The fact that Wall Street is just diving right now. If he refuses to budge on these tariffs, the chance of the matter is you're going to start losing momentum. But Trump seemed relaxed. He had I think, a better night than the Democrats. They were like just, I guess, everybody left to their own. I mean, Senator Wyden made right to stay in Oregon and do town halls. However, Slotkin pulled a rabbit out of her hat. That was a very brilliant, relaxed response. And Andy Bashir and her should be the voices, I think, coming from the heartland of America. And I think Donald Trump left farmers from the speech a little bit out of it in a way that he needed to address them as a group in a more upbeat way instead of saying suffer some more pain, it'll be slow.
Well, you know, when it started out, so anybody watching at the beginning, you know, there was that complete sort of that chaotic moment. And Al Green is stabbing his cane into the air, and then it appears to be over something with Medicaid. And
I'm willing to bet every single normal human actually likes what Al Green did, and the Democrats are going to make it seem like he was really fucked up for doing so.
A moment like that, I mean, we talk about the "you lie."
Yeah, Al Green demonstrated courage. Yes, he waved this fucking cane around and was screaming about Medicaid, okay? That's what every Democrat should be doing. The fuck is wrong with these people? Every Democrat should be standing up and being like, you want to cut Medicaid over my fucking dead body? Okay? Yeah, he was awesome. He was dope. That's my expectation. Why the fuck is it an 800-year-old man from Houston that is leading the charge here and virtually alone? Not the I'm back and apolitical now. Okay, no longer am I apolitical, okay? Fuck civility. What do you mean? It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Democrats can score points on.
All right. Well, Doug, just coming back here to the group here, David, when we were discussing, what percent, someone can go through and parse what percent he talked about social issues versus not. There was a lot of social issues, right? There was a lot of wokeness. Wokeness is dead. Wokeness is gone.
Yeah, this is a good take.
Also trying to
Here's the thing. If you think Trump is a fascist like Hitler was, then you have to accept that this is a ridiculous thing to do. In response to Hitler's policies, some members of the German left party wore purple hats. Do you see how stupid that sounds?
From the president.
Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
Yeah, I didn't see Elon Musk standing and cheering for that. Listen, I think that the president met his probably many of his political imperatives. He touched all the hot buttons that he touched during the campaign, and particularly on, anybody can get a cheer by saying, I want to cut government bureaucracy, I want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. It's when you get into the details of what you're cutting that it gets stickier. And certainly there's a strong feeling in this country about immigration and the border, and I thought he leaned into that. Some of the social hot buttons, I said earlier, there's no doubt that, it scores noise. Scott calls that common sense, and I'm sure he scored with that. But the biggest single issue facing people in their lives is the economy, and what we've seen is that still 75% of the people think the economy is fair or poor.
Here's the interview Al Green gave to C-SPAN after getting kicked out, okay? Fuck all this noise. Let's take a look at what he did, okay?
So what were you shouting to the president?
The president said he had a mandate. And I was making it clear to the president that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. I have people who are very fearful. These are poor people, and they have only Medicaid in their lives when it comes to their health care. And I want him to know that his budget calls for deep cuts in Medicaid. He needs to save Medicaid, protect it. We need to raise the cap on Social Security. There's a possibility that it's going to be hurt, and we've got to protect Medicare. These are the safety net programs that people in my congressional district depend on. And this president seems to care less about them.
I love that.
And more about the number of people that he can remove from the various programs that have been so helpful to so many people.
Is yelling during his speech the best way to get that across?
It is the best way to get it across to a person who uses his incivility against our civility. He is a person who has consistently been used incivility against civility.
So do you think rules in the House? Is that what you said?
Well, look, I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me.
Dude, Democrats are so desperate.
But it's worth.
Look, you see that? Dude, I'm telling you, the Democratic voter base, like liberals are so desperate for someone to just be like, fuck this shit. Okay, look at that. It has 40,000 likes in 2 hours. I'm telling you right now, they need elected representatives to actually do elected representative shit. Okay? And sometimes, yes, that involves being a little disruptive. The base is so desperate for any sort of motion in the direction of actually resisting against Donald Trump, actually speaking out about the cruel nature of his policies, his administration's idiotic actions. What? Did Pop Save DM you again for another analysis? What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
To let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security.
So were you saying you have no mandate? Is that what you just said?
That's what he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. None.
Is the only punishment that you were kicked out, sir? Is there something?
I don't know. Whatever the punishment is, I'm not fighting the punishment. This is about the people who are being punished by virtue of losing their health care. This is the richest country in the world, and we have people who don't have good health care. We've got to do better. And now we're about to cut Medicaid, which is for poor people. Health care has become wealth care for many people, and we can't afford to let that happen.
Is that the only thing that you're protesting?
No, I have other things I'm protesting. And I'm also working on my articles of impeachment. This president is unfit. He should not hold the office. 34 felony convictions, 2 times impeached.
Sir, tell me one more time what you were shouting in the chamber.
That he has no mandate to cut Medicaid.
That's what you were.
That's my goat. That was great. That was great.
Saying over and over. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. He said you have no mandate to cut Medicaid. And he's right. He's absolutely right.
No mandate.
He's right. It's a disastrous policy. Yeah, I saw this. Hakeem Jeffries, there's nothing we can do. I'm going on a book tour. Serbian parliament. Chaos in Serbian parliament as opposition sets off smoke grenades and tear gas to protest against the government. Like, look at that. Look at how good things could be. Just anything, dude. Literally anything. Just give me anything. Okay, maybe don't deploy smoke grenades because I feel like America can't deal with that, but isn't the Greenland statement the craziest takeaway? I mean, he kind of like backed down from saying he's going to take Greenland. He just said if Greenland wants to join us, they can. Which weirdly enough is like, I guess, nicer than saying we are going to forcibly take Greenland. Greenland is now ours. You know? Also, this would probably kill half of the I'm not going to say it. I'm like legitimately worried. I'm self-censoring now. I can't use analogies. I can't use the term KILL ever again because God forbid lives of TikTok in between calling for the execution of like doctors who administer HRT will take the time out to fucking complain about me, you know? And then XQC and Asmongold will make 8 YouTube videos being like, I can't believe Hasan would use such radical language again. So glad we legalized comedy. No, he's wrong. The president does, in fact, have a mandate for the American people to govern and do what they elected him to do. He won the Electoral College and won the popular vote. He literally has the mandate. No, but okay. If we're going to get down to the semantics of this point, he's not saying the president doesn't have the mandate to run the country. He's saying the president doesn't have the mandate to cut Medicaid. And as a matter of fact, he didn't run on cutting Medicaid. He ran on preserving Medicaid and Medicare. Okay? So what are we talking about? He's doing a bunch of stuff. He ran on, I don't know what Project 2025 is. And now he's doing Project 2025 to a T. Okay? Yeah. The video almost hit 1 million views in 24 hours.
Probably been banned.
My I got canceled video. I need to do more We also have 3 branches of government. No, we don't. That's the other problem. Donald Trump is also eradicating all checks and balances. You should run for office to ensure you don't get held to such high standards. What? Dude, I'm not good at that. Okay? I'm not. I'm not good at that. I'm good at this. And it seems like I'm also kind of good at this as well. Apparently. I didn't realize I was good at this, but people really like it. So fucking stupid that Twitch bans people in response to complaining YouTube never does and no one cares. YouTubers cry about Twitch moderation while their platform does nothing about literal criminals. Yes. I know. That's why virtually everyone that complains about this stuff usually are like kick streamers, which is ironic. Kick streamers on the timeline being like, oh, this guy should have been banned for a year. And it's pretty funny. It's like, dude, you're on the pedophile platform. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Sit your ass down. I look, you want to see your face more instead of this head on the SM7B angle, but good vid. Read your editor's comment under the video. Yeah, I saw Ausinox. You got to do more of these types of videos. Load the format. Just give me more than a few hours to edit it next time. What's the problem, though? I think it's valid for Twitch to ban me. I'll say it. I mean, I have said it. Like, I got. It's very obvious that I wasn't calling for the assassination of a elected representative, and I think that the backlash is mostly inorganic for the most part, specifically due to the fact that everyone understood what I was saying. But, you know, I got clipped. I got clipped in a way where I think if I had used better language, if I didn't say kill, if I said like punished, you know, everyone would understand it. Or rather, people would have a harder time massaging this narrative. Respond to XCC? Why? The fuck would I respond to him for? Like, on what, dude? On what? What are you saying? Respond to XQC. XQC has a lot of takes on the fake State of the Union, on the joint congressional address that just took place. Can you please respond to him? XQC has a lot of takes on the tariffs. Please, just respond. My torture video of Boy and Isaiah thing came out. Oh,
so
shit.
You see this car battery.
We tried CIA interrogation techniques. This finally came out. I see the known politics guy. Please respond to the known politics guy. I mean, wait, did they cut my part out because it was TOS too much? Oh, nope, they didn't. Oh, they did not cut my part out. Okay. W torture. Yeah, I saw the scum art. Juicer has takes on tort reform. Please respond. The real ban reason? What? How do you complain about Democrats being spineless and not push back on shit like your ban? You can't hand it to Twitch for censoring speech. I mean, dude, I get it, okay? I have a lot of haters. I have a lot of psychotic weirdos that actively make content around how much bandwidth Twitch gives me, okay? They Patreon baited the waterboarding? Oh my god. They show the lead up to your part in the video and the aftermath, but the 1 minute of your part is not in the video. That's crazy. Pork Boy called out Musk and Trump again. Gotta admit, this one didn't land quite, since Elon's basically co-president. I think handing it to Twitch normalizes hate raids. It depends, dude. Obviously, it depends. Are you a left wing or right wing? I'm no wings, buddy. I'm apolitical. I'm the number one centrist, big dog. I'm trying not to get canceled again. The funniest thing was, like, some people were saying, like, they didn't understand that I was joking when I said I got canceled. They took it seriously. They were like, but you love cancel culture. It's like, you're an idiot. Okay. Like, how do you look at this?
What's up,
How do you look at this intro and think that this is like me being serious? Yeah, people are very stupid. Talking about your bandwidth, how's your bandwidth or gaming today? Dog, it's 10 hours in and I'm very tired. What is this? Lamau? Oh, this is exactly what I did, by the way. No, it is straight up. This was the method. Like, respect to Asmongold for showing me the way. The meta is I got canceled. And just like whine and moan about being canceled because people are yelling at you on Twitter. Of course, the difference is, like, if I did this, I would do it way more than Asmongold because I've been canceled way more than Asmongold. Okay. I was waiting for you to cover the drama in the video like a TikTok reply. Did you watch the Asmon Nazi video yet? No. Asmongold calls me a Nazi. Asmongold calling me a Nazi is pretty funny. I don't know if, like, that was a deliberate attempt at humor or what, but I do like that. I personally, Hasan, or no, he crossed the line. Asmon is a Nazi.
It's obvious that Twitch has.
I've legit never seen someone so pressed about viewership. 90% of Hasan's vitriol and criticism of Asmongold is coming from a place of pure, unfiltered jealousy. The only person calling Asmongold the number one political streamer is Hasan because he's the only one who cares. Dog, what are you talking about? Look at his videos. He only does. Trump announces massive investments, 28 minutes long. Zelensky's ready for Trump's mineral deal. 1 million views. Okay. I'm going to do this one more time. Hopefully people will understand. If I do this one more time, people will understand. Okay. Let's go to Ben Shapiro's channel. Now that we looked at, also, only 12K watching. Lame. Felled off. Okay. Ben Shapiro, what does Zelensky think he's doing? 32,000 views. Trump's State of the Union pledge, 174,000 views. Like, Asmon is absolutely cumpstering and dumpstering Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro used to be the most prominent right-wing broadcaster 7.2 million subscribers. Look at his view counts and then look at Asmongold's view counts covering the same exact shit. That's it. Asmongold is 50 times larger than Ben Shapiro as a right-wing commentator. Why do people get so mad at this? Like, why? I truly don't understand how you don't recognize what I'm saying here. That's it. Ben Shapiro has fallen off. Asmongold has eaten his audience. It's just fact. Hasan, you have to make it clear to the idiots that you're saying this is the state of the right and not he's bigger than me. I don't think they care. I don't think they want to understand what I'm talking about. I'm saying Asmongold is not just the largest political content creator on Twitch. He is one of the largest political content creators in general. He is one of the largest right-wing commentators now. That is just the reality. It is the objective reality. Which is why I find it very strange when people are just like coping about a dude who spent 9 hours a day watching the same shit I was watching. How the fuck do we not, like, what does it take for someone to be like, okay, maybe he is political? Like, what? Is it truly because right-wingers don't understand that Asmongold agrees with them or has right-wing opinions, so they're like, that's not political? Mr. Vice President. Like, it's not political. I don't understand. I don't understand. It's not political because I agree with them. Like, what? Nah, he's not political, dude. It's just doing common sense. It's like, yeah, he is. He is doing politics, which is fine. I mean, that's what he's doing. He's so salty that Asmon dethroned him as a top political streamer. I'm not. I think it's a state of affairs. It shows the state of affairs are dire because unlike Asmongold, I do care about politics, okay? And as someone who does care about politics, as someone who has a well-defined worldview and is not just simply leaning on right-wing shit because it garners a lot of attention, I do care when a lot of people are like, oh, fuck yeah, finally, there's a right-wing content creator. I love that. Okay? Yeah, that makes me kind of salty. It has nothing to do with the fact that Asmongold is massive. If there was another socialist content creator who was larger than me, I would be excited at the prospect. Okay? When I first started my career, there were plenty of left-wing content creators who were much larger than me. All right? I don't think people understand that. I don't think people can comprehend that. I care about a political movement. Okay? I care about people not being reactionary weirdos. That's it. Yeah, also, Asmongold has always been bigger than me as a content creator in general on Twitch. This is not new. The problem now is not only is he bigger, but he's also, pumping a lot of right-wing content. Part of why they deny it is because they want to have the shield of he's not a real political commentator, but he is. And that is the reality. You don't have to be a real political commentator to do political commentary. As a matter of fact, that's my point, especially for the right wing, you unironically get a benefit when you're mostly talking about video game titties. Okay? Because that's also politics for a lot of the right-wing losers. But that's it. That's it. That is the thing. You can just kind of put out right-wing vibes and go, yeah, that's based over and over again over Donald Trump saying he's going to kill every Guatemalan transgender or whatever the fuck, right? And then people go, he's not a political commentator, but he's doing common sense. If I was Ben Shapiro, oh my God, I'd be so devastated. Okay? I would be so devastated. Ben Shapiro worked so long and so hard to basically get to the point that he got to. Okay? He worked so long and so hard to be the top right-wing content creator. Asmon just reacts to political stuff and gives his opinions on things. Okay. Asmongold and I spent the exact same amount of hours covering the exact same issues today. 9 hours. That's it. I am both Asman and HasanAbi fan, but watching Asman on politics is basically coming with an empty bowl and leaving with it empty. He has zero knowledge about history, geopolitics, or anything. He has nothing to add to the subject, just his personal, I think, opinions. Yeah, but it works. That's my point. That is an infinitely more successful way of doing political commentary than actually doing boring nerd shit. That's it. Asmongold fans are saying what Jon Stewart fans said 20 years ago. Oh my God. Using the same, using Jon Stewart and Asmongold. Asmongold is this generation's Jon Stewart. Yeah. Also, Asmongold gets more viewers doing politics than he does playing video games. So, you know, him and I are in the same boat. But you can be doing political commentary right now versus ranting about Asmongold. Ironically enough, this is political commentary. Talking about the state of affairs in terms of right-wing political commentators and who the most successful right-wing political commentator is political commentary. Quite literally. It's meta commentary about political commentary. But for me, I think that this is more so just the state of affairs in general. This is just how it is. Can you pull up some anal, preferably hardcore, so I can farm some viewers again? No. Also, why anal and why preferably hardcore? You didn't just want me to pull up porn. Slack in response. Oh, H Bizzle is here, our DSA operative. Or not DSA, sorry, DNC operative. Slotkin's response to Hervey saying she will work with Trump to cut government is insane. Fucking moderate whites will always doom us all. On the other hand, Bernie is old and AOC is I don't know what. Is it militant enough for the base right now? Yes. The real meta is Al Green. What Al Green did, I think, Asman really hates being labeled as a right-wing commentator because he loves presenting his ideas as the normative perspective, which is ironically a very effective political strategy. Yes, this is not my fucking first rodeo with right-wing content creators claiming that they're fucking centrists and it's simply common sense. Oh, lo and behold, that's what every right-wing commentator does. That's why I keep repeating over and over again to these fucking idiots who refuse to understand. Who do you think, what do you think Tim Pool is? That's how Tim Pool started. That's how Dave Rubin started. It is the fucking blueprint of right-wing political commentary. That's how Joe Rogan started. That's how it works. No right-wing content creator will start off by being like, I'm a right-wing. If they do, they're just not going to be that good. They're not going to be that successful. Right-wing content creators like Jordan Peterson, like Dave Rubin, are unironically more effective when they say that they're not right-wing, okay? Look at Jordan Peterson. The moment that they drop that and openly and actively say that they're right-wing content creators and right-wing commentators, they lose it. They lose the interest of a lot of people because, lo and behold, Americans and just many people in general are really fucking stupid, okay? They're dumb. They want to hear someone go, this is just common sense. That's part of the reason why a lot of people despise me as well, because I actively say, I'm biased, okay? I have a worldview. I have a well-established worldview. I think it is disingenuous to lie to you about maintaining a well-established worldview and then sheltering you from that and then claiming that I'm just simply seeking out the objective truth and also stating that this is just common sense over and over again. It's a very effective way to do propaganda. That's what they do. Okay? That's what a lot of right-wing content creators do. They do it very effectively. It It is what it is. Yeah, my brother was never right wing, and he was sucked into the right wing pipeline by people like Jordan Peterson and Tim Pool. That's precisely what is happening. Asman is the top of the funnel, okay? And the people that he watches, and I'm the top of the funnel for leftists. Like, that is the reality. And when you're at the top of the funnel, okay, you reach as broad of an audience as possible, and then you funnel them into people that are more interested in reading, learning about different perspectives. The problem is when you're at the top of the fucking funnel for right-wing content, you're going to be watching a lot of right-wing content creators like that fucking lolly guy that Asmongold watches all the time, or Tyler Oliveira, all these things. And then you're effectively taking this massive audience of people who are like, well, this is a centrist guy with normal opinions. He's just speaking truth about how everybody feels. And then you're funneling them into more and more right-wing reactionary bullshit. Do you think Asman is aware of this? I don't think he gives a shit. I don't think he gives a shit. I think he just likes the attention that he gets. That's why he's doing it. That's why I keep repeating. And I promise you, if tomorrow Asmongold got 100,000 live viewers saying socialism is awesome, he would do it. And it's not like he is lying about it. I mean, it's not like he's hiding it. He is very honest about it. He says it all the time. He says it all the time. You are not on the edge of a funnel. It's the rim of a toilet. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a lot of people feel this way in the United States of America. That's why we will never get fucking healthcare, okay? Because of dummies like you. Do you understand? Oh, the toilet. You got toilet opinions. I was worried about the response to this moment, and things like Asmongold doing political content is another sign of a dangerous moment we're in. And while in this dangerous moment, we don't have a functional opposition party or even an opposition movement, lefties even in retreat right now, and a lot of infrastructure in shambles. No, I agree. We're fucked. Shit is fucked. We'll figure it out. But no matter what, you know what you can't change? The fact that LeBron James tonight passed the 50,000 mark. My GOAT, LeBron James. So that is what matters. I'm going to bed. I'm so tired. All right. Another half day at 10 hours. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Okay. Woo. Yeah, in these dark times, in these trying times, remember that LeBron James got 50,000 points. You and your community's political views are not the majorities, non-logical. Watching the copium is hilarious, though. We need commentators like you to keep pushing them over this way. Wait, what? Why did you give me money to say that? I know that my position, okay, to the average American is not immediately exciting or popular. That's not going to change my perspective on the things that I believe in. It is my job to try and advocate to get you to understand what I'm fighting for. Because at the end of the day, what I'm fighting for is you, okay? That's it. I want you to get health care. That's it. I want your tax dollars not to go to the baby murder machine and instead to go to fixing the goddamn potholes. That's it. If you have a disagreement with that, I don't know what to tell you. You're like, nah, dog, unlimited funds to Israel, please. Unlimited funds to Israel, please. That was good bait. Yeah. This is why the YouTube video is better. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. Look at my minuscule amount of views here. Okay. It's nothing. Look at Asmongold's views. And that's just one account. Then he also has Asmon TV and Asmongold clips. Look at fucking Ben Shapiro. Look at the Daily Wire. Asmongold is the largest, by and large, the largest right-wing political content creator perhaps maybe the largest political content creator in general. Okay? Why is this so hard for people to comprehend? I do not know. Yeah. Now, he doesn't like that. He has multiple channels on this list. All of them are larger. Asman TV and Asman Gold Clips are still fucking larger than David Pacman Show, Sam Cedar, Timcast News, Timcast RL combined. Okay? I don't think you guys understand. Asman Gold, #1 political streamer, living rent-free in HasanAbi mind. This is not... Okay, I don't know how to describe it. Patrick Bet David is on the left here. He's massive, but I also haven't encountered an Asman fan in the wild. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's a reason for that, I think. They're too busy playing fucking WoW Classic at home. All right, let's finish this. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow from the second largest political content creator on the platform. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at prop. Great names take on brace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning.